in public, so I don't even know. You know, I'm just kind of calling myself out at this point. I didn't see him tweet it or anything, so I'm not sure if they were on the broadcast this morning. But yes, I did go for all the upsets. Well, K23 at least has 3 rounds in a row. And remember, Team Spirit had a great mirage against Navi up until a certain point, and then Navi rattled off 14 straight. We did witness an utter collapse. Now, obviously, K23 is not Navi. They don't have the same resources, the same players, the same powers, but you know, we have seen Team Spirit collapse in the past.
Oh, absolutely we have. Yeah, I mean, that game yesterday was... Okay, yes, it's Navi. Yeah, they got rolling, but you need to be able to slow the pace down and take back control of the game. And when you had such a substantial lead, you got to close those out. No question.
You gotta. And you have a substantial lead again here. It was 13-5 at one point, now 13-8. So gap closing pretty quick. Although still 5 rounds ahead is Team Spirit, looking for 3 to close out this series and move on to the next stage of these playoffs. That would eliminate K23. And round 22 gets underway.
Oh, Mo already finding Mirror down top middle as Fame will get in the face as well, but it's responded, and now Team Spirit finally are able to slow that early pace of K23 down, because the last few rounds they've certainly been a lot more aggressive in trying to get the man advantage. Dexter already back around as well toward middle. That was tentative as SDY got near the smoke. Nealon was on the other side of it. They never spot each other. They'll back away. Contentious exchange. Nealon's actually going to go all the way up to couch. If they go this way, I think he's good for 1. Question is, and I don't know the audio fields that well there, does he hear them running back down the backside of the apartments from there?
Believe so.
Yeah, that might be good enough information on its own. It would have been just on the edge of it. I assume he would hear that.
They've got full access to mid right now, though. It's going to be Norbert needs to get this spot, especially with the AWP. He's got a teammate who can control a ramp. They're taking a risk that no one's going to be peeking Palace. It's all down to timing of when Norbert's looking Palace or towards middle. And at the moment, if he re-peeks into it, Dexter has the angle. And this is a really unlucky timing if you're Nealon, because you just pushed up and flanked the whole way. As long as Dexter's not in your vision, they're going to have just passed you at the perfect timing. And Nealon's going to check the B bomb site from like a reverse angle on Catwalk, but oh, no one's actually looking this direction. No one's actually watching for this. This could be perfect.
Well, that's because they left Dexter to watch Connector for so long that they wouldn't have anticipated he was anywhere nearby to be there so quickly, and they were clearing the bomb site still, so they will get the bomb down. You're right, they, by stroke of fortune, are able to walk into a vacant B site, and Nealon's timing, although just off, does work out to at least get him 1 kill as it reverses the situation slightly, and SDY needs to go aggressive. He can't. Nealon and Adren will get the kills instead, and K23 find yet another round. And now they're 4th in a row to make it 13-9.
And a double peek into the market let Adren and Nealon know exactly where both remaining players were. So that's a bit rough. You could see both of them just adjust their crosshairs to the different choke points. One towards the door, one towards the window. And there was no recovering from that for Team Spirit. All down to unfortunate timing. That could have been perfect. I mean, for both teams at different points, that felt like a 1 round in that 3 versus 3. What a timely flank up Catwalk for Nealon. 13-9. But the plant is going to help Team Spirit get 1 more buy-in before they might have to save or be reduced down to Deagles.
Oh, again, SDY, though, they'll try and take this mid-aggression, and fortunate for Spirit, they actually don't have to trade this time to even it up. They get the man advantage as SDY holds it chair. They'll even smoke the top side of middle, but bomb back toward the B apartment. Someone will need to grab that on the way by if they elect to go toward A, but I think, in fact, they're just going to take this toward B and try and isolate Nealon. Mo with a smoke in middle needs to make... Come on, guys, make up your mind. Which way are you going? But Mo needs to be aware of the smoke in middle. He can't really leave the window. He doesn't have any information, but he's got to be the first rotation point. He's got to be quick to get to the site if he does get that call from Nealon. If Nealon's even able to stay alive, jump spot, sees 2. Now he'll be passive. This is what he has to do. He has to fall off. He needs to be efficient. Not good enough. Magic able to get the kill, but Mo does rotate with that call. 10 steps ahead of where he otherwise would have been should Nealon not have jump peeked that. And as a result, the bomb plant not yet in, but still no one else rotating on this. Still not convinced. I would have thought Nealon makes that call much sooner, and Adren and Norbert would have been on the horse because they've just conceded the bomb plant with no one even nearby. In fact, they're going to call the save on this.
Yeah, I think what they were doing is they'd already kind of called the save, and they were just letting Mo. They were staying close by in case Mo was maybe to get 2 kills, maybe get a third on if it's some stroke of luck, right? If he gets the opportunity to bring this up to an even scoreline, but they don't have a lot of utility, and more importantly, they don't have a lot of money. Getting reset here would be a disaster. However, this does reduce their options in the future. If that's to happen again, it kind of forces their hand to having to go for it in a similar situation. So K23 running out of rounds in which they can save in that fashion. That was always going to be tough. Even if Nealon gets 1 kill, the support that's on the way, lack of nades, lack of utility, was an AWP. There was also an auto sniper on the board. It wasn't going to be anything super helpful that was able to come over. K23 sticking their defense, planting it mostly at the A bomb site. So still a 5-round lead. Team Spirit winning now, taking the money away. That would be the knockout punch.
Well, they still have that auto sniper, as you say, with Norbert the one wielding it, and he'll be back towards CT. Stairs, that is. Adren's gone to Sandwich, which I will quickly be having after this game.
Nice.
Refuel for our next matchup. But this one could still go a while yet if K23 able to win this round. Can get money back on their side and keep Team Spirit off of map point. Mo, you'll fall off the balcony and be aware, well aware, in fact, oh, good call, that they could be coming in from catwalk. Molotov thrown, the smoke to extinguish gives Mo the angle and the ability as he jumps back out to take down Chopper, but he has lost his teammate and supporting act inside of B, which is why Norbert has to get in position. And it's an AWP plus an auto sniper inside of the site. The op now gone, and Norbert needs to walk out and make this gun work. Make it sing, make it shine as he gets 1 with it at least, and Fame's able to capitalize. K23 take the round, 14-10.
Yeah, that round they slowed it down just enough for everybody to get over and show up in the marketplace. That was a really tough battle for Team Spirit, losing a lot of the initial fights as well, which kept them at bay, kept them from moving too close and swarming around the pillars inside of the site. So just a 4-round lead for Team Spirit and another bye underway. Now, kind of an important note, the auto sniper that they just used and that they've had for the past 2 or 3 rounds that they've wanted, we saw them use it on Mirage, I believe yesterday as well, is now gone. They don't have it anymore, choosing to save the AWP instead.
Mo waiting it out. Well, he knows there's one at boxes now, for certain. As the flash gets tossed toward connector, the smoke as well on top of it, so they will cover off that considerate position, that consideration of the AWP, but Fame's able to slide back out, continuing this great form we're seeing from him in this game, now up to 22 kills. 13 second for Nealon, so Fame really holding K23 in this right now as Mo will come alive again with the AWP, sliding underneath of the sandwich with a good crouch peek is Chopper.
Oh, that could have been
wasn't gonna stop.
Yeah, that could have been a perfect setup. I think Magic's just turning the corner a bit early. If he lets that flash pop, maybe he's got a chance. Maybe it baits out a shot, and he's got a second or two to close the gap. However, now Chopper just left in this 1 versus 3, readdressing across the map, and nobody knows quite yet for K23, but there's a timer certainly at some point. I think Nealon, yeah, he just spotted it, the crack in the door. You could see Fame and Mo both backtrack, and they can hear the footsteps now. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking. Chopper's like, ah, damn, why is there fire here?
Yep, that sucks. All right, 3 rounds back now for K23. It's nice to see them make a game of this. They're on a pretty damn good run. 6-1 in the last 7 rounds to bring this within striking distance. And Team Spirit,
if Spirit failed to close this map out twice,
I know, wouldn't that be something?
Whew. Oh my God.
Well, this is usually one of those rounds. This is like the kind of round where like the comeback gets stopped on for whatever reason. It's like the change of pace that the Tech 9 and Deagles and P250s can offer catches teams off guard at various times. Neelan's the only one here as Fame just arrives, but they're already under pressure.
It was the T side as well that they struggled against Navi as to close that game. In that situation, look at Neelan go as he switches over to the USP as well, just to absolutely humiliate SDY, and Norbert will come over to close it out. We're 2 rounds apart at this point, and yeah, they've got to get this T side tidied up.
Thank God they've got Neelan because SDY got his face ripped off. Or Fame, excuse me, not SDY. Although, I mean, SDY did as well. But Neelan saves the day. 16-19, not at the greatest game we've seen of him out of this qualifier, but that's a massively important round.
Mir distracts and tries to pull aggression, tries to get an entry, gets shut down. So again, K23 with a significant advantage as we sit 4-on-2 and SDY trying to make something of the play at Tetris. Oh, did he spot the second one cross? Good shot on Mo back towards CT, but I'm not sure that with the smoke, as it were, he was able to detect exactly where Norbert has relocated to from that that shadow position. And he's played the shadow balcony area very effectively this half. As the small gap for Chopper to shoot at, couldn't quite get the reaction in time to find the headshot, but the good news is they still have the bomb and they're together. They'll be working as a unit on the Team Spirit side.
Norbert has I think he has the possibility of picking up an AWP. It's dropped right in front of him. Maybe he just he's not really that good of an opper. Maybe he just wants to hold it away. He's got the one flashbang to help his teammates get into position to slow them down. Doesn't do a whole lot, but Team Spirit's not progressing with any kind of aggression. It's Fame. He's been at the B bomb site this whole time. A full kit of nades that sets up Norbert. 13-14, K23 is now 1 round away.
Yeah, that's incredible. If they bring this back and win this, man, oh man, Team Spirit's going to have a long, hard look at their Mirage.
8-1 run.
And Norbert, you said it as well. Yeah, 8-1 run, but you said it as well. The AWP was there. He likes to stay on the rifle, and I think it's because he knew both had to be nearby. He wanted to be aggressive and not have to reposition each time he shot, and it pays off. That flash was perfect.
That's 2 different pace changes that Team Spirit has now tried out. First with the Tech 9s at Deagles towards that B bomb site, just a standard execute to try and get into the site and get a plant. This time, a timing out Palace that gets shut down by the AWP of Mo initially, and Norbert underneath the balcony. But Team Spirit running out of options, running out of ideas.
Chopper jumps down. Smoke out, small gap underneath the edge of it that he'll try and utilize to look toward
Look at Mir. Look at
palm
Mir.
trees and front sandwich. Oh, you're right. He's already out jungle. He's already got the deagle in hand. Smoke's down in front of him. Those are his teams. He can try and work back through them. Now, he's deployed a smoke that bounced along the wall. Was it heard? Was it detected? May not matter. Mir's been fouled. Norbert's got the kill instead. And it's looking like a 14-14 game on an absolute slaughter by K23.
Yeah, boosted up with no information. They were in that position that he had access to that part of the map. I thought he might be able to catch one off guard, but the crossfire, the triangle defense in that A bomb site just too strong. It gets sprung. That's well done from K23.
5 rounds in a row and not a single bomb plant in any of those from Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's not what you like to see, is it? And it's kind of why we've seen them relegated back, back and forth, the full buy with the AKs and an AWP down to the pistols and the Tech 9. If you get those plants with the full losing bonus, you could obviously afford rifle buys pretty much every single time. And I mean, that's also a good indication of their of this kind of collapse that we're watching again in back-to-back days. And if you look at the start of this run, Matt, there was 4 rounds that A23 run where they were getting away with surviving with just 1 player, 2 players, bomb plants as well. They were clutching out rounds. And Now you start to get towards this stretch, and it's 3 players survive, 4 players survive, 5 players survive. Start to get a little bit stronger. And I think Team Spirit too, just that playbook is the bottom of it's dropping out here at the end of the half.
Well, we'll see if they can come up with anything, because it was the 3 first rounds that they won. They've won 1 gun round. And they're not even challenging toward middle this time. Team Spirit. 1 round. 1 round for overtime. Reset the economic deficit, and maybe then they can find the 1T round they need and swap it over. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank
you. 2
darling.
rounds for the rest of this series, and it's 4 elimination. The lower bracket matchup. Whoever loses this is gone. Measly amount of RMR points. And Team Spirit, that would kind of suck. They're in first place overall right now. Good entrance from Chopper. Nealon's going to be called upon one more time. And he's got a teammate just now arriving. It's Mo, but Nealon can get nothing done. He burns. And Mo might want to back away. They actually have money to go for this if they want to. They could throw everything at it and have a full buy in the next round, so you might as well try.
Well, they'll try indeed. Finally, a bomb plant down for Team Spirit. Norbert walking out, though, get 1. Dexter's able to find the shot in return, but Mo immediately finds Mir, and we still have a chance, a very good chance, as well as Adren walks out. Smoke to cover off Chopper's position, though, and he was ready for that push. Finally, Spirit get overtime points. And they get their 2nd round in the last 12. Excuse me, 11. Maths are hard.
Yeah, it's not easy. There's a lot of blue marks there. Yeah, they've got to be breathing a sigh of relief after all that. To at least have a chance to close the map out is got to be a huge feeling, huge relief. Mir and Dexter gonna push out mid, quickly jumping across with flashbangs. Smoke at base connector, smoke at top catwalk. And Team Spirit's gonna hit pause from here and play it cautiously and conservative, waiting for the response.
SDY. Inside of that B apartment position with Nealon actually jump checking it to see if anyone is there. Can they push this over the line? It's like watching a payload match in Overwatch right now.
Ooh, misplay from Mo to get caught. That's a tough loss to take early on in the round. Fame gonna step up. He's been good, but this is a risk. Doesn't get what he wants immediately, so he backs away. Into ladder room he goes. Nealon again is gonna be just solely defending this B bomb site. Fame is far away from helping, and he's got to be cautious when he exits ladder room. So he can't get there as fast as he'd probably like.
That's the best reference I can come up with for Overwatch, by the way. Payload might be Team Fortress 2. Look, I tried to be inclusive. Chopper, meanwhile, is going to walk in. Nealon, he's ready at the bench position, so they'll get all the way inside of the site shortly to check it, but Chopper does a double take, not actually anticipating anyone to be there at all. That's costly, because now Fame has Magic down, and it's a 3-on-3 without a bomb plant, but Mir, lurking late in middle, is able to find a kill, and they'll close out Adren. They'll close out the game, but my God, their Mirage is far, far from a comfortable situation.
Yeah, that's going to be a conversation at some point when they get a little bit more time. I mean, that might be a matchup that we end up seeing from them tomorrow when they face off against the loser of Gambit Navi. So yeah, they don't have a whole lot of time to fix things, but at least they've got the win. Again, it's what we said about Spirit all through the group stage. They keep winning. It doesn't necessarily always look convincing, and it doesn't always necessarily look great, but I mean, they're winning, so whatever, I guess.
Whatever, I guess. Whatever and ever, amen. It is going to be K23 dropping out in 4th position. In some ways, it's the former Gambit core. Hobbit obviously was on that team for a period of time before being brought into Gambit. So they've got 2 major winners on that team, but 4th in the RMR. A chance for Spirit and a rematch for Navi, or will it be Gambit? We'll find out soon, but first, let's talk this game over with the panel.
Thank you, Moses and Sadakist, as we do get to enjoy what was the madness of the end of that one, because it looked potentially like Spirit were going to throw that one away, Duncan. It was looking great from at one point with 13-5 up. It should have never got to that scoreline.
No, I mean, that is also the danger of a map like Mirage, I always think, though. Like, it's not a map where there are, like, set tactics that will always get you a T-round win. Like, it's very much a map where you can destroy people on this map, but just like Dust 2, you can't be certain that, like, I will win, 2 out of the last 4 rounds. And so it looked a little bit like Spirit sort of thought the game was won. K23, to be fair, was actually pulling off some pretty good individual plays. They managed to get themselves, like, fight all the way back. But I do think Spirit, basically, they've looked sloppy the whole time I've watched these last 2 days.
Yeah, and that's some of the problems with it, right? You can always have a different player on Spirit be at the top of the scoreboard and start to shine, but it's about getting them to fire on all cylinders together here, then, which is lacking.
Yeah, and being consistent throughout a game. First map in this series, no, second map, I'm sorry, on Dust 2, they are lackluster, even though they get 6 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2, and then they look phenomenal in the second half. Here, they look phenomenal in the first half, and then it peters out very quickly once we get into the second half. And that kind of inconsistency, sure, it might net you a win. Like Jason said, yeah, sure, they're winning, but it's only going to take you so far. We saw that, this kind of on and off performances is not going to do you any good versus a team like Navi, for instance. That's where you get punished. And Spirit got into, like, the perfect groove here. We talked about how K23 had perfect starts to most of their maps that we'd seen them in up to this point, and then they peter out. This time it was Spirit who kind of pulled a K23 and nearly lost because of it.
Yeah, getting off to the good start and not being able to hold on to it. But at least they were able to close that. At least they were able to take the series win in here. I want to look at Fame as well, right? Because this guy, we spoke about him before, so maybe we want to see a little bit more out of him. At least in this game, he gave him a fighting chance. I think he was the start of that comeback for the team.
No, he really was. He was the main reason, because everybody started out sluggish on the side of K23. I think for the longest time, I think Fame was up to 19 frags before he had anyone on his side actually getting into double figures. And at that point, finally, Mo started getting activated and getting more into the groove of things. So he definitely bought them a lifeline. Sadly, the performance kind of goes in. It's in vain because they don't end up getting the win, but it's promising signs. And again, I think for a lot of people, they were surprised to see K23 even make it to the playoffs. The fact that they are competitive versus Spirit here and actually make it very difficult for them is positive signs all around. So even if you go out in 4th, and obviously it's bitter to lose a game like this, and the fashion you do as well when you bring it all the way back, and at the end of the day, I think K23 can take more positives than negatives from this RMR event.
Now, when it comes to this man on your screens now in Norbert, we touched on him as being a player that needed to deliver his A-game, right, to be the star potential, because we hadn't seen this coming out of K23, but even him, he still wasn't able to get it done, right? And I'm still sat on the same thing when I look at K23, and I think, where is your X factor right now, Duncan?
I mean, it's also just a byproduct of the region they play in. Like, there's so much talent that it's rare you're going to get a team. It's actually why Spirit's kind of a bit unique, that they've stacked so many, the individual talents. Like, I'll be straight up. Like, I don't particularly care about K23. 2 of the players are mega washed. They're never going to do anything relevant on LAN again. Okay, it's cool they sort of made this little run here. They actually had a chance, believe it or not, to potentially win this series, even though you would have thought in terms of world rankings they wouldn't. But I don't really look at them like, oh, what an amazing story, what are they going to do in the future? I don't really care, quite frankly. I'll just be straight up.
So not one for you to focus on going forward. Maybe we'll get to see him again at the next RMR. We'll have to wait and see how they can do that. Maybe they can make it to the playoffs again. But for Spirit, right, now the tough opponents lay ahead of them here then, and it's something where I don't think this Spirit can match up to either of them, right? We may have seen what they did against Navi yesterday, but like, maybe that's just a one-off compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the games from Spirit.
Yeah, no, current form of Spirit is not really going to be too much of a test for either Gambit or Navi, regardless who ends up going it down into that lower bracket finals. And that's a bit of a shame, because we've seen it before that they can do it, but not this iteration, not current form Spirit. And if it's a day-by-day thing, you'd love to say that could be the thing, but they've been, sluggish throughout the group stage, and now to start off the playoffs as well. So hopes not exceptionally high, but not going to count them out. Again, they do have 5 formidable players that they can potentially, get lucky with on the day to actually snag a series. That's how they managed to do so well in the previous RMRs.
Obviously, Duncan, you're not a big fan of looking at what K23 will do in the future, but you still got some hope for Spirit and what they might be able to achieve going forward?
I mean, the key thing for me is I really want to see what happens when they get to offline play. Like, obviously, some of these players still need a little bit more experience, but I just think the raw skill level of the team, if they can keep at least this main core, the 3 big fraggers together, and obviously someone like Magix is very young, right? He could potentially develop a lot more in the next year himself. I just think it's a very exciting prospect because one of the things that people are finally realizing about the CIS region is, yeah, tactically, there's all sorts of questions you can ask. Do they have certain positions? But in terms of raw, like, fragging firepower, both ops and rifles, they've got all sorts of players, and this team particularly is loaded with them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Looking at them, it's a hell of a lot of potential within all of this. Obviously, Fame was able to stand out only for K23 in there. We got Dexter as well able to show up, which is always going to be an important factor. But for me, when I look at what we've seen from Dexter, is we've seen him do it before. When we go back to the I guess the positives of Spirit outside of the CIS events they were facing then, but for me, it's like what he can do against your big hitters, right? Against your Shiros, against your Simples, because he did go a bit quiet last time around.
He did, but I'd say that's an anomaly compared to what he would normally do. I think that was a surprisingly weak performance out of him. But again, I'm not sure if him basically being his average self is going to be enough to necessarily put them over the top against a Navi or a Gambit in this scenario. So he needs to actually go to that next level and step it up even more if they want to be able to carry it through and potentially win this RMR. He definitely has it in him, but it's been a little bit too far and away from each and every time you see that happening. So not really sure what the cause of that is, but I don't know. We might be able to get some insight on that later on.
Yeah, hopefully we can. Now, look, I'm going to pose a question because you spoke about when we looked at Spirit and Navi in terms of the pound-per-pound matchup and how it goes, right? And obviously, we look at this lineup that Spirit has as very talented individuals. But how do you think they stack up in comparison to Gambit? I know, yes, Gambit's the best team in the world, a lot more strategical for sure. But if we're just looking at like the individual players on it, do you think it's a more fairer game when you look at it that way?
The thing is, I could even see a world where some of the players, this might go against what other people think, because I don't just look at the numbers. I could see a world where actually Spirit has the more skilled overall players, because for me, they don't play within a strict structure. They don't look like they have set timings on a lot of the things they do. It doesn't look like people have hard roles that they have to play at all times in the game. So I look at Gambit, I think within their system, some of their players are fragging out of control, but would all 3 of their big names be monsters in a looser style team? I don't really know, actually. So I think Gambit is more like they get underrated for their skill, but you could have the Astralis effect where you could also look at like everyone's fragging numbers are great and overrate them. Difference is in Spirit, I think everyone pretty much just earns those frags. Like they do very much play off individual skill.
Yeah, working the advantages wherever possible in this one. I will touch on Mo in this as well for us, Ven, because we gave him a hard time at the beginning, but he certainly throughout the playoff stages delivered a much better performance.
Yeah, gradually got into the groove of things and got better and better as K23 played more and more. And
I'm the best entry fragger, of course. So just in case you wonder, I got 5. You guys are only on 4, but yeah.
Yeah, we're lacking. We're lacking severely. We need to step up into the next series, see if we can do better.
I want to see highlights of this. Go on, Farid. Like, show us your entries, mate. Put some clips out there for us.
They're working on the highlight reel as we speak. But yeah, no, Mo definitely got better as K23 progressed through the games, and that's a positive sign. Again, I don't necessarily think it's as cut and dry as Duncan maybe said. I think there's still a chance for Mo to potentially still have an impact. Obviously, we're not talking necessarily tournament wins, but I think he can still do some damage at LAN. I think he at least has a better chance of it than someone like, let's say Adren, because he does have those matches every now and again where he where he kind of brings it around, even though it doesn't happen as often as you maybe would have liked to see. But it happens more frequently than what it does with Adren. And I think Mo has done an admirable job here with K23 for this RMR at least.
Well, it's time for our interview, and we've got none other than Dexter from Team Spirit. So we're going to have a good chat with him. Dexter, how you doing?
Hello. Doing good, thank you.
Hey. So let's just start on Mirage a bit here, right? Because you guys were up 13-5. It was looking brilliant. Like, you're going to close it out. What happened that they were able to come back into it? Did you guys take your foot off the gas a little bit?
I would like to say that we can easily win one round when it was 4 versus 2. It was 13-5. But our teammate, Sam Young, his PC crashed. Right now he's in ESL hotel. and PC that they give to players, I would like to say it's bad because my teammate not only one time crashed. He has losses. He has bad FPS. I cannot be silent here. I just understand that when I came to this tournament as well soon, it will be with everyone. So yes, we have like 2 rounds on Mirage when one of our players was wanted to do abort, but we continue because we are trying to do our rounds, we are trying to do our strategy stuff, and we are trying to win this round without teammate. In one round he start play with us, he don't disconnect. In one round he disconnect, and we play 2 versus 2. If he will be with us, I think we will easily win this round, and match will be more easier for us because we lost this round, and after we was playing full eco round. I think I'm not sure, but it was not like full buy.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dexter. Fuck ESL. But what I want to ask you is this. So we obviously see in the game you're always using the AWP, you're always pulling off highlight kills. Right at the moment, CIS region has a lot of hype. People are talking about all these players. Shiro, obviously Simple's always in the mix. Jim from Virtus Pro. I don't ever hear people put you in the mix, though, for like best AWPer. Are you as good as these AWPers from the CIS region?
Right now, I understand that I'm not as good as I was on the start of the year. I feel that I'm playing not consistent. Like especially you can see it on Inferno. I understand that I'm playing bad, but I cannot say that I'm not working on it. Like in the last month, I was playing every single day without day off. Every single day I was working on my game, so I just I'm trying to continue my work and see what it will be for me. Like I understand that I'm not consistent right now, and that's bad because I feel that my team needs me in some matches. Of course, if it will be like rare, it can be with everyone, but I understand that with me it starts happens more than it was. So I would like to say I'm not thinking that I'm top oper right now. I can be in top, but I need to work on these moments that I see and I need to fix some mistakes.
So speaking of you guys as a team, obviously now you're going to face either Gambit or Navi in your next match. And in your last matchup versus Navi, it seemed like you guys got into a really good groove, especially on Mirage, and then it all petered out. And for Nuke, it didn't really look like the normal Spirit that we know can play Nuke. So what really happened in that series, and do you think you're going to be able to fix the mistakes that happened going into a new match versus either Gambit or Navi?
We will see. I cannot say what how game will be for how this game will plays for us on last map against Navi and Nuke. They outplayed us on outside. I knew that because of I'm player of outside, and I see what they do is it's not like a normal Spirit game. It was not like normal Spirit game, but we will try to fix our mistakes on this map, and we will see who came to us and try to win, of course. We have like round 1 against Navi in this roster, so we will see who it will be, and we will try to do our best. We don't care it will be Gambit or Navi.
Dexter, before we let you go, I've got one more question for you because I've got to ask about this one. Dust 2 is quite a key map for you guys, but what makes you guys so good at it? Because we see some teams, they can't kind of have the consistency that you have. We rarely see it.
I would like to say that on this map, all of us understand how rotation works. We understand each other more than on other maps. And we are working on other maps to see the same. And we have like 20 days of only scrims against top teams, so without any official games. And we was trying to do the same on other maps. It helps for us, but we need to work more. For us, it was interesting to see how the work that we did without any official matches will be work for us. And right now we understand where we have mistakes, what we need to change, and we will do some changes before ESL starts.
Well, I wish you the best of luck with that going forward, mate. Dexter, thank you very much for your time, man. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too, guys.
There we go. Some insight into all of the world of Spirit going on there. And it's the common theme with the CIS teams. They're never scared of putting in that hard work, for sure. Even when you think like they're going on crazy amounts of practice days, they just want to keep playing some more. With the right attitude, the right motivation. But let's take a look at our updated standings, the RMR points. As K23 will be there in 4th place now, and they'll have a bit of a jump up, but obviously things will slightly change going forward. And they're ahead of now both Forza and Virtus Pro this time around, so a respectable 4th place here for it.
I mean, obviously, yeah, and even just to me, the potential that they could go to the major has to be a massive motivating factor for this team, because they weren't a team, and let's be real, even a month ago, that would pretty much be on the radar here because of some of the bigger names in the region.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You wouldn't expect to see them there, but it's whether they can do it going into the next RMR for sure. But it is time for us to start getting ready for this next matchup, and it's the one we're potentially going to see many times here, right? We've already had a good adventure throughout many different tournaments of Gambit taking on Navi, but we're on this train once again. And right now, right, Gambit have the slight advantage in this one, I would say. And we look at the Gambit roster, a lot of young faces, good old Hobbit in there as well. But they just seem like the perfect team right now, Vendetta. They seem like they can't do any wrong.
Yeah, no, they've really just found the perfect combination of players to complete each other in so many ways. We've talked about it when we've had Gambit games on the desk prior as well. The fact that they just perfectly fulfill the role that they're meant to do within the team, and that's why you're seeing Gambit have so much success. I don't think you can exactly apply the same logic or the same praise for Navi. A little bit more hectic as we see their lineup, but there's obviously immense skill within this team, and it predominantly lies within simple and electronic. But we've seen some positive signs coming out of maybe particularly Perfecto and Bit as of late.
Yes, they certainly have started to look a bit better in there. But let's take a look at the map veto. Am I going to get my Ancient? Can I be given the dream? And who may be picking into it, right? Last time round, when it was back at Blast, like you mentioned, Foreign, Gambit wants to pick Ancient, and they didn't end up winning it.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious thing in this scenario is it's basically what Navi wants to pick, because if you're the guys from Gambit, like, realistically, you're probably just going to take something like Mirage. It's just kind of what's on the table for you. Instead, they've actually chosen to pick Dust 2. By the way, I love this move, because not only does Gambit win loads and loads of Dust 2s as well, don't worry about that, they're really good, but they've just seen that Navi normally picks it, so why not pick it away from them? And then secondly, Navi lose it all the time anyway, so I have to say, with the way it's been going the last few months, and I know it's very rare that you should ever pick Dust 2. I don't even hate it from Gambit, though. They are so good on this map, it could actually get in the head of Navi, I could see that.
Yeah, and then we see the Inferno pick here, Vendetta.
Yeah, so we're getting a bit of a change up, and I like that. Again, it's not as spicy as an Ancient pick would have been, but it's still trying something new. And I feel like the picture that Duncan painted earlier is they don't really have too much to lose from this. It's very likely that we're going to see these two teams rematch as well. In the finals, if things go, as we assume. So, take the chance, test the waters on Inferno, see if you actually get something positive out of it, and then you might have a better idea of how to combat Gambit going into the most important match. With
the Inferno, right, we obviously saw Gambit had a few struggles against K23, but obviously they played this already throughout the group stages, and it was Gambit that won 16-11. So you got to hope that Navi have a really good game plan going into this one. Otherwise, they could be looking at being 2-0 here, Duncan.
Yes, and Gambit have actually beaten Navi on this many, many times as well on this map. So again, this is not one, even though it's normally the pick of Navi, that you can have enormous confidence in. I mean, let's be real, at the moment, one of the strange things about Navi is they've got that like OG factor where it doesn't matter what they pick, they somehow lose their map pick and then win the opponent. So I think what's interesting is these three maps, you've got wins all over the place on them. Like literally, they've obviously beaten Navi on Inferno, but they've also lost on Mirage to Navi. So to me, this series isn't even about the maps. Like, the maps can't have too much wiggle room aside from Ancient. It's more to me about like which players turn up from Navi and can they be the players that counter Gambit, because we know how Gambit's going to play. They play the same way every time. I will say though, one thing that makes it cool when they do match up like this is there's a lot of times in Counter-Strike where number 1 and number 2 in the world aren't always the best matchup directly head to head. head. I actually think this is a rare case where it's exactly the case. Like, even if Navi was ranked number 5, right now they're the best team to watch play against Gambit. They're one of the few teams that, even with a bad map veto, can potentially beat them. So I think that just makes for an enticing prospect, because as much as you feel like Gambit are unbeatable, every time they play Navi, it's a close game.
Yeah, and there's always like close game in terms of scoreline. There's always a map that
I mean,
Navi
look
will
on
be
the
able to
screen
grab
here.
in some
Look at
way.
the games.
Yeah,
Gambit
you
wins
can
them
see
all,
it.
but look how close they are.
It is a crazy scenario to go into. Last time around, obviously, Navi, the only map they won against Gambit was Mirage, which is the decider, but it's all about getting there for the Navi side. And you see all these losses down on Navi's Dust too, Ven, but it's more like most of the time they were picking that as well. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, and I think in one way they can feel a little bit relieved they get to play a map that they obviously think they're very strong on,
Yes.
but they don't have to waste their own pick on it in doing so. So even though they don't have the best history versus Gambit as of late on this map, I think they could feel like this is a bit of a potential freebie for them. They get to give it a good go again. We can see how close it's been in every matchup they've had on Dust 2, so they're given a good shot of actually snagging a map away from Gambit this time around to start the series off strong.
What would it take, though, right, in order for Navi to actually be able to try and take Dust 2 and then see this turn into one where it could be a potential upset on the cards, where Navi could be the ones looking at a potential 2-0 here, right? And it can't just be simple. I think it has to be the kind of performance we've seen from Navi only a few times, where everyone on the team is doing well here, Duncan.
Yeah, I think you certainly need like more than just Simple, because we've seen Simple have amazing statistical series and them still lose to Gambit, and also win sometimes when he has a map that's not that great. So to me, like this map in particular, I think this is where like the mental framing will be interesting, because the fact that Navi isn't picking it, like you say, it means they know they have a very good chance on their opponent's map pick. And so all of a sudden, you don't have to win that one, but you know you're always in those games. So I would say if they frame it like that, because we all know it's in the late game where Navi kind of struggles. So who knows? Maybe there's a world they start out hot, they just win this map in easy fashion.
Well, it's later in the day. Maybe they can start out hot. Maybe they're more warmed up than ever. I know, obviously, I went for the Navi pick. Foreign, where did you go?
I went with Gambit overall. Again, like I say, I don't think the map veto matters that much. Gambit's just the better team. They tend to play 3-map series. I expect Gambit to be slightly better. Navi to probably let down a few late game scenarios.
Vendetta, you went with?
Yeah, same as Duncan. I went with Gambit. They've just been simply too impressive and too consistent for me to go against them.
Well, let's see how it all goes down. It's the Dust 2 starting. Navi not the ones picking it this time. It's Gambit that have gone to take them on what used to be Navi's home map. We're back with Sadakist and Moses to see how this game goes down.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to see it very quickly as we're already into the action. Banks, Jason, this is the same map pool we saw, with the exception of Nuke. And obviously, Gambit has had the last 3 series go in their favor.
Oh yeah, they have. This is going to be a good one, and we mentioned it earlier. We might end up seeing this matchup 3 times in this event. This is number 2 at the moment. Hobbit looking for a flank. He's way back towards long A. Oh, a flashbang comes in, and Turs is going to cross with the bomb, and there is a player on catwalk. Electronic going to try and land a headshot. Nade coming in from Perfecto, but a post plant is on the cards.
And the last series was Inferno first, Dust 2 second, Mirage third. That was just 2 days ago. So this is just a slightly different order, as Hobbit will take out Bit. Electronic to get enters, but Hobbit and Nafany will close the round, and Gambit start off with a 1-0 lead. See if they can convert that and carry it on. And like I say, the last 3 series between these two teams have gone Gambit's way. 2-1, 2-0, and 2-1. Before that, Navi was at least able to beat them out in the Epic League CIS 2021 final.
They meet so much recently.
And then they 3-0'd them before that at DreamHack. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. They just meet so much. It's got to be so exhausting if you're one of these two teams and you're like, here we go again. No, another match versus Navi, another match versus Gambit, because you've already prepped for them so many times. Good shot from Simple to open things up from the CT doors all the way up towards T-spawn. He's got a headshot onto Shiro. Hobbit's going to sneak up catwalk. There's a gap here as Electronic has just rotated towards mid.
So Bit gets Nafany. That'll be much to your delight, Jason, as the Bit watch will be back on. Call him the, or I guess you've dubbed him the second half player. So getting rolling early. Saw at some points in that match against Gambit, yes, 2 days ago, excuse me. I was going to say yesterday again, but he actually had, I think, 5 kills at half, so 3, in fact, on one particular map, and still was near the top at the end of it as Hobbit able to get a shot back on, or into him rather, from Simple, and Navi already responding. Bombs planted, it's 4-on-2, so the bomb down for Gambit is still going to bode well in this situation as they try and rotate back over. A boost for the smoke. Electronic sees above it from Catwalk, but Axile able to get one back. Simple with the jumping no-scope scout, as only Simple can do, will give Navi round number 2.
Yeah, and Exile even had the read on that. He knew that the one player behind smoke was going to be held at bay for a moment, so he wanted to get the kill or at least take a fight to force his hand to come through that smoke, which would have been really his only chance that he could have had. That's a tough scenario to be put into, but good shooting from Navi early on. There's not just this, but the Deagle shot out towards long. That was Bit, I believe, to give them a 2-man advantage. So we're all tied up. A reversal of fortunes in the second round, and it's Navi with the rifles and out to the hot start. Even Simple picking up an AWP in round number 3.
Shiro trying to catch the cross. No one to be spotted this time. Simple still gonna wait. Electronics still holds as well on top of Catwalk. Gets ready for the drop position. Navi with a lovely little glitch smoke that'll allow Xbox to be covered off without having to land up on top of it directly, so they won't be able to see onto Catwalk from that on the other side of the mid doors. But naturally, there's a counter Molotov from the CTs to control the Catwalk position. It's Simple, Boomich, and Electronic all there. Electronic has to be careful. Drops off the angle as he gets dinked up and tagged down to 9 HP. Simple's come back out, though, again through the smoke and through the edge of the wall to find Shiro. So he's starting off in a great fashion. That early damage to Electronic is leveled out by the fact that Shiro's gone and Hobbit's down to 28, so Navi looking to control and contain this round. 50 seconds, Bomb still waits on Catwalk, and a chance to try to execute toward the A site, but keep in mind, Simple has supports. It's going to be support at best by the way of a flash from Electronic. Anything going his way would take him down, but they don't have a lot to throw other than 2 smokes that they've not yet used, oddly enough, to even go for the wide peak, and that lets Simple just have a shooting gallery. Oh, he unscopes at the wrong time, but Bit and Electronic will close the round instead.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Simple's having a field day. If you're not going to block him off, that's a great sequence from him. 3 kills on the round, well played, and Gambit gets stopped cold. They get control of Catwalk, but no access from there. 2-1, and that's a powerful Navi victory. That's going to allow them to settle down really early on in this game. There's no economic jockeying back and forth for the first 5-6 rounds like we've seen previously. This is just going to be straight up. Navi's got the money. They've got the funds building up already. And especially a round of Gambit bringing 5 Glocks into action should just be able to be Navi to build up that bank even further. So, I mean, if you're Navi, this is best case scenario for a start, especially after losing the pistol.
So Electronic again in that same position on the Catwalk. But it's looking like a mid to B split. Bit trying to spot that through the doors, knowing that there's no one in CT to help him with that position. But Simple Becca Goose could rotate and drop down. He's going to try and do that now. And Electronic's position's perfect for this as well, as Perfecto just sprays down 3, walking in for the tunnels. Bit closes out the round. Perfecto was lost, but not without good cause, good reason. And that's the other advantage of that Electronic position, is even though we look at it to be a cat position, Jason, you can drop so quickly and cover off CT as well.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of support, a lot of different options depending on what's coming at your team. Bit had 1 job. That was to actually, I think he just assumed Electronic would have anyone coming from mid, but Nathany was able to slip by. So 1 kill does come out onto Perfecto after that sequence. Guns back in the hands of Gambit. And for the moment, content to take really, really quick control of Xbox and Lower Dark, but Simple's on Catwalk with that AWP off angle for him.
Doesn't spot anything there yet, though, and he'll fall off of it. So Shiro waiting at top of middle with the bomb and the AWP and a smoke down. is hoping that as that fades and dissolves, if Bit's baited into a fight, maybe he can get a shot in that direction, and they'll get the advantage. They'll get the opening pick as he's actually going to fall off Bit and go back over toward the B site instead. I do like this boost out of the dumpster at long boom. It's just going to have such a great off angle. And if he plays it far enough to the left side, you can actually drop down before being traded immediately and give yourself a chance for a repeat. But so far, he's playing a little bit further right. That gives him a deeper angle and a more of a chance to catch them off and get information.
This is a really, really quiet round. Neither team wanting to get in any kind of a fight. Nobody's taking damage. Just now, Gambit pulling the trigger on mid to B. Bit's gonna have to drop a Molotov in towards B tunnels. That allows them to fight towards mid. He's got the first kill. Perfecto gets 2 as well, and he'll vacate the bomb site. It's a 4-on-2 retake.
4-on-2 retake. As Hobbit was only able to get 1, Inter's going to try and cross over quickly, and does manage to do so as Shiro fires back. Now remember, he's the one with the AWP and the one with the bomb, and Perfecto goes straight in. They never anticipated them to be so aggressive, and Perfecto wants his damn bomb site back. He'll get 2, and Navi find round 4.
Yeah, that is a really good round from Perfecto and Bit. The Molotov to hold off the B Halls portion of the attack, both of them combined for all 3 kills out mid. Even with Bit dying, Perfecto plays it spectacularly. These 2 kills, waiting for the flashbang and coming in when he's least suspected. This is a good start as well for the young man. 7-2 for Perfecto against Gambit.
I mean, and it's going to start to sting because he's locking out B so effectively that Gambit might have to give up on it soon if they can't figure this out. Doubt they'll give up entirely, but it certainly means they're going to have to put a lot more effort into it. Can't just walk in and get plants as you'd hope to do on B and force them out of the site. Even when they did that time, brilliantly, he walks back through the doors. So pistols again with the Soul and only M4 picked up by Navi, having taken that and pried it from Boomich's dead hands.
Perfecto's going to get called on again, Matt. And the hard part is if they don't execute this hold of the bomb site perfectly or this hold of the split perfectly, Bit's got an AWP. Going to be hard for him to get back in. That's going to be a signal that at least one player is outside of the bomb site.
And now they know. Bit, as he's out there and spotted from middle, they know they have to put someone back at least to the doors. They're not going to do it, so they're actually playing, like you say, to shut this split down and almost a retake game, but it's a dangerous gamble to take against these Deagles. Smoke out on the mouth was thrown late. Perfecto, I think, is going to try and get position in window instead to at least get something done as they're all going to come in this direction. No one's splitting mid anymore. Nade and... Oh, no, he's misthrown it. It would have done damage. It would have done so much damage as they don't have armor. And Perfecto only gets 1 this time before going down. And it's Bit for 1 as well on the AWP. But he's removed by the king of the multi-kill himself, Exile. And brings it down to a 2-on-2. So a good round either way from Gambit to take guns out of the hands of Navi. But it's all on Hobbit, who's late to rotate back through as he was trying to hold middle and catch off the rotations. Now he's just going to get kills. He's done that on the Simple, but he has 10 seconds to find the second player. And as he picks up a gun, unfortunately, he's not anticipated him to be on the site.
Real costly, and that's a good glimpse of how dangerous the Deagles can be. Not even really utility for the Gambit side, but they knew there was just one little piece of weakness. The defense playing outside of the site. Good job from Perfecto getting what he could done. Same with Bit, even with some missed opportunities. The big play came from Electronic. When they spot Hobbit middle, he realizes he's got a one-on-one inside the bomb site and takes advantage of it and then finds good position. 5-1 for Navi. Starting out pretty good. Molotov to slow down any kind of fast play up Xbox. That's going to keep Hobbit out into the open just for a couple seconds.
Nade deep inside of the lower tunnels, but no one there to receive that either. That nade might have been a significant changer had Perfecto not clipped the edge of the window with it. And Simple, this position's decent because even if he gets spotted, if he gets the kill, goes to the drop down, he'll bait the shot into exactly that. Electronic, you love it. The 1-2 punch. Sneak him in the left and then hit him with the right, Jason.
Also kind of using their own Molotov against him. Good kill from Bit. That's going to allow Navi to keep their focus at the A bomb site. Simple was starting to rotate towards mid. Pretty committed now, but Electronic easily behind the smoke grabs Inters. Gambit getting demolished in the early stages of Dust 2, at least in these first 7 rounds.
Shiro and Exile to hold this out or get it back together. Shiro, AWP to get Simple, and no response from Exile on that as there's 43 seconds. They're actually going to go together try and let Shiro's op open up the site and then be able to be traded as he sees the CTs trying to get position back on catwalk. Good shot on the first of Electronic. He knows that Boomich was up close. At least Axile's there to get the trade, but my God, Shiro almost had them both as it's a 1-on-2 and Bomb to play with 26 seconds both outside of the A site. And it will inevitably be planted. That gives Axile a massive opportunity in this. And he'll go toward Goose because he doesn't have an idea of where they want to gander. And in they come as Bit and Perfecto. Slowly trying to work this from two opposing angles. Sure, they're both to Axile's right, but one's at the bottom of the ramp at CT. As Bit's still hesitant to work through from Catwalk. And a kit for Perfecto. They've got to start going. He'll get to elevator. No kill from Axile, importantly on the first one, because the damage was done, and that allowed inevitably a trade. Even if Bit goes down there, you could see Perfecto was already wrapping in behind him.
Yeah, that was risky splitting up. Axile almost able to get a clean shot on Bit coming off Cat. Double up, salvaged by Navi. And Gambit, this is what part of what makes them so dangerous. That's what a 2-on-5 that they bring into a 1-on-2. That's not bad, especially getting the plant in those kinds of conditions as well. Navi almost letting one slip. AWP is passed over to Shiro, and a tactical pause is taken by Gambit as they want to talk things over. Looking to get on the board for the first time since the pistol round. 1 kill on Inters at the moment.
And going back to that last series, just 2 days ago, Gambit did win Dust 2 16-13. They actually lost on Mirage. And this time Gambit picked Dust 2 and Navi pick Inferno. So again, we've got same maps, different order. They touched on it on the desk. But Gambit, obviously, having picked Dust 2, certainly didn't want to find themselves in this position. Fast to take the B tunnels, but Shiro still waits with the bomb at T-spawn. Electronic again to play on that same position. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Jason. They're going to stick with a pretty similar setup again.
Yeah, you'll see.
Exception being that Boomich is not quite out toward long.
Yeah, that's correct. He's holding there, and even simple utility. They wanted to set up Electronic. Now the question is, now that that's been busted, Electronic's been forced off. Where do they reconvene? Because they're in no man's land. They're between a catwalk hold and a long hold. And again, it's a mid to be split. Nobody's here. Electronic doesn't have vision. Perfecto's just spotted a gun barrel. This is going to be a tough hold. Flashbang out, and there's the opening kill.
Opener and a follow-up act by Bit as he not only got the flash in position, but finds Axile himself from the backside of the platform at B. Perfecto gets one also on the board, and Perfecto therefore has 2 in the round as it's all Inters left alive. 30 seconds, and I don't think he's alive for much longer. Simple trying to slide out and get the shot. Careful, lads. Let's not lose too many guns as we find ourselves in a 7-1 scoreline.
Pretty clean 7-1 as well. Last couple rounds, there have been a few sketchy moments, but I mean, Navi's mostly been able to handle it. That's got to be so nice for Navi. Early on in the first stages of this game, you have now stopped 2 mid to B splits, at least 2, maybe even 3. And you've shown that strategy that you can handle it, that Perfecto and Bit are up to the task. So now if you're Gambit, the prospect is going at simple with the AWP Electronic as well over towards A. And they've even shown you some good looks as well. So pretty standard opening. Bit with the second AWP is going to get a glimpse. No, Nafany's going to go for the pin smoke real quick. That's going to force Simple to back off catwalk, although Bit's got one anyways underneath the smoke.
Inters gets dropped by the AWP. Boomich still trying to contest it long right now with the deep smoke. He's trying to get that information. They'll work their way back in through the long position as well. Boomich is ready. This time on top of the dumpster, he's able to get 2, and he'll fall left side. Bomb down. Smoke. No, excuse me, grenade. He's already used his defensive utility, so he'll hold. Does have one more smoke to work with, but he's going to hold and just take the fight instead as he gets Nafany down. Hobbit left at a 1-on-5, and Man, oh man, Jason. The kills just aren't coming for Gambit at this point in time. 5 is the most. That's for Hobbit at this point. And you go over the last 2 rounds alone, they've only found 1, so that in itself is enough to build up economy.
Yeah, Navi is going to be feeling real flush with cash at the moment. This is great. A full team effort out of Navi as well. Simple's only at 6 kills. Bit's got 10. Perfecto's got 11. Those are the 2 players primarily putting a stop to the mid B. And the 3rd player, Electronic, who cheats over to CT spawn to assist in those, is at 14 kills. That side of the map is playing excellent, and Simple and Boomich just solidly doing their job. 8-1 lead for Navi.
Eight to 1, and we'll get back into it again. Exile out toward the long position again to early flash and contest against Boomich. Not quite, he's going to sit back. Thought he might go all the way through with it. Meanwhile, Simple has Nafni down on Catwalk again with an aggressive AWP position. Perfecto therefore holding middle, knowing that there's likely going to be further players in that position. But again, the good Xbox smoke means he won't be able to see it. And Electronic goes back to where he's played so many times with Simple to back him up as well. So even if he gets one and falls, Simple's there with the AWP at Goose. It's a good bait and switch position.
Ooh, it's not going to spread. Electronic's able to just chill there for the moment. Flashbang going to be called for any second there. Oh, he peeks ahead of it. Not even a flashbang put out. Simple AWP around the smoke. Oh no. A little bit of hubris, and there goes Boomich, and Simple's in an impossible scenario. And Gambit finally break into a bomb site, into the A bomb site. Get a plant and a round win as Bit and Perfecto must save.
Yeah, that's a brilliant strike on the A site, you have to say. I mean, Simple, yes, he misses the shot on Shiro, but Shiro before the flash. Electronic couldn't do anything to shut that down, and Boomich loses his duel. So finally, Gambit gets some kills to go along with their plan. Simple hits that shot on Shiro, and I think he's still in a world of trouble considering they lost long, but didn't have any chance at all, as you say. 8-2. Gambit keep 4 alive as well, which is important.
Yeah, it really
With the AWP in Shiro's hands, we need to see him open this game up again.
Yeah, that would be nice to see him get on top of things. I mean, it would be nice for all of them, though. This has been a team struggle in these past 10 rounds. Only getting 2 on the board. Thankfully for Navi, they've got so much money. You touched on it. 1 player dying in the previous 2 rounds combined. 4 players over $10,000 going into this next round, so they're all good. But for Gambit, that's got to be a starting point. That's the first step. Now it's about building upon it. Yeah, I'm surprised to see that peak. Simple's got 2 flashbangs from Goose. I was surprised they didn't set that up. Toss a flashbang over and have Electronic take that kind of a peek.
Flash down and inside of the smoke. Electronic is the one that's waiting on the other side of middle as Boomich continues to be aggressive at long. So despite losing that duel in the last round, he goes right back to business. Not intimidated by any stretch of means. He has Bit to support him this time as well, so that is your change-up. And look how far Boomich wants to go forward. Inside cave, first door, shadow position. Huge shadow advantage in that position. And even though he was there, they'll pull him back. So Bit's AWP, they're happier to leave that at long to hold cave. And if he's able to survive, that means he's going to have a great post-plant set up as well for the retake on A, should they even get that far, as Boomich and Simple, the second AWP in Simple's hands, will try and hold it off. But Nafni gets Boomich, Simple to respond with 1, goes out for more. This time he won't miss the edge of the smoke, and Hobbit goes down at Gandalf's door. As it's Bit to get Exile back, and Shiro and Inter's left alone, flashed off. Simple rotates back around toward the ramp as he's able to get out of dodge. Dodging any utility thrown to take away that remaining 22 HP. Watch down below in CT as well as Electronic continues to try and get closer and closer, and they will pinch in and hold out Gambit once again. Inter's rather. Does eventually dodge a bullet, but gets traded by Bit. And I mentioned it, if they weren't going to take long, that second op was in such a powerful position. It's a round for Navi, 9-2.
Yeah, Bit gets the fortune, that player lurking into the cave to try and take long, no nade, so that angle is just absolutely perfect. And that's a good switch up. They've already seen Simple over towards Catwalk. He's thinking the second op will be at the B bomb site where it's been for all of this half. So that's a good change for Navi to fool and confuse the Gambit attack. And they're back to their winning ways, 9-2. Gambit don't get to take a second round in a row. It's just been the previous round and the pistol. Perfecto's tagged on the cross, but not the biggest deal. Down to 31 HP. And this seems to be
Say it's not the biggest deal, but go ahead. I was just going to say, because he's been so good at B. Obviously, he's been taking those duels. They haven't gone there as much lately, but feel free to carry on, Jason.
I was going to build on that as well, because they've moved Bit out of the B bomb site. Again, he's towards long. So one AWP at long, one AWP at Catwalk. And Boomich has moved in. Bit baits the shot, so they think the defense isn't the player inside of the cave. But yeah, obviously feeling real comfortable at B, sending Perfecto and Electronic there.
And that's obviously the adaptation to the fact that they lost the only round that they have lost since Guns have really stabilized was on A. Bit back toward middle this time as they continue to try and rotate him around and find out exactly what Gambit are up to. All 5 Gambit players in mid currently. Inters will go through mid doors. Bit's double smoked, but he's forward of it. Flash won't even help Inters stay alive. He gets dropped immediately, and back toward Catwalk the remaining players shall go, with the exception of Exile, who wants to work out and try and take Boomich. Simple's got the first shot. Able to control from Cars so long is in their hands, and it is now, because Boomich has the kill, and this should be again straightforward as they are just getting locked on the Catwalk time and time again. Even if they get forward to the platform, Navi already has such great position as Bit takes out Shiro. Hobbits pretty much gonna die in the exact same spot that he did last round, as Bit will confirm it.
These rounds are so convincing as well that Navi is winning. Holy hell, 5 people survive again. This is disgusting. And part of it's the double up. The other part of it is just the fact that Navi is winning all the initial engagements. This has been phenomenal from them. They have so many things available to them. And Gambit aren't making any progress into these sites. Ooh, 10-2. Gambit may be outplaying themselves in the veto, picking Dust 2.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Like I said, they won this 16-13 just 2 days ago in the group stages. But picking it early, and Navi is on fire to start this game. 10-2.
I mean, all you need to know, Matt, about how dominant this has been is this is the 4th timeout by Gambit taken already in this game. We're only going into round 13. They've taken all 4 timeouts before the end of the first half. We've still got 3 rounds to play. They're shook. They're trying to find anything at this point.
Highest amount of kills, Hobbit with 6. Everyone else on the team has 4. Lowest in the servers, actually, interestingly enough, still Boomich on just 3.
They haven't really gone long at him.
Yeah.
He's usually outside of the. I mean, the only kills that have come at long is when Bit's been there with the AWP to pick up the lurker towards the end. Other than that, like, Boomich hasn't seen any action. They've gone mid to B a couple times and gotten dropped. They've gone Catwalk a few times and gotten destroyed. So, poor Boomich. Although, you know, this is one of those games where, yeah, you only have 3 kills, but you're having fun.
Oh, it's great. Gonna be loving life. Yeah, everyone else has double digits. Just to contextualize that further, Jason, like you say, Boomich is just the one that's not seeing the action. So Shiro this time waiting at long with the AWP to see if they continue to put that aggression, to see if they continue to peek through the A cave. That's just being an optimist, trying to shut down Navi's play and hoping that a kill walks your direction. But the rest of the team this time with a bit more of a stance in the B tunnels early on as we begin the battle with Electronic falling down, and look what it does. It's Bit this time that's on the A side of AWP, and as soon as they chase Electronic, that's what the op has been waiting for, and they get the kill. Navi's got a perfect setup for what Gambit's throwing at them up the catwalk. As Perfecto again in B, this time only able to get 1, will give up the site. Boomich the next in line, rotating him off A this time, so they've completely changed the setup and the positions for the CTs. And Boomich wants action, perhaps, as he wants to get flashed in. He is in. He spots one inside of the smoke, going toward the doors, but Hobbit is able to get an angle on him before he can finish the spray. And that, again, is going to secure more room inside of the site for Gambit as they double the smoke on the door as well and make things more awkward for Navi trying to get back in. And what's the call from Navi going to be? They can certainly afford to pursue. They've got money on everyone. And they're going to wait for a bit of utility to first dissipate from the defensive side of this bomb plant and then use theirs offensively to try and get back in. Simple, does he go for a crazy jump around the corner? You get a double op and an AK on this retake. Maybe just try and take guns down. Try to hold out the economy, but never mind that. Simple has walked through. Electronic at Shiro, and it's all on Hobbit. Back at the site. Same angle again, but Electronic's not going to let him re-peek it and control it. He'll get, and Navi fun.
They almost double up, but Electronic is a god. 17-4. The entrance from Simple is great onto the planter. It's Electronic who's holding down Shiro's peak. If Electronic doesn't get that kill, Shiro's able to play whack-a-mole with an AWP, and that is no fun. What an important kill on the entrance. Obviously, the completion as well. 11-2. This was Gambit's best chance in a long time, and it gets ripped out of their hands.
Ripped out of their hands. But aggressive this time. They try and force it back in, and look who's that long. It's Simple and Boomich to completely shut it down. Good read. Navi is everywhere. They're everywhere Gambit want to be. Although Hobbit's got ideas. Might get something started in this round, Jason.
Yeah, well, they're spread now on the defense. This is a chance here again. Ooh, and Perfecto gets caught. Flashbang better be great, but they're going to be able to turn from it. They see it coming. He wants that third player. He's got it. They wrap around him, turn it into a 2-on-2, and Boomich is low, so Simple has a lot of work to do. And he might go for a shot before Boomich even arrives. He might be willing to get a little bit frisky.
Well, the shoulder check at doors should confirm that both players are deep inside of the site still, because no one peeking from closet or the tunnels. They'll know that platform is very likely, so a flash in. Boomich only with that 13 HP. Needs to hit a wonder shot on the M4. The Simple does it for him. Now they can try and pinch it out as Inters this time has to clutch from the back of the site, and it's on to Boomich. He's got one kill in this round, but Inters has two, and two will do to give Navi, or excuse me, rather Gambit their third round.
Yeah, that's tough for Boomich. Low HP. Once Simple goes down, he's got a real tough task. That's a very difficult clutch to win with the M4 as well. Nicely done from Gambit, finally getting a third onto the board. That's crazy, but good job getting that defense to spread thin, finding that B bomb site where Perfecto's the only remaining defender. Still, it's nothing to be too happy about, and Navi's right back into a double off setup.
Ooh, Bit. Missed shot, nearly cost him his life. Nafny down to 37 on the exchange, but Bit sits with 8. He's an 8-bit player, Jason.
Well, get this. Gambit's only won 3 opening battles. They've only won 3 opening duels, and they have 3 rounds on the board. Outside of that, it's been all Navi to get those first kills. These ops have been doing such great work. And for a team like Gambit that's so good at it, I mean, you kind of make sense. They're so good at finding gaps in defenses and being aggressive in places you don't expect. But you need to create those gaps by finding some opening kills once in a while and forcing some rotations, and they're not doing it. And having difficulty having success off the back of it. Perfecto, again, the sole B player for the moment, just like last round. But Simple and Electronic have a lean towards mid.
Perfecto, defensive incendiary, knowing that the Electronic play is behind him and in position to cover off tunnels. He just wants to delay the take, and Electronic with the kill is executed that setup perfectly. Simple was even there to support, and he's on back around. He's going to find more as he gets Nafny down. It's Boomich to close out the round, the half. And get a few more kills on the board for him, but 18 to lead the way for Electronic. And how good was Perfecto at the start of the half?
How good were the Perfecto and Bit really set the tone for this match. Those early defenses of the mid to B splits was some god tier stuff out of those two guys. Well done. And even that last round couldn't have gone more perfect. Just Perfecto dropping a Molotov, ruining the entire strategy. But these ops, man, Simple and Bit with the AWPs, that was beautiful. Opening kill after opening kill. And yeah, you got to be happy if you're Simple. 12-3 half. And we'll see what Gambit can do now switching over to the defensive side if they've got any life in this Dust 2 map.
Electronic with the backwards bunny hop, trying to avoid flashes and still make a play. He's just a buffoon. As Nafi waits for his presence on Catwalk, he won't go all the way around the corner, but just wanted to make sure that there's going to be no pistol boost from the CTs. Not uncommon that we do see that strategy. Enters, aware that middle might be a problem, backs away inside of B to fortify the site, and hopefully Shiro would have been able to get an angle and push out from CT, but a smoke down in his face. Enters is gone. The site is open. And Shiro finally gets one more kill on the board to make it a 3-on-3 as he spammed at the door. I mistakenly thought he actually got a kill there on the kill feed, but Nafi now waits at the window. Bomb to be planted, and he'll go straight in. Oh my goodness. Bit had to be so careful on that. Simple was planting. Got him instead. Electronic was slow to react, but in the end, all the kills go the way of Navi, and they'll survive the pistol with a 13-3 scoreline. They're looking pretty good on Dust 2.
Yeah, Electronics thinking Bit was gonna be able to handle the window with no problems, but I don't think Bit expected that retake to come in so quick. I think he at least expected the bomb to get planted. So one almost slips by him. Almost slips past the goalie to bring it into hockey terms for you, Matthew. 13-3.
Nice, nice.
Guess
Bit
that
of a
could
sieve,
be
is he?
soccer as well.
Well, not if you're Switzerland against Mbappe.
Ooh.
Bit gets two in a spray down. Enters and Hobbit are gone, and Exile finally gets one back with his deagle, but then Perfecto and Simple and Perfecto alone to get Nafi, although one more was in that. Shiro quick on the case will take down Simple. This is getting costly. It's still a 1-on-2. Bomb's down, and it's thankfully inside of the cave and not spotted by Shiro, but he has an indication, an inclination rather, that there is a player still toward the dumpster, and Perfecto now engages in the action, but just wants to buy some time because the flank is coming in, and Electronic does get the kill, but it goes to a 1-on-1, albeit briefly.
That's calm and collected during that long take, though, from Navi. That was really nice. I mean, even just getting out and being more than happy to continue to take those fights. Nobody's panicking. Still just calling out for the supportive utility to keep streaming flashbangs over in succession and peek with them afterwards. So Gambit, they got real aggressive at that corner. They wanted to take that fight, and I think that's what we're going to see out of them for the rest of this half, is it's got to just be, let's just win the fights that are in front of us when we have them available, and they're going to buy again into this round. It's such a deficit, you can't blame them. Deagles and Famas. Electronic wants that kill, and Nafi's lucky to get away. Electronic realizes he's almost in danger from Catwalk and backs into safety.
Backs into safety indeed. Electronic wants to go toward the catwalk, but unaware that Shiro has an off angle, and without an AWP, he's happy to use the FAMAS. And happy to give Gambit a lead. But this far down 14-3. It would only just be consolation. Still at an overtime point. I've seen bigger comebacks. We all have. Anyone watching certainly has. As Hobbit will take out Boomich. It's on to Bit and Perfecto with the smoke down. Bit's able to at least transfer up, catch out Hobbit. They boost on elevator. Perfecto's got that. And now he's got Nafi. Bit's going to close the round. Navi shut them down immediately, despite that it looked almost doomed.
Again, just patience from Navi, even in a desperate scenario, 2-on-4 at the railing. But if you try and force yourself into the bomb site too early, you're certainly going to lose that round. And they're just waiting and ready for every fight that's being thrown at them. The boost up gets exposed. Low HP on Nafi from earlier on in the round. And 15-3. Navi, 12 chances to close out this map.
That's stupendous. That's foolish. That's anything you want to put on it. Now it's going to be a rush toward Hobbit, who catches out one, line up for two, switches over, can't do it. Bit gets his vision back and comes through the smoke to emerge victorious inside of the B site. Bomb will arrive there now, and look at the rotation. The cavalry is in position. As Simple, I don't know if he actually did spot Shiro late, but knows that they've crossed over and will start to get in toward tunnels instead for the post plant on the AWP. And good thing he's got there when he did, because suddenly it's a 1-on-4. Gambit trying to make amends with losing the last round will win out this one, when again it was their turn not to, according to the economy. And Simple, AWP backs off. We'll go 15-4.
Yeah. Good kills from Exile and Hobbit. They're going to need a lot more of this, though. Navi gonna get forced back for the moment, and no sweat. They still have, what, 11 chances. They've got quite the lead, so drop some guns over. And another buy coming in for Navi, another chance for them to close this out. Still no ADP for the CT side. As you said, they've been fighting with scraps. And again, they have 2 FAMAS on board, which can't feel good. But at least with the Tech 9 and Deagle, that kind of evens things up.
Shiro gonna wait it out this time with the M4 at middle, so we still haven't seen him go on to his AWP. This round, maybe you could argue it would have been worth it to go against Simple, but they haven't had the economy built up yet. Molotov on the stairs. Thought the sponsor in Hobbit's name said Ligma, but it says Liga, just like all of them. So chat, calm down. As it is going to be a kill in favor of Hobbit as he sneaks out and actually gets away with 2 of them, but won't be able to retreat. Simple gets him instead, but that just cues Shiro into the equation, and Shiro plus Simple equals death for Navi, as Nafany puts it down to just Perfecto remaining with the Deagle.
Yeah, that boost might have been a bit early. I believe they're going to try and run boost to take control of Catwalk, and maybe just setting it up the wrong timing as the smoke faded, which gave Hobbit a nice, easy double kill. Perfecto looking for any damage he can do at the end, but the off's going to get in position. Ooh, a missed shot from Shiro. Nafany will finish it off instead. So, Gambit, not only do they get up to 5, but Navi's certainly going to have to play conservative and take a step back with the money situation the way it is. And a round against pistols for Gambit, which I don't think they've had that benefit a whole lot today. Actually at all, outside of the actual pistol rounds.
Yeah. They've just been nonstop, relentless aggression and success in the first half.
Yeah, they've been rich since like round 4.
I'm rich. Nafany's going to try and add to that. Had the bank account with the MP9. Bit will make that possible, but Perfecto will remove him immediately after. And Perfecto switches to the Tech 9 from the P250 and hasn't elected to run forward and get the MP9. Instead, Electronic will pick that up in middle as he works down in that direction. And he picks up the Incendiary. I don't know if you caught that. That was just sitting on the floor as well. So, nice nade to go along with the 2 smokes that they have. Shiro spotting with the AWP and tags up Electronic. So the man with the MP9 is now slightly undone. Good shot that time. Electronic walks right into it. Shiro hears them all coming and turns around. He'll make no mistake on the second either. Bye-bye, Boomich. It's Perfecto and Simple. And Gambit at least going to get up to a 6th round in this game. Whether or not they go beyond that will yet to be determined, as money will start to come back the way of Navi. This time by, as Hobbit will close out on Perfecto. Simple wants to just hit something special with the Deagle. Not going to go that far either.
I feel like at this point, with the lead that Navi had at one point, what, like 15-3 when they got there to map point, like you can fall ass backwards into a map win if you're Navi. Like at some point during the next 9 rounds, right? You'd expect them, even if it's just the most bogus luck you've ever seen in your life. Something's going to happen at least once to give them a shot at it. For Gambit, I'm just looking for people like Shiro to show like they're coming online towards the end. Exile as well. Hobbit's obviously been playing a great game. He's got 18 kills, but with this much of a lead, you're just saying, all right, Gambit, show us that you're going to be awake for map number 2. Show us that you're playing yourself into shape at such a desperate situation. And this B rush, it looked like it was real possible at delivering a knockout punch. No defenders inside the bomb site, but they get 3 kills from outside of the site. There goes Shiro. Simple's got 2, and he's left in a 1 versus 3, but he's got an ace as well.
He's got to try an ace with an AWP that he's picked up from Shiro, but flames at his feet will force him off. And bomb down in B. That's a tough ask. Running as well on catwalk. He will. Yeah, okay, all right. He's just baiting it out. He knows what they're doing, as they'll be in CT and certainly hearing his positioning. Interesting position from Exile to back all the way off so that he can cover both catwalk and middle, but knowing that the bomb is down in B. Simple now will work his way around to tunnels, taking the opposite side of the map for his approach, and it's being stared at. Hobbit's got his angle covered off. Simple's got the shot. Hang on, because now there's a rotation that has to go all the way around. 38 seconds. All he really needs, and Simple won't know this, is one kill, and he's expecting them to be much closer than that, so he may not go for it in the end, but he could have easily had a chance at it. If he hit enters, gets that bomb, Jason. All right, there's no crowd, well, Simple. Stop baiting.
Even if the Molly had forced someone out, if someone had cheekily just been in that corner as well. Now, he's saving the op and he's got armor. He'll be able to pick up some utility. It's $2,900 round loss bonus for Navi. So I don't know how good of a buy it's going to be around this. Electronic and Bit are going to be just fine with rifles. So we might see, again, Perfecto and Boomich have to play around with Tech 9s or SMGs or upgraded Deagles. Other than that, the real strength there, the real power is Simple. Electronics got 23 kills. Bit's got 22. Simple has 20 and Perfecto 18. And 15 to 7. Navi still with 8 chances to close out this map.
Perfecto, long, Nafi blinded. Didn't even matter that that flash came up over the wall. He had the angle. And he gets Perfecto's number. Simple. Back toward the top side of middle with the AWP is looking to try and level this out by getting a kill. Gambit, you're right. Show that you're waking up. Show that you're ready for map number 2. Well, they're starting to do that now as they string successive rounds together for the first time all game. 4 of them, in fact. Shiro's got this position to cover. Double peek. No one hits. Falls off. Didn't even lag any of them. But Nafany's second op on the site. One op to bait in the other. I don't think I'd expect it.
Here we go. Full set piece. Molotov smokes, nades. Shiro blinded off the angle, but yeah, the 2 ops, you're really running the gauntlet this time around, and Shiro's not going to miss that. Nafany adds another, and it is a turkey shoot. Simple, waiting for a repeat. It's not happening. Bit going to get naded, and they've already wrapped wide upon him. He's never going to get that plant, and Simple's not going to get anything.
Well, he'll make you eat your words a little bit, Jason.
Yeah.
He gets
We'll
one, but the
it.
round gone. Yeah, okay, all right. We'll give it to him. Referee, give 1 point to Simple. But now 5 in a row for Gambit. Perhaps if they started on the CT side, we'd have a different storyline in this game. But again, it's their map choice. Inferno. Map number 2 this time. Shiro looking toward the top side of middle. Boomich was there but didn't reveal himself as he just put a flashbang down toward the Xbox instead. Oh, Shiro's got Boomich down.
These ops for both sides have been so good. At least just picking one player off. To the B-bomb site we go, but it's a very powerful defense. Open window, blinded, enters, goes down. Shiro gonna go for the repeat. That might have been the only chance he's got. He's gonna go back, and Perfecto puts him down. That is the all-important kill, and it opens up this flank from Electronic. He can go for the big flank, dropping down, or come back towards mid. Either way, Gambit's got a desperate 3v4 retake.
Nade into the closet. Bit will cop the brunt of that damage as he was sitting there and unable to go anywhere else. Navi trying to win out this game. They're going to do it finally by getting the bomb down in B. It took them 5 rounds in a row of trying to do so, but Jason, they get there, and we have map 1 done already.
Yeah, they had all day. Listen, I don't care about the little run at the end from Gambit. That is an incredibly dominant victory from Navi. I love what we just saw to the Navi side of things. That was a confident half. That was great showing from Bit and Perfecto over at that B-bomb site early on in the first half. And Jesus, I mean, you give yourself a 15-3 lead, 12 map points. There's no chance of comebacks.
Yeah, that's going to actually potentially ruffle Gambit. As you said, 5 timeouts used in the first half alone. They've won the last 3 engagements between these two, so yeah, definitely Gambit was not expecting this coming into it, and we'll send it back over to the desk to see what they thought about this map pick and performance from Gambit.
Well, I know for sure we've not seen a beatdown on Gambit like that in quite some time. They always have these close games. They always fight to the very end, but after that first half, 12-3, right? CT side again for Navi. We know we don't talk so positive about their T side, but they locked it down. And maybe this is the benefit, right? When you don't pick it, you obviously can start on the CT side, Duncan, and you can have this kind of success because this looked like a different Navi.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not their map pick, they were basically playing with house money, right? If they lose the map, who cares? Not their map pick. If they win it, though, which obviously it's a map that they basically choose most times, it implies that like now the entire series takes on a different complexion. I think in that series map as well, the score doesn't even tell the actual story of the game, because when you see like, oh, Gambit still gets like 8 rounds, you know, it must have been like close, like no, it could have been 15-3 legit. Yeah. So to me, it's like this was a very, very like if there's one thing I wouldn't have predicted of all the possible outcomes, it's the idea that Navi actually smashes Dust 2. Like obviously famously they play close and tend to lose a bunch of the Dust 2. So they smashed it all from the CT side. It's supposed to be a T-sided map. The economy's supposed to be against CTs. But the point is, they never ever had to fear the economy. They were always just loaded with money. They were, in fact, that's the craziest thing on the Gambit side. Both Navi and Gambit played in a way I don't think I've ever seen them play in the last 6 months. For Navi, every single player except Boomich, arguably, was just on form across the game. Like they had literally all of the big 3. You had Simple, Electronic, and Bit going off. Perfecto doing a great job. Then on the Gambit side of the equation, where are the trade frags? They couldn't even get in bomb sites. They couldn't get bombs planted. They were just literally getting brutalized, and they were in 2v5s and 3v5s halfway through each round, it felt like, on T side.
It was one crazy series that we don't often get to see here from the likes of Gambit being able to be manhandled like this. But it is Navi, one of the few teams that can challenge them at the moment in the world. And the thing I'll look at here is the battle of the AWPs that was going on just constantly in Vendetta, right? You know what Simple can do, but even Bit decides to pick it up and have a go as well.
Yeah, and I think that was actually one of the more deciding factors. The fact that Bit got on so early. Again, Moses has pegged him as the second half player, but this time around, I don't know, maybe you think he had a late start or something and they got around to it. Maybe just so used to starting on the T side that he figured they were in the second half already, because he was basically like the one setting the tone together with Electronic to start us off. And like obviously Simple is going to do his part and make sure that Navi get across the line when they get off to a start like that. But he didn't really have to do a whole lot for that CT half. That a lot of it came down to just Electronic Bit dominating from start to finish, and that's a fantastic situation to be in. And I don't think Simple is going to be mad about the fact that, you know, somebody else is actually helping out for a change. So
no,
fantastic
nice to take
for
a little bit of a backseat on it, right? You know, he goes, oh, don't have to do all the work, don't have to rely on this, and maybe he can trust in some of his teammates with this one. And we spoke about it, right? Needing to be the team performance from Navi that we don't often see get on a few series here and there. Probably the last time was last global finals, you'd say, where they constantly were all out there working together. And okay, maybe Boomers didn't do so well, but it wasn't necessary when you get a scoreline like this, and that on its own is going to be impressive. For Gambit now, they're probably sat thinking maybe, what on earth just happened, and why did we get off to such a slow start? Like, I can't put my finger on how the rest of them just seemed lost at times, Duncan.
I mean, I do think that just the raw individual performance from Navi was like nothing we've seen before. Like, normally on Navi, the whole problem is there a second player to support Simple with a big performance? This time they had an absolute embarrassment of number of players. Like, everyone was just fragging out. Even Boomich, who didn't get many kills, he had like a key AWP kill at one point in a round that just basically shut Gambit down yet again. So to me, I think the interesting part is, this is why I hated that narrative in kind of Eat Surf. Like, Shiro's the new Simple. It's nothing like Simple. Here's the thing. Simple can be be in a game where he's had a bad game, it's not the right map, he's losing the game, and he will always try to break the game to win it. He will just do whatever it takes individually, might make it a crazy shot, put himself in a terrible situation. Shiro, if the opportunities don't present themselves, is just happy to just have an okay game. Like, he doesn't try to sort of step outside of things. So I think even though he's certainly a very good player, his numbers, they're not a mistake. There's a difference in style and what you can sort of impact in the server for my money. That's why, for me, I actually think the best player on the team is probably Axile.
Interesting. And yeah, I can get with that because, like, you look at it, there's a whole system which Shiro's in there, right, where it's obviously a lot looser style coming out from Navi. We're going to take a look at some of the stats, right, that came through from out this game. And only Hobbit was able to pull himself back into. Obviously, a few of the Gambit players tried their best towards the end of that mini comeback, I guess you could call it. But all it was just adding a few rounds because it never really felt like the game was winnable here for Gambit then.
Yeah, no, this was just black and yellow from start to finish. Like, one of the 3 rounds that Gambit pick up is the pistol round, and from that point on, they're not really even close. There's not a whole lot of intense rounds. Like, there's 1v2 for Axile where he might have a shot, and like when you're grasping at straws to find competitive rounds that badly, then it just kind of speaks for itself how well Navi did. One thing that worries me is that, okay, so we got Navi doing this on their opponent's map pick. Are they going to be able to continue it going into Inferno? Like, I want to see this Navi throughout a series. I wouldn't mind Gambit getting absolutely stomped if it's due to the fact that Navi are playing the way they are right now, because that's what we want them to. That's what we have hopes of them doing, because we know they possess the skill and we know they can put it together every now and again, but we just want to see it happen consistently.
Now, not only throughout this game, right, but just in general throughout this tournament, Electronic coming into it was looking like a player that at times was slowing down, was certainly not the man he used to be within the server. But this tournament alone, he started to impress. I feel like we can be positive about him again here.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it even when he picked up an AK on the CT side. Like, this guy's AK aim, when it is on, is absolutely one of the best in the entire world. Like, it's just straight to the head, crisp 2 bullets. Like, he's got basically the technique perfected. So this was the kind of game you want to see from Electronic, because that was always the real question. Is Gambit players against Navi so tight anyway? There's nearly always 3 maps. So what happens if you actually get all the stars turn up at once? And even though I will say on the Gambit side, they didn't really get their stars turn up, we sort of saw on the Navi side what they're capable of. It's one of the reasons why they're such a frustrating team to follow.
Yeah, and it's such a frustrating team to try and understand at times. Like, why can't we get this level of them over and over again? And it is Hobbit at times when Gambit do have these struggles for matches that almost like he kind of sits there as the most consistent player within the team, as like he'll always be there and rock steady. But even that wasn't enough. And obviously, looking at the whole system within Gambit, do you think there's just now maybe a bit of a mental game coming into this as well, Vendetta, between these guys, because it is so close every single time?
I mean, I definitely think that could play a part. I think for this particular instance, I think it's just a matter of getting outgunned more than anything else. If Navi can do this for for another map, then obviously it's going to be more of a question going into a potential best of 5 series in the finals if Gambit were to then beat Spirit to make it back there. But yeah, I guess the only thing you can take away from this, if you're Gambit, is the fact that, well, this doesn't happen very often, so we should be able to bounce back. And I do think it's a positive sign, at least for them, that Hobbit is fragging, because in many ways he is the X factor that kind of makes this team go in a lot of ways, because he is the one who will be brazen together with Nafani in terms of what kind of openings he goes for and the kind of opportunities he tries to create for himself. And I think a Gambit team without him doing that becomes, at times a little bit predictable. So if he can continue having a good performance and he can get everybody else on board, then we should have a competitive map too. But there's definitely some issues to worry about in terms of adaptation, as we saw there throughout the first half. And also to a certain extent in the second half as well. That might be down to the fact that they're not allowed to have their coaches, talking to them during the games.
Yeah, that is obviously a big factor when it comes into the major, the no coaches being in there. But I also think that there's one thing there with Gambit. If you look at any events going in the past, even when they're losing, even if they're trying to fight back from behind, you don't often see them get frustrated or anything like that. They never seem like a team that gets tilted by anything. And I wouldn't say that would be the case for them now either, but it's just like, at some point within this team, right, they obviously are going to have to take a loss and maybe lose a tournament that we're expected to win. And I wonder how that's going to affect these guys, because right now, I feel like if that Navi shows up again on Inferno, I don't think Gambit are going to stand a chance here, Duncan.
I mean, that's a massive if, though, in terms of if that Navi turns up. I also don't expect the same Gambit to turn up. That's the other thing. Like, I've never seen them have a game like that where they just couldn't even sort of find their way into the match until it was far, far too late. So what I look at instead is, as I said in the map veto, it's not really like either of these teams have anywhere to go. It's pretty obvious what the maps are, unless someone wants to pull a completely crazy ancient pick, and nobody did. So when they go into Inferno now, if you're a Gambit fan, absolutely no reason to be worried at this point in time. Navi love losing their map pick. Secondly, Inferno is a map that over the last 3 months, Gambit is 11 wins, 2 losses. They've beaten Navi on it, they've beaten Heroic on it, they've beaten G2 on it. They're a really good team, even on this map. They have a very deep map pool. You just don't often have to see it because they can just smash everyone on. Vertigo Mirage does too. So I would still say, if you're a Gambit fan, if you're someone hoping for a great 3-map series, very good chance we still get there. As you say, James, probably the best team in the world at resetting mentally, not carrying over, you know, like whatever the psychological wound of map 1 was. And again, against Navi, you always kind of know it's going to be a 3-map war. So I think both teams are buckled in.
It's one we deserve to be 3 maps as well, right? Even if the Dust 2 was a bit more one-sided, the series between these guys have always delivered. But for Gambit, right? Okay, the ET1's a bit of a weird one, but the rest of the results on here, obviously against the CIS teams, and obviously the one against Navi in here, it stands to still bode very well here. And just, again, the win rates are so ridiculous for Gambit, no matter what map we look at here, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think they were like trying to do like a Tyloo cover and strictly playing in the Asian region or something with these win rates, but no, they've just been that good. And you know, it's well deserved. It's a lot of hard work that's gone into it. But you know, if there is a team to kind of put a knock on that win percentage, Navi could be the one to do it. I would honestly, I would love to see Navi actually have 2 solid maps in a row, because it feels like it's been a while.
And the thing we're in at the moment, right? We've got, obviously, when you look at this win streak that Gambit's been on, just in series, they've won the last 14 series they played. The most recent loss was just the Vitality, but it was in group stages, so it wasn't the end of the world for their run, and let's be honest, it's just Vitality. Then before that, it was Navi over 6 weeks ago, and Navi managed to 2-0 them, but it was Dust 2 and Train being played in that one, right? So we've gone on to very different styles on how it all gets played out. And the one thing I'll say about Gambit here, Duncan, I don't know if you agree with me, but I always feel like they can make comebacks even when you don't think it's going to be possible. Like, okay, that point on Dust 2 was very difficult to come from, but we've seen them come back from so many deficit games and just pull it out the bag, even in overtimes.
Yeah, but that's also because, like, let's be real, almost every game, they're the team where they're the opposite to Navi. You know the stars turn up for Gambit. It's pretty much almost guaranteed. I mean, what's mad is they were already the best team when it was just Axile and Shiro. Now that Hobbit does it fairly consistently, that's why they are just OP to me. It's like you have to, first of all, handle them tactically. You have to find a way into their map pool if you can. By the way, CIS teams at least ban Vertigo. And then beyond that, they might still up-frag you anyway. So, of all the teams in the world to like, not hit the panic button, I don't worry yet about this particular game. I even think of all the game maps to just get beaten quickly on. Dust 2 is probably one of the most ideal ones. You put it out of your mind, you go to Inferno, it's not a map anyone's smashing people 16-3 on that, I'll tell you that right now. So you've got plenty of time to still ease into this series.
It was a bit of a faster Dust 2, not only in terms of scoreline, but also the pacing of this game that we saw there, which was a surprise vendetta, right? We're used to this slow, wait it all out. Maybe lessons have been learned.
Well, that could be the case. But yeah, it really felt like we kind of blinked and already it was 7-1. Or something of that nature. So definitely a bit of a tempo change from what we saw from both Gambit and Navi in the previous matchups, but also just what we've seen throughout this RMR so far. But maybe that's kind of a go-to idea from Navi, the fact that they just want to, you know, have a bit of a tempo, actually be aggressive and try to put it to Gambit and see if they can make them uncomfortable.
The thing is, though, when it comes to Inferno, it's not really a map that you can get away with that, right? We do see even the teams that don't play so slow, that it comes into this mix. You're waiting for the mollies to end, the smoke's going down, you're being held off at all angles here. So this, even if it may be Navi's pick and they may think they've got a solution to this plays perfectly into everything Gambit loves to do, right, Duncan?
I even think as well, like, if you look at how effective Gambit is with their riflers, like, this is a dream map to play, actually. And it's a shame they don't get to play it more often, actually. I think this is another map that they could keep that win rate and scale up, I tell you right now. It's one of the maps I even see, again, the contrast, like, they are like Astralis in that regard. Like they have the whole package on both sides. So I actually think it's the Navi side where, again, I was a bit questionable that this is their pick, except for the surprise factor maybe. Because I also think to myself, you think of an AWP like Simple, it's not that great an AWP map. Like, listen, he is a mega no-scope play, which is what you have to do on this one, but it's not really the best map to have an AWP in the hand at all times. So maybe we see a little bit more rifle out of him this time.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to look at, right? Because especially on T side, we're likely not going to see him try and get it done so many times, and CT, you're very limited on how we played out. I don't know how much we're going to expect Navi have changed going into this Inferno, right? From the last time they played when it was the Decide event. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah, and again, it's a fairly fleshed out map in that sense. So it's more about micro adjustments, that kind of thing. And again, obviously being on point with communication and so on. We know that can be a thing that gets a little bit hectic on the side of Navi. So yeah, just keeping track of those small focus points, and that should go a long way. Again, now obviously we saw such a dominant CT side from Navi that we didn't really get the idea or get an idea of whether or not their T side is much improved on Dust 2, but we might get a better idea of it here on Inferno, I'd imagine, and if they still have those continued woes with not being able to kind of get their strategical part of the T side quite flowing.
Well, it could be on the cards for Navi to get a 2-0 here, but we know what Gambit can deliver, and these two teams winning each other's map picks wouldn't be a surprise at all going into it. Either of you want to swap your predictions? Come join me on the Navi camp, or are you going to stay where you are, Duncan?
The problem is, like, listen, I'd love to believe Navi will win. It's just that, like, it'd be a pure balls call, wouldn't it? Like, I have to say, like, the brain still says that Gambit brings us back to 3 maps.
Ben, you staying the same?
Yeah, no, I feel it'd be unfair to kind of hop off the boat right now. It's too late for that.
No flip-flopping. I'm disappointed, you know. I think Moses went with me. I think he was crazy enough because he said he went for all the upset ones for today, you know. That's how these prediction ones can go sometimes.
I mean, he flip-flops all the time, you know. At one point in time, he was bloody American. The next thing you know, he's in Europe all the time. Then he's an analyst. Then he's a bloody caster taking Semler's job. Then he's, you know, then he pretended to be a coach at one point in time. And, you know, now he's back, I don't know, bloody working with Sanicus. So what do you know? He's all over the place. Where is he? Where's his career at?
Multi-talented. Can do a bit of everything.
Love him, by the way. Love him.
you have to throw it.
Glad to have him back. Yeah.
It's always good to hear and see Moses back, you know. Gonna get him at ESL events again, so he's gonna be an analyst at the same time. There you go, Foreign. Not one you would have got anyway.
I know.
You weren't gonna get that one though, were you?
I know I wasn't on that one, so that ship's somewhat sailed.
Quite far, you know. Technically, maybe he's just taking it from Vanilla. We could ask him directly. Moses, how is it all going? Sedicus, you get to enjoy the ride with this as we go into the second map of Inferno Navi's pick to see if they can get it done.
I love stealing Duncan's job. I just wish he'd have more so I could do it more often. It's hard out here.
I was wondering where you were going to go with that. Just saw, by the way, in the virtual crowd, my friend Bebop in the front row. So that's kind of cool.
What's
We
up,
can see their
Bebop?
Discord avatars. Yeah, exactly, right? I actually can recognize someone in that digital crowd. That's cool. But yeah, nice to have Thorn back. Always good to see some banter. Love that he's still going hard on you, Jason. Never gets old. As Hobbit taking down Bit won't get old either, because that's the opening kill for Gambit, as they'll at least bring this back to a 4-on-4. Bit being gone, Exile as well.
Yeah, they can pause it here. They can slow things down, Navi. Very passive. Inters all the way back in pit. Gambit is a heavy lean towards the B bomb site. I mean, they're sticking to it. They've just bought into this straight up. I believe Shiro's even boosted on the flower pot, so pretty dedicated to that side of the map. And Navi's doing everything they can. That pop flash is just thrown in banana. A little sound cue to make them think that they're starting to clear the half wall to keep them frozen at B as long as possible.
Shot coming back in, enters, only gets one. Electronics able to bust out from the apartment and get him in return, and they'll swarm in, take the USP, and now try and hold out the pit position. Bomb to be planted as well, as Simple just watches to make sure no one's going to wrap back around at brackets. Simple waiting as well to see if anyone's going to go that way, as Shiro looks to try and wrap around, and Electronic getting the kill on Nafny will make this retake less and less likely. So despite that they got that kill early on Banana, this round's gone. And even though it's a 2-on-3, not the worst situation, Jason, they don't have kits and they've got some armor, so they'll want to save that into the next round. They're going to back off and just see if they can't do something better in round number 2.
Yeah, upgrade to head armor for ultra cheap, right? And then get those deagles. Maybe even some SMGs, see what you can do with those. But that extra head armor might come into play in the next round, because remember, there's likely to be some Galils, likely to be some SMGs for the Navi side as well. So that head armor can go a long way. And yeah, they were pretty much entirely locked out of this bomb site on the retake with that shot from Electronic, who's done it very well for himself in the pistol rounds that we've seen Navi play in the series so far. 3 MAC-10s.
Well, the MAC-10s can certainly be punishing and a daunting task to go against, but the AKs certainly will also be able to cover off a lot of the angles on entry. I know it's very map dependent and a lot of the calls for weapons. We know Dust 2 has so many long angles. The SMGs aren't as prominent. Certainly not on a CT side early on, but there you go. I was going to say Inferno still has a decent amount of those long angles where rifles are deadly even in this situations, and you certainly would still want to have them against Eagles, as Simple gets an excellent shot with the AK to start it off. MAC-10, there you go. Distance doesn't even matter this time, apparently. Boomich sprays down 2, and they can't get anything in response. They will throw a few nades out as Perfecto falls to 13 HP. Simple gets his second. The penetration power of the AK, and not a single gun lost, and 1-2 make it 3 kills on MAC-10s that I could see. So that's a decent amount of money gained by those players as well. And those players, of course, being Boomich and Perfecto.
Yeah, that's quite nice. Boomich with the opening double kill as well as they turn the corner. That's huge. And now you can just send those MAC-10s into the fray and get them to farm up. All USPs unarmored, a couple flashbangs picked up by Nathany, so look for them to set up a stack at a choke point for the pop flashes, probably towards the half wall of Banana. As Nathany heads towards Coffins, and they want to be able to crunch on the initial Banana take soon, when this Molotov subsides, you imagine.
Shiro holding in tight to the wall so as not to be spotted as his teammates brutally get murdered behind him. Boomich on 4.
Hell.
Can we get a Boomich ace? Look at the money he has already. That's just foolish. Nathany's just like, all right, guys, I'm just going to sit here in the corner, play hide and go seek. They're letting Boomich go for it, too. Boomich ace, turn around, Boomich. There it is. He's got all 5.
Nice. Well, now the question for Navi is, what do you do with 3 MAC-10s? You're, you know, victim of your own success here heading into the first gun round. It's going to be an AWP at M4 against 3 MAC-10s. Yeah, maybe not rush, but this is where, I don't know, maybe it's too telegraphed at this level too, where Gambit's going to say, yeah, that we know they have multiple MAC-10s still because we haven't gotten any kills. I think you have to be really conscious about the timing on a Halls pop, really conscious about the timing on a B hit as well.
I mean, you're right. The way of putting it is you are a victim of your own success, but look at Boomich's cash, right? He buys utility, he still has 9850. I mean, they can sacrifice 1 round. Formerly, that would have been the full reset. 2 years ago, I guess maybe more than that now, almost 3. Time flies during this online era. But yeah, you would have said, yeah, go for it. This is what we would call the bonus round almost.
It's a good problem to have. We'll put it that way.
I agree. That's a good way. Good way to look at it. Got 99 problems, and this one's a good one. Got 99 problems, and Boomich ain't one. Because he got the ace. There you go.
That even flows.
It's all coming back to me now, Jason.
Yeah, like riding a bike.
You keep saying that to me.
I know.
Start to take it personally.
I don't have a second platitude. Inters gonna just sit on Rap side, and Shiro is bringing his AWP to CT spawn to the B bomb site, but he's gonna realize very soon that that's the wrong idea. Exile forced into the cover, blinded just a little bit. Another flashbang comes out. Inters, whoa, not even a kill inside the site. Exile's got 1, but he can't get more, and Shiro's still locked out from the early rotation. This might be another save from Gambit.
Might have to be already. Navi looking to go up 4-0. And that good problem continues at this point in time. Boomich, in fact, better still. You keep the MAC-10. You get inside the site. You can upgrade for free. Yeah, M4 CT side, or excuse me, T side. Not as great as an AK, obviously, but it's a rifle. It'll do the job, and it'll do the job against very limited weapons. Although there will still be an AWP and 2 M4s for the CTs to work with, and they're going to have to find a way to get Shiro activated. That AWP is going to need a pick very early. They cannot go a man down. I'm going to call it right now, Jason. They need the opener.
Okay. All right. So you're saying the opening kill next round wins. That's what I'm hearing out of your voice.
That's basically what I'm saying. And I sit here knowing that as a commentator, I'm likely going to be wrong.
Hey, it happens. Not to me, but to other people it does.
Yeah, of course.
I'll tell you what's scary is seeing a Navi with all these smiles on their faces so early on. And a Navi who's taken the Mac 10 kills that Boomich got and upgraded into a free M4 on Bit and on Boomich. So 2 of those Mac 10s transferred into rifles for free.
I love the way you said free, and I was trying to think of why or what I could say to it, but yeah, cool. Jason O'Toole, everyone.
Yeah. Welcome to inside my head.
I think I want to go home already.
All right,
Norm
Hobbit
just
heals a
due for
little bit of
Hobbit.
information. Yep.
Yeah, just that audible cues, right, as they're making a little bit of noise at the top of Banana with the bomb, so it's something to work with. MP9 for Exile. Again, we said first kill, Jason. We'll see if that proves to be true, as Hobbit's going to relocate himself inside of that B site with the Molotov now down as well at the top of Banana to buy himself some time. But Bomb is also heading down. In fact, all 3 players that were there are heading down toward the apartment position.
Navi might be finding an excellent timing again. Gambit was holding onto this stack, but you can see Inters on the minimap just rotating away. He was a 3rd player over towards Cubby on the other side of mid. Here comes the brackets take. Flashbangs, utility. Nafany traded off. Shiro still alive with the AWP. It's a leg shot. He's going to back off into the flames. It forces him back forward into the hands of Simple, who helps to get a double kill. And there's his second. And Navi have access to the A-bomb site.
Absolutely, they do. And they'll take it. Hobbit's going to rotate around and get toward the arches, try and make something of this, as he has a 1-on-3 situation to go against. Going to sneak it out toward the top mid-side wall. Nothing happening as of that point yet, and no one to be found. So this round looking increasingly like it's out of his control. Perfecto gets the kill in response. And just like that, the round again to Navi, 5-0. Another emphatic start by the Ukrainian team. And I stand corrected, Jason, as I said, because the first kill was actually by the CTs.
I'll throw you a lifeline there, though. You expected it to be like a pick, right? You didn't expect it to be like the
Yeah,
first kill.
exactly.
And,
It wasn't a trade.
Yeah, we got you.
All right, thank you.
5-0. Navi came in today looking hot. No questions about what Navi showed up. Deep Molotov from the CT side. But an early stalemate. Not even a whole lot of utility exchange at Banana, which we normally see, but both teams content to take it for relatively cheap. Or both teams are content to be cheap in Banana for the moment.
Yes.
Both
Save
teams
that
should
cash
take
monies.
it. Yeah.
Let's smoke out. That extinguishes their own molly. That was a miscall and misplay. Or did the seats... Okay, I'm a bit confused because the lines I saw made it look like...
Now, the CT smoke's at
one
half
was-
wall. The T smoke is the one at car. That
Right,
put out the
okay.
Molotov.
They extinguished it. It came out at the same time. Okay, I was confused. That misled me. I thought the CT one actually was misplaced because of that, but then there was one down, so it actually did bounce a second time. I was going to say, that would have been some bad coordination, but it was by design.
Bad coordination and a miss smoke. That would have been a rough sequence. A little bit of damage through the smoke onto Hobbit. Molotov is really the only time-buying piece of utility they have. HE grenade is out. Again, Shiro pulled just a little bit. This time he falls back in time towards Rap's side. He's going to get aggressive as well. He wants to pick him up as they head towards up lane. And there it is, but immediately traded.
Exile holding inside his sight, though, has a player in pit in the form of Inters to try and support him, and he's going to get up on top of the bicycle. That's like riding a bike, Jason, and it's going to work out brilliantly because they look his direction, and Exile, the multi-kill master, finds 2 more again as Perfecto, desperate to go inside, even runs, guns, and spray transfers all at the same time, but he should probably focus on chewing bubblegum and walking first.
Yeah, not as much production as Navi would have liked in that hit. I actually thought they had great positioning. 2 lane, 1 ready to bust out of the smokes and halls, and 1 ready to bust through the smoke on Rap side. Although Exile did hear his footsteps getting inside the smoke. I think it was just a bit uncoordinated. You could see here, Inters gets this hit. Axile gets that one before anyone's really ready to take advantage of their attention being drawn away. So 5-1 in the favor of Navi. Plenty of money built up for the Navi attack as well. But that was a good solid win for Gambit to get started on.
Gambit's going to want to build on this immediately, but Shiro's already pushed back inside of the CT connector by a Molotov. AWP for him. Finally. And kill for him as he takes down Simple Op versus Op. And now they'll have to reconsider the approach because they didn't really bait much out defensively from the CTs, and they still go down a man. Shiro's going to relocate as well, just to keep things a little bit edgy, a little bit unsure, and all 4 players are going to collect themselves in B from Navi's side because the rotation's coming in right now from Bit, crawling in through the underpass so as not to be spotted by anyone who might be peeking down middle. That's going to be a full execution. I like how they give Perfecto the bomb, he just gives it right back, like, yeah, no, I'm not taking that, bro.
Yeah.
Electronic will have it instead. Smokes are out. Hobbit, Oranges too, with a quick bounce flash, can peek behind this, but they aren't in, so he's actually gone a little bit too early with that, and he realizes it, trying to find a better position, but the Molotov's down behind. He's just got to hold the angle. He'll manage to do it. Shiro gets one as well, but then Electronic and Perfecto come in together, and it doesn't matter which one of them has the bomb now, Jason, because it's planted, although it might matter for Electronic, because as he plants it, the nade goes in his direction. He, the hotter target of the two, will now try and work his way back around toward the chapel, and the rotations from the other two players a little bit behind. Inters and Exile just getting towards CT connector now as they came from the far side of the A site, and they'll work together to chapel. Shoulder shows. Electronic smartly doesn't go any further, and he's able to bait out the shots, but they aren't able to control. He does at least get around to trade off his teammate, but has to be aware they're both coming from the same position. Looks for the headshot. Inters gets it instead. Does he have the time? He's got a kit. Should, and it should be Gambit's second round.
Yeah, but that's real close. Electronic almost gave himself an opportunity to pop right back up. The opening kills almost didn't even matter because the trades were so damn good from Navi. And I think the real problem was if Navi wanted to win that 2 versus 3, Electronic needed to at least get 1 in survive or 2 in that back halls position. Once he gives it up, it becomes so difficult. Perfecto's essentially dead. He had to take that fight towards CT spawn because the flank was open. 5-2 for Navi, but that's 2 in a row for the defense.
Yep, 2 in a row, and CT side, they can easily start to claw their way back in. It goes back to what we said about those bonus rounds now, though, Jason, because remember, Boomage was up around 10K. They still have a decent amount of cash on Navi.
Yeah, a decent amount. It has dwindled, though.
It's almost going to work itself out, though, that if they can get a bomb plant, that the bonus will build up by the time they break down, so it shouldn't be too punishing.
That's the real key. They did make enough money to have like 4 rounds of buys, even if they're all losses. So that's pretty incredible for Navi. Some very clean, very solid wins to start this game. And for Gambit, in terms of economy, back is still against the wall. 4 players beneath $1,000, which is not great. Nathany, an opening kill again coming up mid. This time a second. And that's even before Exile gets involved. No access to brackets for Navi in round number 8. And no access to anything. They get shut down completely.
Yeah, Exile looking his usual self defensively, finds another 2 kills. And that was a very strong hold at brackets, like you say. Navi was on the roof. Exile was underneath, and I think Inters was there as well, so they had a really, really solid positioning. No one at all getting killed. And Navi now has to consider their options. As we said, though, that lost round bonus builds up enough that 3 losses in a row, and they're still going to buy. And I think simply, yes, he did. Okay, the AWP did come out. See if we can do anything with it. Down toward mid. Flash high. Simple tries to peek. Banana needs to be careful not to fall off it too much because look at the boost they've got at the top. The AWP of Shiro is elevated, trying to see down mid, and no, he's actually not going to hit it, but Electronic still falls.
Yeah. Exile pushes down to peer into ult mid, get some information. With the cover of that boost, it's huge. And Navi might get lured into a B hit. It's Nathany with full utility, gets Hobbit with full utility as well. There's 2 Molotovs and 2 smokes to delay any hit that's to come in. Navi, they might want to sit this one out, but the next one is going to be brutal.
Well, they might want to, but they don't know it. They don't want to at all. from their perspective of things is the fire on the box doesn't actually reach Navi, so he's able to stand above it and then fall down inside of it. He'll put a smoke out to extinguish as Hobbit comes into the picture. Look at Shiro, already rotating around, already boosted up. Simple gets taken down from behind, and Perfecto at least salvages something of some self-honor, but nothing for the team, and we're back to within one. Good response, 4 in a row for Gambit.
4 in a row, and again, the last 2 rounds has only been 1 death from Gambit. They've only lost a single player who's had to rebuy weapons, so now it's their turn to build up this huge bank that Navi got the chance to do in the first 5 rounds. As you said, though, I mean, advantage to the T side with the losing bonus built up, and any plant is going to give them a full buy. And I still hear, I think they'll have 1 more.
Yeah, they should have. It's going to be a scrappy buy. Bit could, actually, so could Perfecto for that matter. They could drop an op, but then they would be pretty defenseless in terms of armor themselves. So they could discuss that as an option, certainly. Or do they just try and get some utility out? Simple's certainly getting quite vocal during this timeout. Them to use it this time, Navi, because as we mentioned at the end of the first game, Gambit used all 4 in the first half to get things rolling. They're alive a little bit earlier in this particular map.
I think we've all at least got our wish in this second map, or in the early going, these first 9 rounds that have been completed. It's the Gambit that's going to be intimidating. I'm sure we were all holding our breath a little bit at 0 to 5. We know it's a long half, but still, it wasn't looking good for Gambit, but they've come back emphatically and looking like they're about to tie things up. Nathany's going to get aggressive down Banana all the way. Danger could be lurking around anyone or inside of these smokes. Big risk being taken.
Enters with a good position to help Exile out, because he'll be the first point of contact when they round that corner. And with the aggro pulled, Exile is easily able to collect. He not only assists the first, but finds the second one on his own, and then Enters still alive in all of that, is able to take down Bit. Perfecto, 1 on the Tech 9. It's Hobbit that he gets, but as he wraps around, he's actually picked up an AK. Could make this costly as he gets Exile as well. Watch the low HP. Enters is extremely tenuously stuck at the back of the site, and as he wraps around, he should be able to spot him out. Jumps up, but Nafany thankfully gets back into a position of power just in the nick of time to save his teammates, and it's 5 to 5. But as we saw after the timeout, partial buy to reestablish the economy.
Yeah, and Enters, you could see making himself as small a target as possible, sucking in that gut and tucking it into the corner, just praying he's not going to be found. 5 to 5, and you're exactly correct. A little bit of an econ round in the previous one, so that this round they could have the full buy. Simple with an op and 4 rifles around it. Still, 5 in a row to start the map for Navi. 5 in a row in response from Gambit, and their defense is off and running. And now Navi have the unenviable prospect of having to burn through like 2 to 3 full buys before they get a reprieve.
So Enters at the top of middle is going to delay a little bit with smoke. Hobbit waiting as well over toward B, has the first bit of fire already in position. I believe that was thrown by his teammate, but now he will wait to see if he can get his out at the right time. Perfecto and Boomich, the only 2 from Navi currently in that banana position, and Nafany's going to walk in. Perfecto, I think, wins this if he goes any further, because he's on the outside of that smoke, and he's elevated enough that should be an easy headshot. Okay, all right, I take it all back. I'm sorry. I've lied to you again. Simple's got Nafany down. Okay, there's some normality at least from that push into Banana, but my goodness, if I do that again, chat, time me out and let Moses solo cast for 10 minutes.
Oh, please no. That's
I was going to say, that's more punishment for you.
Yeah, I was going to say, what did I do? I feel like this almost has... I don't know. I was going to say, I would assume this would be just a save call from Navi. 35 seconds left. They do have plenty of nades, but Simple is so low, and he's got the bomb on the other side of the map. So I guess the idea, throw this fake towards the B bomb site, try and get the kills there, try and force the evacuation, and you have a plant here. But with 20 seconds left, I don't know. Again, they're not even really going for kills yet. It's too slow at the B bomb site. And Simple's going to have to make his play, and there's still 2 players here. Yeah, easy ending.
Worth pointing out on the kill totals currently, everyone on the server has now got one, but Bit is 1 and 7. So Jason, you better hope he's that second half player again this time.
Bit has never let me down since the introduction of BitWatch. That was 2 days ago.
Is that kind of like a Fitbit?
It's close. Less Bluetooth.
Gotcha, okay. All right, well, it's Shiro that's backing off from middle this time. No AWP boost, nothing fancy or crazy. Let's try and open up middle, and that's exactly where Navi are going. So 5 rounds for them to start it off, responded immediately by Gambit, who gets 6 on the trot, and Exile trying to add to that will be the one tasked with holding off what looks to be a pretty aggressive B play with these pistols. They'll get a smoke out in the hallways. That's where Navi are actually heading at this exact moment, but a flash onto him. They're going to push through that naturally. One's already in the pit. We didn't quite catch it from Shiro's perspective, but good thing we're there because he's the one that needs to get the kills, and he's being wrapped on. Good shot on Inters, but Shiro holds his ground. Unfortunately, now his ground is slightly muddied. The fog's rolled in and the smoke deployed in front of Library. Boomich, therefore, is able to jump back up toward the apartments, and they'll watch this with pistols, an M4 for Bit, and holding on a 3-on-3 retake. Thankfully, Bit, the one with the M4, is the one that's also in the pit because he jumped in to get that kill, and maybe he'll come alive now, Jason, as the nade will do a bit of damage. Take that back. It barely touched Shiro. And he'll continue to walk in with the AWP. Hobbit the kill. Bits wide indeed. AWP gets the shot back. The pistol in the sight. It's simple that has to hold. He's got to reload. Ooh, Navi was slow to get in position, but they'll get it, and they're on the defuse just barely in time.
I think he thought that Shiro was definitely going to get the kill with the M4. That's a close round. And it all comes down. Bit only able to get the 1 kill. That flank in holes was huge. There was so much utility as well for the CT side to flush everyone into the open. Even though it's an even 3-on-3 and Navi's got good positioning, the nades that Gambit had to bring to bear was such a powerful addition. 7-5, but that's the closest Navi's got in some time. Close, but no cigar. 3 rounds left for Navi to add on to their round total.
Yeah, if they end this at 10-5, man, what a turn that would be. And that would certainly start to play into their heads a little bit. It would also mean they steal each other's picks today. And we'd settle it on Mirage, which was a tough ask last time as well. Especially for Navi. Hobbit, Orange is 1 this time, wants to play up closer on the barrels, waiting to see if utility will be thrown his direction. Molotov's already extinguished and expired. They put Navi a bit closer to CT and Jason. They've got Inters rotating around on this.
Yeah, they do. Better get here quick. Ooh, missed shot from Shiro. Smokes up on left mid. Smokes up now in front of Library as well. That opens up the possibility for Navi to head to CT spawn through arches. Bomb is going to be there as well. Deep nade and a Molotov to deny access to that. And that might actually time out the smoke. That's actually a perfect Molotov from Inters. That might force Navi back. That might scare them away from the initial idea.
And Inters just went over to boost the player on Flowers, who's still there now. He's not left. They didn't want to shuffle the B positioning, but you're right. Scares Navi enough, and Hobbit now has control from Library as Electronic waits outside the door to try and take that engagement. Hobbit finds that as well. Bits trying to do more, but look at the absolute slaughter on the site. Hobbit even swings to get that shot as far away as possible, and the rest of the kills light up in blue. Gambit, 8 in a row.
It's hard to improvise like a plan B when that gets destroyed in that fashion. Well done from Inters, just completely denying access to everything Navi wanted. And that smoke as well that was thrown, a little bit of a gap in front of that Library that stops the first player, Boomich, coming around that corner. Gambit's passive defense works magnificently. 3-round lead still, Navi blanked. 8-0 run for Gambit.
Pretty ridiculous turn of events. Has to be a response, surely, from Navi before the end of this half. 10 in a row would just be disastrous. Again, Mirage, I say it again, is the last map in this series as we get ready for an execution-based take on B. Shiro, Hobbit, and Nafni setting a triangle up to try and shut this down, but who's going to have vision? How are they going to try and get each other back into positions of relevance as the smokes are already landing? Shiro thinks better of it. He thoughts to try and slow them down with utility, but realizes, hang on, I've got an op. And I don't see any more smokes or flashes coming over the wall, so he positions himself instead to get the kill. They have lost Hobbit, but it's still 3 in the site, and they may not anticipate new boxes. Nafni's going to wait for his opportunity to strike, and it's given to him now as Perfecto walks out. It doesn't even look that direction. They can't see it from water either, and a self-smoke to give him an angle as well to cover off Banana. Watch out up close. It's Shiro gotten simple down. And just like that, Gambit survived with 4 alive despite that B take.
It's wild. Gambit's not giving Navi any opportunities. Where Navi's like ready for the follow-up fight to come, Gambit's backing off and holding a new angle and waiting for them to overextend. This is a masterclass from Gambit in these past 9 rounds. They have done such a good job. Shiro doing great work with the op. Full support of his teammate inside of the bomb site, even chucking a flashbang up into the sky to make sure Navi couldn't reach him. Here we go, last round of the first half. Last round for Navi to get to 6. They've been stuck here for so long.
Gambit has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. It took half the first map and a little bit of this. Shiro waiting passively to watch off the boiler doorway with the AWP. This time might have a chance to fire. He's going to peek out and actually... Ooh, Simple's there, but the smoke's still in a strong enough fashion to disallow any vision. So he waits instead to see if he slides out and Simple sprays in. And as that fades, though, they chase down the AWP, and Inters pops out perfectly from Cubby and is able to get a kill. Exile adds to that as well. It covers off the balcony, but they have lost the op now, which means, oh, they may lose position. Exile is just so damn good defensively. 10 in a row for Gambit to close the half. 10-5 the score.
That's disgusting. What a great sequence. Incredible defense. And Navi could just never get a hold after those first 5 rounds. They never had any understanding of the best way to attack the weaknesses, to attack these bomb sites. Gambit didn't really give them any to take advantage of. That's a filthy, filthy first half from Gambit on Navi's pick. So a 5-round lead for Gambit, and they're down 1 map in the series. Navi would love to just finish this up and close it out here. What kind of a CT side can they put together? Us 2 was a team effort. Bit, Simple, Perfecto, and Electronic were the 4 highest fraggers in the server, including the Gambit players. We're going to need that deep of a performance now as well.
Apparently you just have to poke the bear with Bit as well, right? Because he definitely stepped up a lot. Unfortunately, his teammates stopped getting kills at the time that he started. He's almost caught the rest of the team as Simple waits toward the arch this time. USP. Flash too far, too deep, spots 2, and that's his cue to leave, to back away. As Bit, stuck inside of the site, has a problem. He's being pinched, wrapping from either side. He needs his teammates, specifically at Graveyard and at Pit, to do decent work, but they jump above. The Electronic at least gets 1 back. They're inside the site, however, and a safe plant backside.
Oh my God.
Electronic's going to take that away. How has he managed to do this? Staying alive in the most obvious and predictable of positions, but using the angles perfectly, as now he'll bring his teammate back in as well, and Boomich. Oh, Library, this could be... All right, spotted. I was going to say very smart from Nafni. He still gives the shadow of doubt, though, right? He still hasn't gone. And he could wrap back through apartments as well because he split the defense up. But it looks like B is his thought after all.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He's forcing the Navi players to split up. He's forcing them to either make the decision to stay 2 at A, and you retake the B bomb site, or he's found one-on-one duels everywhere he goes. Problem is, I mean, you obviously can't ever know where that other player is. Although Boomich is so deep into the site. Oh no, he's giving it up. Boomich a little bit nervous on the trigger. Nafany's got the P250, closing the gap, shooting around, and Boomich has got it, thankfully. Thankfully,
Wow.
he's got it, and they finally put a stop to the 10-round run.
That would have been a catastrophe to lose that in that fashion, especially with Electronic doing so much work. You're right, Boomich a little early on. It could have waited for the bomb to be planted, but manages to hold on with the USP in the end. And look at Electronic in this spot. 1, 2. They did a good job to jump up all over top of the Vespa and get onto the Graveyard position, but Electronic was well aware of what was going on and getting the communication to him, so it's going to be Gambit that now have to respond. They didn't get the bomb down either. That is the key thing with Boomich just allowing that. Now they can't force in this round. So there is, I suppose, some silver lining to him being so aggressive and not allowing that to happen, but even still, he could have done that as he was planting, Jason. It might have been a little calmer.
Yeah, it scared me. What a round from Electronic, though. Unarmored pistols for Gambit. And Perfecto just holding a nade, waiting for Boomich to spot one. Other than that, a pretty passive defense from Navi. Deep into the bomb site, no one spotting brackets. They're spotting far back. And obviously, as we can see, the same at Banana, just jumping over the half wall.
Smoke out for Boomich. Hobbit, Shiro, Exile, all toward Banana, and Nafni going to join them. It looks like Inters is even going to go the long way back around Mona Lisa and through the kitchen. Jumps off the bridge. Stylish, man. Perfecto with the shoulder peek to try and drop down smoke CT. Sees it now. He'll put it in position. That allows Boomich the information. And with the MP9, 2 good headshots. Perfecto comes back around knowing that they might even try and swing and wrap the site. Blindly, Inters fires through the smoke, though, to get Boomich down with his Glock. And Simple and Perfecto are on the spot, though, and we're back to 10-7.
Yeah, a little bit of gap in that smoke that Boomich didn't expect. It's all good. Here comes the buy for Gambit. 10-7 lead. Although, again, Boomich is able to make up a pretty decent amount of bonus cash with the SMG. M4s for Electronic and Simple. FAMAS for Boomich, and 2 SMGs still on Perfecto and Bit. They've got plenty of nades. Likewise, for the Gambit side of things, just 1 Galil on Nafany with full kits of nades across the board.
Exile holding at bottom of Banana. And there'll be no action in that direction from Navi. So we talked about how Navi had that bonus going on so early with their SMGs in the first half. Well, they'll get a chance to try something similar again, this time against AKs and 1 Galil. Simple. Do like this balcony position, the off angle, able to drop down and extinguish the quad. That even, some ways, makes it better if they were to walk out boiler door right now, because he would have a conceal to slip away.
Standard stuff so far. Simple. It's going to have a chance here. Flashbangs come out. None going to get him quite yet. Got to be careful. When is his time? There's the nade. There's the peek. Hobbit. Now he's got to give it up. HE to drop down into boiler, but no one's re-peeking into that. Hobbit's transferred around through halls. And this A bomb site is in a lot of trouble. 3 players from Gambit to wrap.
Flash goes back in. Simple. Relocation works well. They knew they gave up the arch, but he wasn't expecting 3 players on that side. Why so many? Exile gets the kill in return as Bit and Electronic will keep things calm and controlled. Hobbit trying desperately to drop down and take out 2. Can't set his aim fast enough to Electronic, who has been an anchor in the pits, and it's now 2 rounds the difference.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Simple never expected that much of a force to be coming around the bomb site. Expected it to just be the 2 and to be done with it. But even still, just those 2 kills are so massive. That's so much danger and so much power out of this hit taken away. Good job from Bit and Electronic, doubled up in pit as well. 10-8, the lead has dwindled to 2. Again, Navi getting a hot start in the early stages of the half.
Nade down toward alt mid. Not a bad guess. But it does only 3 damage. Okay, 4 actually. It took Shiro down 1. So 4 it is. We'll give it to you. jump out middle, get the half wall control. Natsov thrown out by Bits. He'll follow it up, but dinked as well. He's on 15. Can't be as aggressive in this position, and they've actually slipped through in Arch. If he's not aware of that call, the library is a massive problem for them, and he'll play inside of the site instead to not have his back exposed, and that communication has been certainly considered. As you can see, electronic positioning to make sure no one's going to wrap around from the library side. We also do indeed still have Simple here. So the fact that Electronics out of pit this time, it's still a good position for the CTs. And the B players are aware as well that CT was open, so they aren't going to leave just yet. They're going to hold their position, and they may not even get that far because Simple is doing all of the work, finds a third, enters with the Deagle, is really just about to hit a splendid shot. Okay, there we go. We're all there in the end.
That's well done from Simple. If they're coming up lane like that, Bid only has, what, like 15 HP, and he's the one who's got to watch from on top of the box. He can't be dedicated to a fight. His only option is to bait them into Electronic. That could have been actually really difficult to handle this hit if it weren't for Simple being able to grab 2 in lane and 1 up in the halls. So fair play from the graveyard position. 10-9. And Shiro's back with an AWP in hand. Simple has yet to bring that out for the CT side.
Hobbit already inside of the apartment stairs. Bounce smoke. Saw Nafny actually throwing this one in the pregame just to make sure he had the lineup perfect. It's the edge of that logo or emblem on the wall. It'll bounce out and cover off the Cubby side. The advantage of throwing it from that close, obviously. He's a little bit closer to swing on it as well than if he threw it from the top side of alt mid. It's always interesting when you see players throwing smokes in pregame, because you think like, man, you should already know that, but sometimes they're just making sure they got it down pat. Of course they know it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a variety of things. Could be just like someone's flashbang was a little bit off in the previous game, so just confirming, or maybe they're changing it just a little bit to block a specific angle, whatever it might be. Maybe they want a little bit of a gap somewhere. Perfecto and Boomich to defend. Yes.
Well, we'll come back to it because you're right. This is about to happen. This take is Perfecto's got to drop the utility as Boomich is ready, boosted up, and gets the first shot. Perfecto then has to extinguish him out of position. And now the take comes in, Jason.
Oh, yeah. Perfecto holding the line. They're going to chase him down. I don't know if they saw Boomich, but they certainly nade him very well. Perfecto's got one. Now they know where Boomich is. There's the flashbang, but it doesn't blind Shiro. Bomb's going to go down with just 7 seconds remaining, and it's a 3-on-3. One Molotov for the CT side to use, and it might all be down to this banana fight.
Might be, but Shiro is AWP in this position as well. Simple gets him through the wall. That's lovely on the M4 as Shiro flicked back. Tried so desperately as he'd already checked off that position and wanted to look further into the corner. Exile now on the site, erased by Bit, sliding in, and Bit watch. Well, shut down, but it opens up a very important position for Electronic to come in. We've got a tie game at 10-10, another 5-round streak for Navi, and this is where Gambit opened up in the first half. We'll see if they can do it again. Back to that pregame discussion, the only thing that I think, and look, those are pretty standard positions for smokes to pop, but if you are seeing them do it and maybe it's something new for them, you're right. If they're just adjusting it, okay, then if you've demo reviewed, you know that they throw those, but if it's something new that he's like, I'm going to try this today, and you do it in the pregame, I always think like, well, why would you show the opponent, right? Because they might get a tell, some sort of read from the sound cue that they might have otherwise been unaware of, but yeah, these guys have played each other enough. I know you're going to answer with that, but still, that's every time I see it, that's my thought. It's like,
I don't think it's as bad as you. I don't think it's as bad of a thing as you think it might be. Some players just like to warm up by throwing smokes rather than run around killing each other and team killing.
Yeah,
it can be as innocent as that. Well, a tough hold and a pretty tough retake, but you're right. Bid does go down to a 1-for-1, but does open things up for Electronic and Simple to get into the site. We're all tied.
Simple will go behind the balcony railing. Do you remember the original version of Inferno that we had that still had the arches and the closed off ace site? There used to be a pillar back there that you could jump to in the pit from the balcony, and it was an incredibly strong angle.
It's no more.
I'm almost glad they removed that one, to be fair. Because it was above any smoke that would land. Even if the smoke itself was on balcony, because you were far enough back from it that you'd see them jumping down, and all you had to do to avoid flashes really was look outside the map, so. Bit's gonna sneak back in toward the arch. This could be a problem, though, because the timing is that they are at the top side of middle. They'll clear out Cubby. He's gonna hear that, and he knows they're running around, so he sneaks out. No one else there to trade, though? No one to go that aggressively, and Bit's gonna get away.
Oh, he comes back for more.
For another.
Yeah, it's a big double kill. I thought he was going to get a flashbang from a teammate, and he didn't even ask for it. Didn't even need it. Simple still got one. Double pit. One at the B bomb site, one in CT spawn who can traverse between the bomb sites real quick. This is almost, this is such a tough round for Gambit to break back into.
Molotov burning at the feet of Electronic, but again, Simple still on the balcony, one and drop. That's all he has to do. Jump up, watch. Good flash. Self-flash back in, and Electronic in position as well, because I was going to say, watch that side of the cart if he gets too aggressive to try and swing above at balcony, but all laughs and smiles for Simple as they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, a good aggressive play, too, with the clock winding down. So, I mean, even if that doesn't go as clean as you would have liked, the fact that they have to stop and fight him at that position, just, I mean, it's preventing them. They have to get in the site in 3 seconds, and he's just making sure that doesn't happen. Even if he goes down, they wouldn't have the time. 1 round lead now for Navi. They fought back. It's been 6 straight. Both teams having real solid defenses.
Yeah, those 5 rounds now. Look, they may have lost 10 in a row and only, you know, picked up the early rounds and never clawed back in. But, man, those 5 rounds are going to pay off now for Navi. If their defense is going to be this strong, that start really defines the whole game for them. And I know we make it sound bad 10 in a row. Okay, the fact that it's 10 in a row is worse than the fact that it was a 5-0 lead that they blew, because we see 5-0 crumble all the time with the economy, right? That's really one gun win and then the reset, and then you win a second gun, and that's about it. So, but it's more the fact that it was 10 straight that's a bit more, or was a bit more concerning, I should say, is Navi will swallow a nade that's thrown toward the library position. Jumping up, I think he would have spotted Simple, and Simple knows now that he's there as the deagle shots rain through onto the position that he formerly occupied.
Ooh,
Shiro.
Yeah, that's a spicy shot and almost doubled up. Bit, that's a narrow miss onto his brain. Look at the position of Nafi, though. That's an X factor in this round. He's a great pivot point for Gambit. If they attack B, he can cut off rotations. If they attack A, he can cut off rotations.
Turn around, though. Inter's getting one back to try and make this still an awkward situation. Man advantage and double that up as Simple's only able to get one. They swing behind. These deagles are absolutely devastating. Hobbits now inside of the boiler position. Tech 9 only, and I think Navi's out of here. They're done with it.
Yeah, that's a real tough round. Navi gave up a lot of space to allow Nafi to get in towards library. They had control of brackets. I think Electronic had felt the pressure like it was going to be an A hit, and then wanted to push and find intel to see if they were still lining up for an A attack or if they'd fallen back to B. He wanted that information, and unfortunately, he took a bullet to the face for it. That kind of opened everything up. Simple did his best to pull things back, but could only win the initial fight. He had the right reads, just too many opponents. So 11-11, Gambit not allowing Navi's lead to stretch more than 1.
We'll see if they can add to it. On Navi, having saved those 2 AKs, they'll have all rifles to work with. They don't elect to bring out the AWP for Simple. They could have done so. They had the money. But it's rifles, it's aggression, and they're expecting... you have to assume that they're expecting the trades, right? They're expecting to play more defensively and have to be swarmed by Gambit. So far, no one's going forward to try and secure any picks. And I suppose it's Simple's call, ultimately, in these situations, Jason, because he knows what he's feeling. And we know he's good on every gun.
Hobbit eats some early nade damage. Double nade coming from the balcony and over the roof. Nice way to soften someone up before the round truly begins. And I think this is a defense that Gambit hasn't had to go against yet. A bracket's presence. As simple as trying to play anti-flash. He knows the mid take is coming in. There's the Molotov for quad.
Run boost across the top of Banana. It's like when you're a child, and you sit on your father's shoulders and he throws you into the water. Well, it's this time he has been thrown to the sharks again, as Navi gets taken down by Boomich. Hobbit's going to rotate back very quickly toward Boiler and try and get over toward A, but A has the positioning covered off.
Oh no.
By Bits and Electronic, who's been so good here, but Electronic this time flushed out by the Molotov. Tries to look away, expecting a flash on top of it. He only gets one this time, but Bit is in the pits. I take that back. He's not. I'm sorry. It rhymed and it got stuck in my head. He's inside the site, but he's gone now. Hobbit's got the kill, and it's a 2-on-2. Simple. He's going to work out from Library, but he's going to wait just a minute as well because Perfecto is trying to get position. Oh, Hobbit. Oh, Hobbit. This is an easy kill. This is done now. Knife out. You hate to see it if he gets turned and spotted, but Hobbit getting the job done, leaves it all on Simple to go aggressive, knows the Cheero's in the back of the site, baits out the first shot on the op, but doesn't want to overcommit to the peak. Hobbit's not in position, so he should be trying to push this man down. He does get him now, and he knows Hobbit was upstairs in the apartments, but he had the option to go both directions, so how does Simple possibly discern where he's gone? He won't. He'll get the op and get away instead, and it's going to be the round to Gambit and the lead as well. Does he get Hobbit down? Does the gun get away? Simple's got the shot. Bomb's gonna blow up. He's got 13. He's lost the rifle as well.
Oh no, that is so tough to deal with. Perfecto. Never expected him to come back from Halls. That was a call out for sure. When Bit goes down to the bomb site, one Halls, one in the site, and they were 1 second away. That bomb gets planted with 4 seconds on the clock. I thought that smoke from Electronic was gonna straight up win the round, block access to everything, but that kill was so key. And Perfecto just never expected Hobbit to fall back to go Boiler. It could have been checked and cleared. Instead, it's a 1-round lead for Gambit.
Simple would have loved to have that AWP in this round, no doubt about it. Boomich a shot back through the smoke.
Well then. Quiet on the map, just past 1 minute. Boomich and Perfecto have the one Molotov to slow down anything that comes towards B, but at the end of Halls, how aggressive does Gambit want to be? Smoke, probably a pop flash to make it feel like a Halls pop. That's a big kill. This is all important. One more, and they can seal it. A dink. Oh, an Electronic. He lives to the task. He steps up. But Perfecto needs to get back. That Molotov's going to be critically important. It's not going to block off anything. They've already crossed over to water. Spam coming in. And Bit's got one more. That's the dink to clean up. And here comes a boost, a late boost. It's going to stop the plant. This round's all Navi.
All Navi, 13 seconds. Exile desperately will run forward for the bomb, but he's missed the jump back up from water. And the flash coming in to collect up the kills. Boomich and Perfecto, the ones that get the scoreboard. But yeah, solid job. Electronic, that first dink, I don't even think you realized it. And then the second player just runs to the crosshair. And it's just so much damage. Look at this. Tap. Okay, second guy's up here. I hear him. Yeah, solid work. And this is brilliant as well, Boom. It's just in time to deny the plant. That bomb goes down. You might have a different scenario, but the utility was good on the retake anyway, was it not?
Yeah,
12-12.
It still would have been a bit tough, but that's great for Navi. Taking out enough bodies to make it easier on themselves at the very least. 12-12, and look at this. No money in the bank for Gambit. 4 players at $0. This round's critical for the offense.
It's gonna already work out from middle and not see anyone and then fall back immediately and cover off from quad. Inside of boiler already, though, you do have Hobbit in position, and that's why the Molotov's gone down to formerly where Bit was playing as they try and clear out that quad side and wrap around. Look at the damage already done on Exile. Navi up by the smoke. They'll hear Simple firing through, but they aren't going to push it. No counter flash to try and run him down before he gets inside of the archway. Still, though, they get him. Navi holding the angle as Simple repeats, but Bit responding. And now it's Electronic, where he's shone so many times, but not with the AK. Gets taken down. It's Shiro with 2 on the rifle, not the AWP. Navi is running away, Jason. They've got to hold on to the AKs that they have.
Yeah, because they don't have any losing bonus built up as well, so they're only going to get, what, the 1,400. And they can drop some weapons over to their teammate, especially Perfecto. And they'll need it if they want to fight back in the next round, but that's a great hit from Gambit. Electronic and Simple neutralized, and too much for Bit to do. 13 rounds. This is more like it. A back-and-forth slugfest between these two teams. The #1 and #2 team in the world.
Yeah, and even if Gambit might have won the most recent series, yes, Navi is capable and have beaten them before that on a streak. It's always close and exciting. Even the first game where it looked like it was going to get blown wide open turned out to be decent in the end, and this one's been fantastic. Navi, this was spectacular to get Simple down as we saw him shuffling for position, and then the round fell apart from there. So we got to look into the Gambit offices. Obviously, Gambit all playing in one spot and therefore have the exact same ping, and Navi's a little bit more spread out as we've seen their individual apartments and such.
Need some more trophies on those shelves, those cubbies.
Be a good spot for them. Be a good trophy cabinet. I think the technical pause is actually to make sure that earthquake stops going off by Bit, but man, it's been happening all week, so I doubt we've got any chance of that now.
Yep. That one seems to be lasting. Well, weaponry is dropped over to teammates, so Navi, even though this is paused, they are going to be buying in this round. They are going to be fighting for it. Bit with 5,100 still yet to buy. And match is unpaused. And 3 out of the last 4 for Gambit, and all 3 of those rounds have been them getting into the bomb site. Even the round that Navi won, they found success at getting into the bomb site, just couldn't hold on to it long enough to get the bomb planted. So Gambit's finding a decent amount of success at the end of this half again. After another hot start from Navi, they seem to at least been able to cool them off twice on Inferno here.
Bit more back and forth this time, thankfully, though, from Navi's side. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And the money is the deterring factor now. Same smoke again from Navi. 2-step jump throw, bounce over, cover off cubby side. And he throws a Molotov to the opposing side of top middle, but no one's going to act on this. This is all a ruse, just trying to hold the A defenders in place while Exile will start to work up Banana. And we heard, as I said on the desk yesterday, Blade saying that he was someone they wanted to bring into the main team, which essentially now KS23 core, for a long time. Never materialized, but man, oh man, has he ever developed as of late. One of the many reasons that Gambit has reached world #1 status, Perfecto. Up on top, waiting it out, looking away so that utility doesn't blind him. They don't check it. Boomich is going to steal the aggro away, and that's when Perfecto strikes. Exile down, 30 HP for Boomich as he swings out, jumping even with that MP9 to try and deter those crosshairs, make them move, but they move in all the right ways as Inters, Shiro, and Hobbit each find kills. Perfecto to hold with Electronic and try and get back in on the retake, down to a 2-on-2 already as Shiro falls, and Perfecto starts to rotate back through the chapel just as his teammate will get in position. Perfecto has the only kit currently in play. But they're running out of utility. In fact, none at all left for them, and they walk in without the smokes, and that means Inters is able to drop them both down. 14 for Gambit.
They had the initial fights, Navi. They had it all. They had a 5-on-3 after Boomich and Perfecto each get one boosted up inside of the site. And then just drop the ball after that. They try and reboost Simple. That position was already well known. Perfecto gets the kill and drops off, and it comes back in. Gambit didn't even realize he fell, so of course they're going to clear it again, and that little miscue cost them so much. Great round from Inters. 14-12. And Navi have to buy everything into it, and he's already dropped by Shiro with the AWP. Desperate scenario for Navi after such a good half.
Exile again to chase down Boomich. CZ75 for him. This time he won't run out of ammo because he never got to fire a shot as he gets taken out very quickly on the half wall.
This is starting to look like it's going to be a really painful loss for Navi. I mean, Duncan called it. He said they like to lose their own map pick. They start out the first half 5-0. They start out the second half 6-0. But Gambit takes over after both of those runs. 10-0 run in the first half. And at the moment, it's 4-1 in the last 5. But they might just go on this little mini run to close out the entire map.
Well, it looks like they'll at least get overtime point with it because Perfecto's down and that bomb will work its way inside of the B site. Bit just desperately looking for a shot from far, far away at CT spawn. Does spot and hits Nafany, but round done. Mirage, Jason. Mirage in the distance.
It's looming. Yeah, we can see it.
Wouldn't say it's even that far away.
It's got cold water.
Electronic, I don't think, left that position the entire round. I was really hoping someone would walk by and donate a gun for him, but no one has, and this is it. Map point for Gambit.
Yeah, there's like, it's weird. I don't even think there's anything that Navi can really drop that's going to make too much of a difference. Everyone's sitting around 2,500, so the weaponry they can pick up isn't super powerful. FAMAS on Perfecto. Scout on Simple. And yeah, we're going to get a timeout. That makes sense from Navi. Only their second used. Got to have a deep talk about which fights they want to try and force first. Which players and which setups are they thinking are going to take contact in this round? Where do they want to put the stronger weapons?
Well, we'll see what they can come up with. But they're going to get back into it now, and you can see it on screen. Bit already buying. But not buying much. Deagle for him. Simple Scout. Perfecto, FAMAS. And you're right. Where do these more powerful weapons position themselves? Boomich has nothing. He's got to buy something, surely. He's got 2450. So I'm sure he'll do that before this round gets back underway. We're still waiting for the ready up.
And a Gambit timeout.
Yeah, they called it on the back of the Navi one.
Ooh. Getting intense. All right. Plenty of money, plenty of buys for the Gambit side of things. And Navi got to start right here. They actually passed the scout over to Bit. Simple's got the Deagle. 3-round lead for Gambit. 3 chances to close this out. A big contrast to what the 12 rounds that Navi had to close out Dust 2. This is still doable comeback for Navi to win 3 straight right here at the end and force overtime. But it's obviously got to start right now. And it's going to start with 4 players towards the B bomb site.
Nafany down at the bottom side of middle with the Molotov's already out. The nade will cover off the tree, but a bounce nade that lands at Sandbags tickles Boomich, and that actually makes him a little bit aggressive and annoyed as he tries to peek back down. Get information and potentially a headshot. Shiro and Nafany ready to take top mid. Nafany this time. Not with that smoke in his hands, but a Molotov now. Okay, he's going to go to it.
the stack that Navi has called at the B bomb site, if they hold on to it, it's the right call for the moment. This all feels fake-ish from Gambit taking mid, but equally, they probably haven't really picked their final move. And with Nathany having an easy access and easy control of brackets, Gambit's going to call for them to rotate back towards A. The next stage of utility is used to start progressing around ramp side. Smoke and arches, Molotov in the cubby. Simple hears all this. And there's nowhere good he can position himself if he doesn't have one or two more teammates committed to this site defense with him.
So back off Electronic. Flash for Simple. Who goes out too far. Didn't expect him to be so close. Hadn't heard anything. And that's Nathany to get both on the A side. And it might just be the end of the map as Bit Boomich and Perfecto will get on the horse and start trotting back over toward the A site. But Exile knows they're going to be coming that direction. And he pushes down towards CT. Didn't see the second player on Highway, but falls off smartly into Library. And I think the writing is on the wall, if not in the pages of those books, as Exile rotates back in and very safely they will control the situation. Chiro with the kill. Exile to close the map. Fires a little bit early, but the headshot on return. And down they go. Down goes Navi. And into Mirage we will find ourselves in this series.
Yeah, that's a really good map. That's an excellent map. Good early halves from Navi, huge runs, and it felt like they were actually just going to take that map at some point. And Gambit, in each halves, as we said, they find the adaptations necessary. They're able to make it work. They come back with huge runs to each half, 10-0, and then just straight up closing it out in the second half. Yeah, really good stuff. And both teams steal each other's map picks. Now we're on to Mirage.
Yeah, which could be a deciding map indeed, as we've seen this map go both ways. 16-11, I think twice in a row for Gambit, but it was actually the map that Navi managed to steal away the other day. So we'll see if they can try to close it out once more. It's a good chance, Navi, finally to break this curse of Gambit, but we'll first talk to James Banks and Thorin to figure this one out. Sorry to Vendetta.
Poor Ben, just only here at the last minute.
I mean, I was about to say, so nice to hear Matt back, but I guess I'll just leave that for never.
It's all out the window now, isn't it? And kind of like the chances in that game for Navi, because when they got off to a good start at the beginning, honestly, I thought, okay, cool, this is going to be them maybe doing it all over again. There's a chance of it. But Gambit woke up, and once they got there, they were not going to be slowing down after that far. And this was much more what we expect from Gambit.
Yeah, normally it's the other way around with the dynamic. Normally it's the idea that Gambit plays so flawlessly, it brings out the best from Navi because their backs are against the wall from the beginning. In these games instead, they're getting the really strong start. Then as we saw there, like the way the first half ended for Gambit was unreal. Like that's like they just kicked right into fifth gear and forgot entirely about the last map and a half, basically. Then though, in the second half, then you have Navi again pulling off initial starts to halves that make it look like they can just run away with it completely. Again, just fragging out on CT side. Nothing's working. Gambit can't get a trade bloody anywhere. They can't get onto a bomb site. But I have to say, like, this Inferno game showed why Gambit is the #1 team in the world. On the CT side, they eventually just locked it down and became smothering. And then on the T side, they legitimately just figured out the puzzle. And at the end, they could just basically go B anytime they wanted. Electronic is always playing in the big pit. Simple just stopped getting kills at the end of the game. Like, I don't know how they figured it out, because it looked like they were on the knife edge, but Gambit's just too smart.
They really are too smart. And one thing we've got to say with this game, Vendetta, is the fact that it wasn't one of these back and forth ones that you normally get with these guys. It was stringing rounds together and like Thorin just said, figuring things out.
Yeah, super streaky. I think Gambit has to consider themselves a little bit lucky just with how they managed to break Navi's defenses in that second half, because that was off of pistols, simply. So just having the momentum with them for that round kind of set them off and got things going. But I do think, as Duncan mentioned, the fact that they started pressuring the B bomb side more and more towards the later stages of the half makes it more difficult for Navi to kind of realize what's going on. They have to be a little bit worried how early they want to make rotations and so on. And again, the fact that they hadn't committed earlier in the game actually had Navi basically sitting around with 3 players on that A bomb site whenever Gambit wanted to actually fully commit towards B. So Gambit solved that really well. I also think their CT side was absolutely fantastic. And even though Navi had a pretty solid run of their own on the CT side, Gambit did it in multiple different ways. We saw a very passive and basically laid back Navi on their CT side, which to their credit, it worked. But Gambit really just gave Navi so many different looks in terms of how they actually defended towards the tail end of that first half. And that's kind of where you see the adaptation and why they're so difficult to play against.
Yeah, when you look at this, right, you look at Navi, he is the blade or the sword, and then Gambit is a Swiss Army knife, where they got multiple different ways of dealing with the situation as it comes to this. One thing, though, we touched on, Duncan, and we all were not a fan of it, is the decision on these buys towards the end from Navi, right? The forcing up and trying to make something happen where your economy was already trashed. Like, it ultimately is just the wrong decision.
Yeah, basically, they had that round where they did the pause and then they talked it through and they decided to do with force buy. First of all, what is already criminal is they gave the FAMAS to Electronic, who was having a monster CT game, instead of giving him an AK. Again, I'll never understand teams that do those moves. And then the other part is, yeah, as we pointed out, it's not even just the buy. The buy wasn't terrible. Like, you're gambling that you don't want the score to get away from you. But their response to that was a rage buy. And I'm telling you straight up, a rage buy. Like, there was no logic to this CT buy in a game where you weren't playing for information anyway. Like, the idea is you're just sitting back with inferior weapons, trying to fight the best team in the world on their when they're on their T side. So, like, I thought, like, the way they threw that game away, listen, this is why people find it so hard to pull for Navi, because there's no way you make that decision if that's like tournament point and it's the end of the entire event there.
Yeah.
So why make it when you're ahead in the game? Why make it when you still have like the chance to 2-0 the opponent? Why not play conservatively for once and just see what happens? Because basically you could have had probably 2 full buys towards the end of this game. Instead, you got a scoffed buy and then nothing for the rest of the match.
Yeah, logic was gone out the window at that point, and maybe it was a tilt factor like you were mentioning. But we're going to take a look at the kill leaders throughout this map. And okay, Simple and Electronic were there just about, but like you mentioned, Simple certainly slowed down coming into the second half. But this is what you want to see in terms of Axel and Shiro being up there, and even Interns has a good showing this time around Vendetta.
Yeah, I know he really did. Interns actually was pretty instrumental in Navi's CT side, and like him and Axel combining extremely well on that A bomb site to actually have them go on that 10-round streak. So incredibly important for them. The fact that he continues it going into, or keeps it up going into the T side as well. It's just an added bonus for them. It allows the other players to also get their groove and kind of be a part of the match again after a bit of a rough start. So fantastic to see. And again, this is what Gambit can offer you. If it's not Hobbit, if it's not Axel or Shiro, then somebody else usually steps up. And yeah, it just comes at you in waves, makes it extremely difficult. And we also have to consider, like, this is a map that ends 16-12 in favor of Gambit, with Navi winning both pistols and converting in both instances as well. So they literally had everything laid out for them in order to be successful. They started off the first half with a 5-0, and they start off the second round with a 6-0 run. And it's still not enough to close it out. So that kind of just goes to show how well and how good Gambit are at just kind of getting back into it, shake off a rough start, and basically just dictate how a game is going to be played.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about in the pre-match, right, Duncan? That there is this thing with Gambit where it doesn't matter how far behind they are, there is always a way back in, and this tilt factor that you may talk about with Navi is non-existent for Gambit.
Yeah, the difference between the two teams is if you're Navi, you're genuinely just fingers crossed praying that like everyone keeps fragging, people like Bit just keep finding kills out of nowhere, Electronic stays really good. Like, you have to just hope things stay the same. If you're Gambit, it's like I said in the way they played the T side on this map, because you've literally beaten everyone in the world, you are better than every team you play, and at the moment by a country mile, you just stay calm. Even though you're on the map that can lose you this series, you're still just looking for a way. You're still trying to figure out, are there any answers? Is there anything we haven't tried yet? What's the pattern here? Because when you're as good as they are, you can. That's why I always think saying players have to be confident is such a misnomer. You get confident when you put in all the prep. All your players know what they're doing. They understand how to take timeouts, how to actually assess the game. They understand what the opponent's strengths and weaknesses are. That's what makes you confident. Like, no wonder these guys didn't break.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Gambit do seem unbreakable in many of these games and series, at least in the current environment that we're in. One thing we also have to give a lot of credit to Gambit here, which you don't see as much when you're going up against Navi, is because Gambit's synergy as a team, right? You can see they have an enormous amount of trust in each other and the decisions that each player is going to make throughout these games then.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And obviously that comes with having been together for a long time, but also just reaping the rewards of success in a sense as well, right? Like, so if you're starting to achieve something and you can see, and And basically, the phase has always been that it's because you do stuff together, and then that's just going to be something you build on. You're not going to go away from that mantra or that idea of thinking, because again, it's been proven to give success. So why stray from that path? And I think Gambit have done that really well.
It's all about the reset for Navi, though, going into Mirage, because if Till is factoring in, well, at least they can have some confidence here, Duncan, that this was the map they won last time in the series.
Sure, this is also one that really just goes back and forth, though. Like, I feel like this is one where I always feel like a little bit more like this is the one where I know Gambit. I kind of can be safe that they get the win. I think the other thing for Navi is they've had these 2 maps where pretty much everyone to some degree contributed, Boom, which obviously didn't have to do much on the first one. But I don't know if that can carry to a 3rd map. If it can, maybe this really is their destiny. They're going to win this match and we'll have an awesome potential final rematch. But after what I've seen so far, like, I think this is a series, mark my words, where now if you're Navi, you're going to be looking back at the end and say, why did we ever let Gambit wake up? We had them banged to rights.
Yeah, and how do you stop a team from waking up like that, right? Especially when it's Gambit. Like, some teams you can keep applying pressure for and making them feel uncomfortable, but I don't think that's possible when you look at Gambit, even if you are Navi, Ben.
Yeah, no, I think, again, you're never going to make them that uncomfortable to the point where they kind of forget how to play. That just comes with being extremely well drilled, and also the fact that, again, they have their foundation in being a strategical team, so they have multiple plans and multiple ideas of how to deal with tricky situations, whereas other teams who might rely more heavily on individual skill, they are more likely to be at a loss when they're actually pressured. And for Gambit, it's just, open up the strat book at any given page and be like, okay, that one, and kind of go at it from that angle. Like, you're never going to run out of option, it feels like. And it's been very, very rare. I can't think of many instances where I've seen a Gambit team that actually looks completely lost for an entire half.
Yeah, even on Dust 2, there started to be a fight back at the end, right? There was something for them to show for it, and that's the ability they have here. And then even when the timeouts going through, you mentioned it, guys, that Gambit here, they use timeouts so well, right? Even if they're maybe ahead, even if they're like in a good position, they'll still use something to make sure they don't make the mistakes, to make sure they keep the advantage in their favor, which is what a lot of teams actually lack, Duncan, across CS.
I mean, one of the problems, unfortunately, is I always feel like ego gets brought into it. Like, people they basically don't want to do what you're supposed to do in the NBA famously, which is if the other guy's really hot, you cool him off for a second and you rethink your strategy. The problem is that CS players want to sort of just believe, like, no, we're not getting wrecked. Like, no, the next round we're going to get back. I'm going to get a kill. Like, I'm going to get into the game. They almost have like a hurried approach. Whereas the way Gambit actually did it, I mean, on the first map, they basically just took all the timeouts in a row on the T sides who were getting battered. But the logic was, we've got to get some T rounds, so let's fix it now rather than at the very end sort of smash the red case and pull out the emergency, whatever it would be in that case, strat or something, isn't it? So I would say I'd rather err on the side of what they did. Use it all early when you need to and things are going badly. Because, yeah, some teams, I mean, the most famous one ever is probably the Team Liquid team in the last few years. Some teams seem to barely ever call a timeout, even if they were, losing 3-4 rounds in a row in the same fashion. So I definitely agree. It's better to use them and worry later on that you didn't have one than just end the game with 3 timeouts and you didn't fix any problems.
And certainly when it comes to actually like using timeouts effectively and at the right time here, we saw the sneaky play from Gambit right after Navi called theirs. Gambit did another one just to make sure maybe we should just think this one through. We're right on the edge, and that its own they deserve some credit for. But going into Mirage, it is the decided map. We always get good pre-mappers between these two teams. What are we looking at to see from Navi to even try and get this win? Because again, it just all looks so positive here for Gambit then.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to sound like I'm going to sound like a broken record, and it's going to be such a cliche, but you need multiple people from Navi to actually frag out. And I mean, go back and look at the last 3 meetings that Gambit and Navi had against each other. Like, what's the one thing that kind of sticks out? It's like, oh yeah, no, it's not just simple. Like, in the game that they won 60-13, you had Bit and Electronic actually leading the way. And you were also doing a much better job of actually finding opening frags. And again, it becomes a bit of a stale talking point, but sometimes it's just the actual facts. Like, it's just that simple. You can't be giving away openings so easily. You can't have people lagging behind. You can't have people pretty much just rack up eco frags and then kind of stop their production at that point at round 4. Like, you don't win games versus a team like Gambit that way. So they need to have everybody on board. Luckily, like, this is a scenario where Navi, you could say, they have their backs against the wall, so they need to perform. Again, I think it's more important for Navi to win this game than it is for Gambit. Obviously, like there's no tournament life at stake just yet, but for Navi, I think it'll just be good for them to go into Finals A with a 1-map advantage, but also to knowing that they still have it in them to convincingly beat Gambit.
Oh, and that's another thing actually, right? Because we got to remember tomorrow's grand finals are a best of 5 here, and that's one thing when you look at Navi's map pool, like they just can't even get even close to the same page as Gambit. So if they're down a map already and Gambit are up there, and we see this rematch coming again, like all hope is lost, surely, Duncan.
It's certainly going to be very tough. And I also think another reason why if they lose this series, it'll actually be a bigger psychological blow than you might have thought before, is because actually Simple hasn't really had to go supernova today, and they could already have won 2-0. In fact, I struggle to think of too many sort of iconic rounds that he's had. You know, he hasn't been many clutches, many no-scopes. He's killed a bunch of people with rifles, but aside from that, other people were doing very well. You could argue probably Electronic was the best player of the series so far. So if they end up losing in close fashion over 3 maps, and he knows this was the one time you can't look around and go, look how many prison here. It's like, no, the doors to the prison were open, mate. You just had to walk out the cell. So that's why I feel like it might be a bigger wound if the one time kind of Simple doesn't go and be the best player in the world is the time the rest of his team kind of backed him up.
But we don't often see many maps where he's not like doing the crazy stuff. So is it time better we sitting there saying, okay, it's Simple show to start off? Is it we're just literally relying on that?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. You can never count him out, and it's not like he doesn't have about like 2-hour-long highlight clip just from Mirage in itself, right? So anything is possible with that guy, and if he decides that this is my time and my map to do it on, sometimes it just seems like he can kind of just force his will upon others.
Certainly it does. And one thing I look at with this as well, I always find interesting, just the Shiro versus Simple one. You touched on Duncan, obviously people saying that Shiro is like the next Simple and stuff, but I agree, he's nowhere near as flashy in the stylistic way. But in this Gambit system, he can still take the advantage and still have these good games out here, right? Still put the hurt onto Navi.
Sure, he's also someone as well, by the way. This is definitely a map he can fucking tear up the CT side. This guy's an amazing defensive AWPer. So if he can have a really, really strong game, he actually hasn't had to go that hard. He was pretty good on the last map, but he hasn't had to be a dominant force himself either in the game. So if he can have like a really strong CT side, it's going to make that really, really tough for Navi.
And this whole match, right, we've seen so many of these series over and over again, and Gambit are coming out on top of it. But like at one point, it's going to be turning into the way that like Navi are going to have to start considering what changes they can make. We already spoke about this, right, within the CIS region, that they struggle, the contract lengths and different reasons on buyouts and stuff. But like Navi right now, yes, you can be second in the world for a long time. You can sit within this consistent point of it all, but they're not going to be happy, Ben, with just being like the second best team in the CIS region when they've been on top for so long.
No, of course not. Like the Navi is kind of just assumed to be the #1 team in the region, and for good reason, because that's what they've been doing for the better part of 10 years. So, obviously the goal is to be #1, but I don't think we're going to see anything like, regardless if they end up, let's say, even getting third at this RMR, and even if they don't do too well at the last one as well, I don't see any changes happening prior to the major. I think at the very least they're going to let it run out and see what happens and take it from there. But no, absolutely. Again, we kind of talked about the fact that skill level wise, there are definitely teams that match up with Navi pound for pound. So there could be changes.
But then I'm just sitting there, you know, Munacy's on the sub position. They
True.
could bring him in. Okay, they'll lose some points for it, but like, you don't know, if you lose this one, you have to go back through it again. Do you just throw him in? Is it an opportunity?
I mean, now you're throwing in. I mean, the scenario you're looking at is throwing in an extremely young and inexperienced player who prefers playing with an AWP into a role where he can't actually do that. Also, he has to perform instantly, and that's obviously been a bit of an issue for Navi, having the newcomers kind of just hit the ground running.
Do you remember when Bit came in? They were like, "Oh, just go play Astralis for your first game." You know, when they
exactly, and that didn't turn out too well. So, you know, there needs to be a bit of an adjustment period for these players as well. Or if you're not going to give them that adjustment period, you can't be basically just assuming that they're going to hit the ground running, because extremely few players do.
Maybe you just use it as a scapegoat, like other teams have done in the past. You know, like, we didn't do well. Oh, you just knew. The
problem I have as well is I also had the fear, because Blade already did this, so I can't trust him, that if he brings in the Monacy guy, he's just going to make him the AWPer and then Simple's going to be the rifler again. Which,
Oh,
like, listen,
no,
I'm kind of bored
no.
of that experiment because, like, Simple's just the best player at getting kills with the AWP, probably to ever play Counter-Strike. So I hope they don't do that approach. Personally, my problem with that move is I suspect they would probably do it and then just end up with too many inexperienced players. So you'd solve one problem, maybe you get some more fragging, but then you make it even more mistakes. So I think one of the reasons they're in such a tough position, Navi, is they can't seem to get any of the up-and-coming talent, and then there's no veterans really available in the CIS region that you would want to slot into the team. So yeah, I think they're just an example of a team where they're so close in these matches, the mentality of Blade and the rest of them will be, you just have to fix small mistakes, and they'll just keep bashing their head on the wall.
Well, let's see if they can bash their head on the wall loud enough and strong enough to take this map and take this series. We're back with Sadicus and Moses as we jump into the pistol.
Thank you very much. Still down, dropping inside of B. He has Perfecto swinging around the backside of the site, as well as have Bit getting a shot from Arches. They've lost both those players, though. Just as I was going to say, they're in a good position. Suddenly, B-site becomes more of an opportunity. Electronic waiting. Simple gets the call that there's one toward bench, but his backside shows, and now he's forced to fight, forced to jump out. Nafany's got that shot, and there's a chance they can cover off window. They saw the player trying to get through. Problem being is that when they want to get inside, Nafany's got Simple down, and it's all on Boomage.
This is outrageous. This can't happen if you're Navi. You have to start this map. You had this pistol round. It was a 5-on-2. Boomage left all alone to pick up the pieces. He's at least out, but he's been spotted. Nafany with a quad kill, and what an unlikely pistol round for Gambit to win.
That's actually pretty sick. The fact that they get two inside the site, and okay, you think, right, they traded those back, but you still have rotations already in place, electronics in there, and Nafany does such a great job. So the start in favor of Gambit's, and yeah, just to go back, I think that crowd automation thing's kind of cool. I know this is a weird topic to go to right now, but yeah, it's obviously, we assume, done with the Steam linking of Twitch, because I saw my own logo in there, and I was like, wait a minute, I haven't done anything for this. So yeah, kind of cool. And Bebop got front row seats that he obviously paid millions for, because he was there again at the end, so.
Way to go, Bebop!
Jason, yeah, I know, right? Jason, are you in there somewhere or what?
No, I'm not in there.
Nosebleeds?
Yeah, I must be way in the back. I got binoculars out. It's like a Wrigley Field. I got like a rooftop seat in the building over. Here we go.
Yeah, no, it is a cool way to. It's a cool way to do it, though. It's a cool way to involve everyone. That's why I was kind of admiring the way it was created.
Everyone gets to have some fun. Boomich with an opening kill. Equalizer found on a Simple 4-on-4, but weaponry definitely in the favor, obviously, of Gambit. Trying to use some utility to get out. Ooh, that's some good deagle shots from his teammate. Bit's able to finish it off. And Gambit is forced back, but we've seen them worm their way out of these situations before.
Well, no question that they have. Hobbit will get Boomage down, though. That'll put them in to a 3-on-3. So there you go, pulling themselves back already. Electronic waiting to cover off the connector by Triple, and he's got a good position to try and catch out Shiro, should he peek, considering Electronic as well, the one with the FAMAS. Flashed off, though. They can hear them coming. Hobbit. That's a good bait plant. Even though Inters gets the shot, if he commits to that, man, that could have gotten risky, gotten messy, but instead it's all onto Bit, and I think Bit's a little too far gone as he's over toward B. So it's Gambit that's going to go up 2-0, and you're right. Bit sticky at the start, but they pulled themselves off of it.
Yeah, Gambit gets real good and real dangerous in those 3-on-3s for sure. Hobbit with a double kill. He's having a good series as well. Inters and Shiro with 1 kill in the round each also. So 2-0 for Gambit to start Mirage. And this is a bit of a change up from what we saw previously on the maps. Both of the two maps, all 4 halves that we've seen so far generally started with Navi out to really, really good beginnings. Really good runs to start them out. This seems to be Gambit grabbing control early, although it's only been 2 rounds. A chance still for Navi to change that.
And they'll start this one off. heading over toward B again with the bomb on the Gambit side. What are they? Guys, it's a pretty simple boost, really.
Guys?
Bit finally gets put up on there. Yeah. Hello? Hello, goodbye. Exile's got the shot. Bit's got the kill. Or rather, is the one killed, excuse me, as we snap the Perfecto, and he's down below with a knife in hand, really. Is he going to try that? Is he expecting someone's going to drop down right in front of him? Doesn't matter anyway, because they've already absolutely annihilated, assassinated, and opened up and procreated. In some ways, you could say, Jason, I'm not sure how, but I'm sure there's an argument for it. Inside of the B site, 3-0 for Gambit.
I respect the knife attempt, though. Just the thought I'm into. I like that he had the idea there. 3 kills for Bit, 1 on Boomich, 1 on Simple, and Simple's got the AWP coming into this first gun round. It's 5 on Nafi and 4 on Shiro to lead the way for Gambit. Here we go. Shiro's got an op. Simple has one as well. Shiro's op has been on point today. We saw some good opping from Simple on Dust 2. Obviously, naturally, Inferno, it fades a little bit. Not nearly as effective, but he was a menace on Dust 2 with it. And a big win for Navi.
Electronics going to wait with a passive position to cover off from the underpass, and you can already see as we very accurately swap over and show you the positions that they've got Bits on Catwalk as well. Hobbit starts to work his way out, but everyone else is starting to rotate back around. Well, I say everyone else. Nafany and Exile are. They've got Shiro still holding inside of middle, so increasingly this looks like it could be an A, and Hobbit might be the one to play the lurk in this situation.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have 2 lurks, 1 top mid, Hobbit and underpass, and he'll pick and choose how aggressive he wants to be up towards connector. Meanwhile, 2 gonna be at A ramp and 1 at Palace. In fact, Hobbit wants to be involved in the hit, gonna get close behind the smoke, and he's ready and waiting for his moment to pounce.
Close indeed. Can't get it done, though. Swings out at Hobbit. Galil instead gets the headshot. They know he's weak, so they're trying to capitalize. Instead, though, they get Shiro, so they still have the information that Hobbit is extremely low as Exile taken out by Boomich, and finally they'll get Hobbit down as they jump back up into the window. Bomb gets planted. Nafany at the triple box will turn immediately from that and look to his obligation of holding off connector. But it is the advantage for Navi, their best chance potentially to get back into this. However, there's no kits, so it's going to be a serious problem if they don't work inside of the site soon. And already the exchange goes down as Nafany takes out Simple, who could not find the shot in return. Boomich taps the bomb to try and bait some peeks, but it's a rotation through the mid-window, and that means back to connector, and that means with a line of sight to the bomb, which now is accessible, and without the kit, Nafany's got an easy job of winning it out with 4 now for Gambit.
Yeah, quad kill. He's up to 9 so far in this map. That is excellent work. Good reposition after the bomb gets planted. Simple never expected it. Man, that's a tough retake. And again, it feels like some of the initial battles, or at least some of the early going, is in the favor of Navi, and Gambit's just able to trade it and use all the information they get in deaths. Again, that's a 4-on-2 that slips away. Some early advantages for Navi that they've let go of. Important to note as well, remember, different from our previous game today, if you've tuned in all day, last matchup between Spirit and K23 was a lower bracket match, so K23 was eliminated. The loser of this match isn't eliminated. They fall down to face Spirit tomorrow. They also have an extra disadvantage. The winning team is going to get a 1-0 start in the best-of-5 final, but they also don't have to play a best-of-3 just previous to it. So this match is
that's right.
Pretty damn important.
It's a long day of Counter-Strike. You've got to win 7 maps.
Potentially,
You have to win 5 maps to win the day. You have to play, potentially, 7 maps. Very long day. You also get that luxury of knowing you've at least secured 2nd place in this RMR.
Yeah, that helps too.
Simple.
Helps in a big way.
Absolutely, it does. Yeah, I mean, Spirit's going to be trying its every way possible to get more points again. As we said, they've carried over the most, but give them 2nd place in this one, and you can almost guarantee that they're going to be at the major. Perfecto, meanwhile, already pushed up inside of the apartments, has the Deagle to work with, and the kill to complement the Deagle. Nafany on 27 has to be very careful trying to take this position back, because that Deagle could absolutely punish him. Perfecto knows that gun is there. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it, but he won't go for it right away because he has no idea what else lurks beyond the corner.
Nafi's hoping he's going to push for the gun.
You can see it. Yeah, he doesn't want to push that. Look at him. He's 27.
Yeah, no, he's hoping Perfecto grabs the gun and starts pushing so he can get an easy kill on the flank, because with that low HP, probably not going to be too useful if they get into an engagement in middle trying to make their way up catwalk. And they're going to found, they kind of know that, I mean, they kind of assume that Perfecto is still going to be stuck in these holes.
Well, they'll figure that out now by going B, and that means Navi will have more confidence to potentially come around the corner. The Molotov just to clear out the van, and Perfecto waiting will get spotted and taken down by Navi, so he put himself in a great position to capitalize, and Gambit, as a team, will eliminate him. But are they ready for Electronic to rotate back in? Because that gun was called down in the halls. If he can clear this single kill, he'll be able to get a rifle and potentially start to crack open the site, but I think they're going to position for exits instead. They're going to hold out on catwalk. No one working back through. As you can see, the position on bench from Bits. Simple as well, watching window. And then, like I say, that halls. The bomb as well should push that gun down the hallway toward the bench. So Electronic should at least get an AK out of this.
Nah, bad news bears. Anthony picked up that AK.
Did he grab it and throw it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He saved that bad boy.
Yeah.
So Electronic's going to get nothing.
Bad news bears.
5-0. 5-0. For Gambit, they're off to the paces. Off to the races? Off to the paces. Whatever.
The pace of the race.
Yeah, that works. All right. Another go of it with Simple having an AWP. M4s as well. Shiro also with an AWP still. But Navi's got to do something to start slowing down Gambit. Hobbit swinging out top mid. Pitt's going to go for aggression with the flashbang, and I think Hobbit might have felt the pressure coming. There might have been a tell or an indication. He backed away real quick.
Simple's not going to back away from anything with this AWP, and Nafany optimistically slides out toward the A site, and Simple will slide his dog tag into the pocket as he gets one kill in this round. Look for Exile. Thought he had the kill already on Boomich. Had to turn back. Could have been awkward. Instead, though, Bit's going to fight forward rather than turn around to take that kill because Electronic has him covered. Utility, my friend. Put it away. Get the gun back out, and Bit gets the double. Calm down, everyone. It's totally fine. As Hobbit finds himself in a 1-on-3, and I think Navi might have found their first round because the bomb is down in the A site.
Navi's very lucky to get away with this round. There was some kind of miscommunication about who was keeping eyes on connector, who was keeping eyes on mid. Both players at top con by those stairs turned around to address the A attack and almost got doubled up. It was only Boomich to fall, but that very easily could have been both of them. And a good recovery. Double kill from Bit to keep it within striking distance, and Hobbit's been found out. Perfecto is trapped in CT spawn, and Hobbit's actually going to make the run. A predicted grenade does good damage. I don't know if Perfecto wants to actually peek and take that fight. He's just making sure Hobbit's still froze in that position, and it should be a save here. Hobbit can't do a whole lot more. Maybe go over towards Catwalk and see if someone's exposed in mid or in the A bomb site, but that's going to be it. That'll be the first round of the board for Navi.
I don't know how Shiro doesn't turn and get that kill at Sandwich when the guy's holding utility and he's just killed your teammate. I would have thought there was a call there, but
there might have been.
Get this one.
You know, crazy things happen. Sometimes it doesn't always get through.
It's true. Right here, look at this. Bit's like, well, wait. Oh, Shiro didn't even look at it.
The call was also he's probably like stairs. You know, they might not have known he got headshotted, so like the vision might have faded before he saw him drop down into the cubby. Could be many things.
Bit leads the way on 6 kills, but Nafany has 10 overall, which is ridiculous. Good start from him. He's going to go to work again with a bit of utility toward mid this round as well. Nade all the way up toward the palace. Nade as well into Simple. 63 HP left over for him. Double nades. Woo! He's out. Screw that. Because now if they get a smoke in there, they can boost as well. They'll get one nade back into mid to try and do some damage onto Hobbit, but it is inconsequential considering the damage that's been deployed on Simple. A bit holding out on Catwalk. Did he see the shadow? No. So he's going to back away from that. Molotov goes out instead. Navi now has a read. In fact, he's going to jump up on top of the fence. He could go either direction at this point if he wants to get inside of that mid window. Boomich holding out inside of the A site with Electronic to play off of. It's Perfecto again up by the bench. This time with a rifle, not just the deagle. This time, here's the second set of footsteps, but Inters has the kill clean. And Bit's left alone on Arch as they'll start to walk down inside of the apartment. Thankfully, Simple's already rotated over toward Checker. He gets one on the AWP, but one, Simple, hardly done. As Bit's going to find Hobbit, it might be the round over. Instead, Nafany just getting into position on Catwalk, coming back through. Good movement to get onto position, to get up in the face of Bit, but he's ready for it. And it's Shiro left to basically wait this one out.
Yeah, another good round from Bit. The initial Catwalk defense also holding off and making sure nobody can drop and close the gap on Simple inside of the B bomb site. Second round for Navi as Gambit attempts a split and is shut down. Good game so far. 5-2 in the favor of Gambit. Last buy in their hands as well. Out of money after this. Here comes top Catwalk smoke. Little plume, and Nathany's just going to throw a little bit of utility behind it and back away. Don't want to deal with any mid-aggression or mid-pressure. And that's going to give Electronic some courage to slink up towards the top of this ramp. Him and Simple with a crossfire. Pretty tough angle for Electronic, but we know he can pull it off.
Electronic. I love you guys, Twitch chat. Exile goes in, and it's Bit to be found. Perfecto once again in the B site, this time not aggressively in the halls, is going to play behind the bench. Nade goes out. Molotov in behind it, but he stands high and above, using it as elevation to elevate his aim and game to get two more. And Simple and Electronic close it out 5-3. Navi continue this small comeback and try and knot this game even.
That's a good job from Perfecto. Bit was just rotating back, and he didn't even expect anyone to be jumping out of the window. Gets caught real hard with the shot to the face. But Perfecto, you're right. That angle on top of the bench, the second player in the halls didn't expect to have to take that engagement. And certainly the op didn't adjust quickly enough on Shiro. 3-5 as Navi start closing the gap, and they finally force Gambit back to pistols.
Hobbit. And underneath with the deagle in hand. I like the skin of this one because it actually changes the look of the gun in terms of the actual physical textures on the barrel, but doesn't matter what barrel's on the gun if he can't hit the shots. Tries to desperately toward connector, but they'll back away and fall from the danger zone.
Danger zone!
I knew you were gonna do it. I just left it there for you. The damage was done very slightly toward Navi. Gambits and wants to walk back in with one defensive player in the form of Boomich on the site directly. Don't forget that Electronic is trying to rotate back out from the stairs, and it's Boomich and Bit finding all of the kills. Simple doesn't even need to shoot. He knows there's one in Palace, but he gets taken down by Electronic instead. And while Vendetta said it, cliche, broken record, whatever he wants to call himself, that they needed more fragging power from Navi. It couldn't just be Simple. They're getting it now. Bit Perfecto, 7 and 9. In the opposite order, excuse me. Bit's actually on 9, and then Boomich up to 5 this time. Simple's not the one that has to lead the way.
Yeah, him and Electronic have been pretty quiet so far, which is just fine. You know, they can relax for a little bit. I'm sure they will have no problem stepping it up if need be later on in this game. AWP back in the hands of Shiro, and Gambit's going to take a second timeout. We saw them on Dust 2 a little bit panicked, use all 4 in the first half. They were getting absolutely battered. This isn't the same situation, but 2 timeouts in the first 10 rounds, pretty early to burn that second one. And Navi are setting themselves up very nicely. Clean sweep in the last round, all 5 players survived. Before that, it was 4 players survive. And they're building up an economy that can last them pretty deep into the rest of this half. And we'll see what Gambit adjusts. Navi, these past 2 or 3 rounds, have been pretty aggressive in middle. They've had those setups to make sure they control the mid ramp and the top mid boxes, all the knowledge of what Gambit is doing in mid, whether it's going to be a slow play towards Khan or a play up catwalk. They have that intel. And Gambit looks like they want to challenge it this round. 3 players coming mid. Hobbit's going to swing out. Ooh, electronic. He does get one, but Nafi responds with 2 of his own. That's one way to handle it.
It's one way. I mean, Nafni's multi-kills in this game are resounding. 13 now for him.
I think he had a quad kill in one of the gun rounds. He had a quad kill in the pistol round as well. Or at least a triple kill.
Yeah, he definitely had a quad kill on the round where he relocated from window to connector and killed the diffuser.
Yep.
When they didn't have the kits, so that one was definitely significant. Hobbit with 5 HP is going to drop down off of the A ledge and try and see if anyone's inside of the site back by Palms, but no one is. Meanwhile, the rest of his team will be positioning themselves to try and take B. And Perfecto on top of the truck actually gets the player in the form of Nafani behind Inters, who then gets a headshot on him. So they will get a trade that opens up some access to B, and Boomich has already made his presence known by tapping off from Catwalk, and he's going to fade from it.
You can see the mind game. He's so worried about a lurker. He's so worried about someone just waiting for a late flank. They've probably dealt with that so many times since this matchup has just repeatedly played. But without that kill, as he peeked up towards B-holes from Catwalk, him and Simple decide to save. Yeah, they've got a lot of money, but this would chew into it if they had to rebuy the AWP. So we're going to back off and let Gambit get to 6. It's just a 4-round run for Navi. They're not able to even things up. But good on Gambit. The adjustment to attack right into what Navi was doing and shut them down. Navi's going to have to think twice before they want to do that mid-pressure again.
So they back away from it despite that Boomich had a chance to try and strike before they dropped into the site. They make the economic call instead, and finally Gambit get around back, breaking the run of 4 from Navi. 2 timeouts in that 4 as well, which is, I guess, significant of the pace of this game, the intensity of this game. They're slowing it down a lot, trying to really pick each other apart, knowing that this map determines who gets the bye into the finals. That map in hand, like you say, they avoid a second best of 3 tomorrow in the morning, and obviously secure no worse than second place in this RMR, so there is lots in this game to be played for. Electronic flashback out in toward middle with the M4. He'll stay down below the smokes and even nades the corner just in case anyone is up close. But no one close enough to take any damage from that. And the smoke will cover Palace.
Okay, top con smoke. Simple and Electronic gonna step in front of it. Still spread for Gambit. And this is a small fake towards the B bomb site, trying to make it look like it potentially is a split up catwalk. Good find from Electronic. Nafani just slowly lurking in. Bomb is coming back towards A, so is Exile. So this fake towards the B bomb site, you've got Bit and Perfecto already staring up into the halls. They know it's absolutely nothing. All down to Boomich, Electronic, and Simple at A.
Simple wants to hold it back in underneath of the palm position, but that's very vulnerable, very open from multiple angles. Hobbit, just aggressive, just straight in. Needs to take some map control, and he'll get it, but Simple is able to swing back out. The double position at jungle allows them to get away with that, and he tries to find more, but Exile ready takes him down with a headshot immediately. He looked low, not on the ledge.
Oh, no.
And Bit flashed off, is going to get caught because he could not get through the doorway. Boomich, this Molotov. Thankfully, his teammate's going to extinguish that, but that reveals there's 2 in that position, and they're trying to play the angle. Shiro's got the shot instead, and Shiro's going to go back shortly to close it out. Can't quite hit it. Careful with the jump, but Boomich on the dump is going to run away. Swaps out the AK for M4. No, excuse me. It was going to be M4. He's either way, done in this round. Didn't want to reload. Just leaves.
And Navi with that
and Gambit
advantage.
find number 7.
Yeah, Navi they elected to play retake at that A bomb site with the man advantage, and Axile is able to sneak into connector and just deny any position of safety to wait for that retake. Finds electronic, but Simple in an awkward position, player on catwalk as well. None of them had access to actually begin that retake. Really, really well done. Excuse me, it was Habib who found electronic, but Axile still denying any opportunity for it. Gambit coming back into this real strong. Started to chip into the money that Navi's built up. I think one more buy for Navi, and then that's it. And Gambit might be able to find a big first half in this series.
So a slight lead of 3 rounds and a potential to win the statistical score of the first half. Not that that means necessarily anything. Shot from Simple, perfect to take down Hobbit, no utility. They wanted to go for the straight face, and finally Simple's gonna have something to fire at and get this AWP potentially going in the map. As they Molotov in toward connector, we snap over and catch Boomich going 1 for 1 as Nafany puts him back down after Shiro was lost. Lost but not forgotten. However, it's the man advantage for Navi as a result, and Simple on the AWP is definitely trying to see what else will happen on the A site. There's still a presence there as Nafany with the AWP picked up is going to try and get in position, is flashed out, tries to go for the shot, and he will. He'll get electronic through the smoke. That brings it level. Smoke as well to be deployed toward the top of jungle. Simple has to swing out. No one inside a palace, but there is a late lurk in mid, and that could be a huge problem if Bit's not able to spot it, but he does. Now Simple knows he's got confidence to be aggressive, and he'll do exactly that as Nafany gets taken down by the no-scope. Inter's running the bomb to B in a desperate attempt, but he actually slows his own pace down.
He's slowing down. I think he might think that he has a 1v1 here. He doesn't want to give away the game. There's still 45 seconds left, and Navi haven't caught on to this possibility. Bit is going to be coming from behind, so Navi's more than content to play it passively and let him have this plant. They want to ensure they're able to put themselves in the best position possible for the 3v1. That's going to give Inter some space, though, to get the plant and move out, all depending on how long he takes, because Bit is actually closing in pretty quickly through these B halls.
Molotov thrown toward Checker, though, but as you say, Bit was already pushing up for this information. Did he spot him? No, he didn't. Wow, Inters didn't see that at all, and Bit's got an easy shot. I think he still would have had to have a pretty fast reaction to get the shot in return. Then they'll wait to get the defuse because they're just looking around for extra utility, guns, whatever the case may be. There is... Perfecto's the player on A. Sorry, I was going to say, there's an AK right there, but they won't get it. They will now. Perfecto's found one of his own, and they should get the call to go ahead and get the defuse done. This is one of those situations where if they had more money built up, like Simple's got head armor already, and he has 4750, he could almost grab the AK just to get 3 AKs on the CT side and then buy out an op again, but it's not worth it without a cushion of cash.
Yeah, no, not, and certainly not ready. Certainly not with 3 rounds remaining in this half. that would hurt. What are they going to do this round? Simple. Heading towards window room. Hoping someone's going to pop up before the smoke plumes, and it's not to be. Deep nade actually does pretty decent damage, and Gambit has called a catwalk hit. They've called a B-split right out of the gates. A rare miss from Simple as well. Oh, Bit's got a lot to do. That miss might have ruined everything. Nafany is creeping up catwalk, and he stopped, thankfully. But Simple knows what's coming. He's already rotated over to market. He's already there to help out at this B-bomb site.
Though this position, he looks high, Bit. He considered it, but it was Nafany that had the upper hand. And now they'll wrap around. Missed shots from Perfecto. Nafany's doubled up. He might be blind. He might be on 21 HP, but he's done a tremendous job. Simple's missed a shot as well, and it's misses that will cost them as Gambit bust into the B site. Boomich will have to wrap back around toward catwalk, and still, they have that ladder position. Hobbit's going to go out aggressively. Shiro's behind it, so even though Hobbit goes down, Shiro, ooh, okay. Evasive maneuvers from Boomich as he falls off the ledge, but they're going to fall away from the round and save their weapons as we go now 8 rounds for Gambit.
Oh, that one really hurts. I think the idea that it felt like they knew what was coming. Like Simple saw by the nades that were being utilized that it was likely being set up to be a split towards that B bomb site. That miss on Catwalk really, really hurts, but even the follow-up, everything went wrong there for Navi. Simple rotates to B, so they put Perfecto to join Bit on Catwalk and send Bit to be aggressive, hoping he'll maybe go 1-for-1, and they'll have that safety net there behind him of Perfecto. And man, that just did not work out. Between the miss, between Bit going down for free, Navi didn't have anything successful in the round. 8-5.
And the last 2 rounds of the first half with the spotlight on Navi to try and keep this as close as possible with their potentially last buy just now. In fact, Boomich left with just the Deagle, relegated to that weapon. As Simple has the AWP once more, but this time he's going to be over toward B. And Perfecto was doing such a great job early in the half of holding that position off. They've obviously decided it's a point of weakness and need to fortify it with the sniper rifle, as Boomich with the Deagle will hold way back a ticket. So long shots looking to come out of the pistol. And it may be required as well, Jason, based on the positioning right now from Gambit.
Yeah, which isn't going to make Navi too happy. You have Simple in position on the van with the AWP, so you have 2 options. You rotate Perfecto off, or you do what they're doing, which is have Perfecto start pushing with this cover so that Simple can go elsewhere eventually. But you have 2 players now covering those B hulls and towards Catwalk. And this hit is nowhere near that bomb site. Navi's resources need to get into a better position. They're slowly being constricted upon as Nathany turns the corner. Good peek from Electronic. That's a tough angle to deal with.
Bit's gonna try and force the issue as well to help Boomich out with that Deagle. He comes out and spams a few shots speculatively toward A main, and they both go down. It was supposed to be distracting, and that they wouldn't spot the inside of the site. The second man close up, and Electronic has to wait on the backside of the smoke as Perfecto works his way in from CT. But look at the amount of fire. That one went a little deep to hold him off. That one went too deep. Simple's got one. He's traded back out. Electronic holds the position. Perfecto, he's inside of those flames, and he's got angle. He's got room, and he's got the shot onto Axile. Enters now in a 1-on-2 to try and get back in position. Kit for Electronic. Perfecto doing everything he can to try and pull him out. They think he's deep. They don't know that he's sandwiched, but the response is perfect, and Perfecto's aim snaps over to find round number 6.
Those entries were so clean. I actually thought that round was going to be lost when Bit and Boomich went down, because Bit looked really uncomfortable playing at that default plant spot. He looked like he knew he was taking up space that Boomich was going to need to get away from the Molotov. And that second guess made him an easy target as they came swinging out of Palace. Good on Navi for bringing that one back. Yeah, stressful for both the teams. 8-6, last round of the first half. Navi's buy not looking too bad. Gambit have Nathany stuck down on a Deagle. It's 17 kills from Nathany. He has been the powerhouse of this 8-round T-half so far.
Simple holding with the sliver gap to watch at the B apartments. You'll see the cross. Spots one. Axile walking out in that direction. Simple even looking to try and get the wall shot as he aims in. Not going to fire the trigger too soon. Doesn't want to reveal his position, but the smoke will go down. And he's not done there. All right, cool. Thanks, man. I'll just move up.
Steps up like only Simple would. He's got some space.
He's flex.
He's got Bit and ladder room as well to help out. Even Perfecto's playing close to ladder room, so they're more than content with this kind of a setup to play a bit more of a retake style at the B bomb site, because Perfecto can crunch onto Catwalk if it's needed. Tronic timing peak is great. Nathany's just jumping up. First kill on the board. Bomb is headed towards the B bomb site as well.
Shiro working his way back in toward middle, but it's still over toward B that we have to watch. Shiro even heading this direction by way of the underpass. Perfecto to hold it. He's got the first on to Hobbit. Perfection, the enemy of progress, and he wants to deny any progress toward that bomb by the way of Gambit, but Exile's got the shot in return, and Bit has to trade it back. That allows Electronic back inside of the site, and it's all down to Inters to close the half, and unfortunately, Inters is out of time. This round goes to Navi, and we will have an 8-7 split when we swap over.
That's a really nice recovery there from Navi, right at the end as well. Bringing it as close as they possibly could. And Gambit might be a bit frustrated. They had some chances there at the end of the half, and Navi able to just snatch him away. All right, 8-7 in this third and deciding map, and we're gonna get a pause real quick for a tech issue, a little bit of internet struggles. Yeah, it's crazy, Matt.
Nafany's score compared to the rest of the team.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, it's a great team effort to get 8 rounds on the board for Gambit, but they're gonna need more than that in the second half, you know. And I mean, certainly they're gonna have other players climb up, but yeah, that's not a one-man army, but that's a huge impact for just one player. 17 kills. Next closest on his team is at 8. That's Exile and Hobbit tied at 8. For Navi, it's Bit at 12, Perfecto at 11. It's the young guys leading the way, but 9-8-7 on Electronic, Simple, and Boomich.
So we should be back underway any second. Looks like... All right, so Boomich is still waiting to call this back. Haven't seen any update. Actually, I heard a chat noise toggled in the server, but that was just the config letting us know about the timeout, not anyone typing. ADR, 124 for Nafany. That's a super impressive scoreline. And you're right, there was other contribution. Don't get me wrong. The 8 kills, Exile had some multis, Hobbit again. Definitely getting some things going and opening up some sites, but Nafany was just absolutely unstoppable at times.
He was a beast.
What kind of beast would he be?
That's a really good question.
Saber-toothed tiger?
Yeah, we could go with that. That's
Spider monkey?
I don't think that's really counts as a beast, does it?
Drop,
not in the same
drop
vein.
bear?
Okay, drop bear's good. Regular bear would be fine. Black bear attacks are on the rise these days, Matt. There's some weird shit going down.
Yeah, just don't get in the way of the cub. Don't get in between the cub and the mother. Black bears are not that scary, really, otherwise. They're pretty skittish. We have quite a few around here. I don't see them when I'm biking, thankfully. Not in the areas I bike, but there's been a lot of encounters.
Becoming
Hobbit's
aggressive.
Waiting
They're
as
learning.
he sees the smoke over top of A. He's going to get pushed off this, Jason.
Yeah, he really is. That's what happens when you get shot in the face. So, 5-on-5 retake scenario. Shiro blinded up, but still gets the kill. Bit falls down. Oh, and more coming. Simple's gonna try and respond. That's all the way from Palace. Boomich hiding, ready and waiting. There's the pounce. There's the shot. 3-on-3. And Simple still peeking out for more. Looking towards triple boxes. Inters. No one committed yet from Gambit's side of things. And here we go. Tap onto the ball, but Simple's got that with quick efficiency. And that's going to be the signal to back away for Gambit. They can no longer win. Kit's on the ground.
Kid is on the ground. Hobbit trying to do what he can against Boomich just to take him down, but he will get killed off just like the rest of his team, with the exception of Exile. Someone says he's a man, bear, pig, Jason, and I don't mind that. That's a reasonable
That's a good
one.
reference. Yeah, that's a really good reference.
But Bit, 12 kills now, leads the way as he gets onto the second half. Look at Simple shot. P250 from that range, just brilliantly perfect as he nails down Inters as well. And 8-8. Navi respond by getting the second half pistol, because remember, they won both pistols on Inferno. They actually won 11 0 in terms of converting those pistols, but still lost out the map when the guns started to come up from Gambit, so this time they have a chance to try and respond. And this series can go either direction. This is the map that Navi stole from Gambit in the last time they played in the group stages, and they want to try and do it again. Inters has others' ideas as he nearly finds the second headshot as well onto Electronic coming around the corner, but hold on. Smoke down, I think this one's already over.
Yep, they're just going to save the weapons and try again. I like the pacing from Navi, not messing around, not going slow, and giving an opportunity for a scout or a deagles to get some random headshot out of nowhere. Taking matters into their own hands. 1 kill and the round's over. So time for Gambit to, it looks like they're going to try and set up some exit positions to grab a few kills right at the end. Shiro coming up the stairs. Hobbit can push into the B-halls as well. Ooh, and they're going to have a chance. They could take a lot of guns away from Navi, who's surely just going to stop into this kitchen. Oh, there's one. Shiro drops him. They need to push forward for Electronic. Good trades. And somehow none of these kills go the way of Gambit.
Navi has to just concede, look for an exit kill. They're going to peek him, and Simple gets him down as well. CT side, not a worry about the money not going his way, but it still sends a message. It still shows business, a bit of teeth coming out from Navi. And Electronic definitely showing off some access to the B site. Good aggression as well as they come back around having the bomb already down. They definitely take no prisoners and they take the lead in the game. So now we've got to sit and wait for the money on Gambit's side because CT side losing the first 2. Navi just needs to make sure they don't make any mistakes on this round and we should have a 10-8 game.
Oh, that's a great pop flash. That's a great push as well. Simple's got to be careful. He's here alone and that's a valuable weapon. It does get taken away. That opens up some opportunity. The bomb is in T-spawn. Boomich with 1, although he's shanked. Down to 45 HP. And Navi need to find an escape route. They need to pick somewhere to go. Electronic, gonna go investigating. But there's a lot of weapons picked up and salvaged for the Gambit side. I think this kill might do it. That might be the kill. That might be the signal that the B bomb site is open and devoid of defense.
Well, that means Electronic can even lurk this and hold the last 2 remaining players on this side of the map. In fact, it might just come to kills as he finds Exile. Works out as well, and Shiro standing on top of Ticket. Gun picked up. Some economic damage done, which is not the worst thing in the world, but bomb planted around at this point, surely too far gone, and they know that he's on CT. Look at Boomich even sneaking up thinking, yeah, I got a Mag 10. I'll take that. I'll take a little bit of money, and he'll do exactly as intended.
That's brilliant from Electronic. Not being too aggressive. You're right. Just staying up in Palace and realizing they're going to have to move eventually to get into some safety. And then just freezing that final player. But boy, was that dangerous. 2 weapons passed over. That could have been an absolute nightmare. Boomich getting away with 1. And then finding the rotating kill. 10-8. 2-round lead for Navi. The lead they grabbed in the previous round is their first of this 3rd map. And now all of Navi in double digits for fragging.
Tactical timeout number 1 for Navi used in this game, and interestingly done. Despite having the lead, it's the right time because they know that they're going up against the first gun round of Gambit, and they have a real chance to make this a 5-0 start to the half. Put the pressure on Gambit. And they know that there's very likely to be the AWP out for Shiro, and he's going to go straight toward middle. No blocking of the smoke. Timing on the shots? Not quite right. Boomich not only was above the crosshair placement, but he was ahead of it as well. That means he can get toward middle, but Exile immediately sneaks back out and finds him on the M4. Inters splashed, holding off, and Exile has to rotate back around. They knew he was pushed out. They knew that means there was only 1 inside of B, and there was a chance, but what a hold from Gambit. Electronic at least gets down toward the van, but he's got 1 HP. And Simple might have it all to do here against 4. He starts it off using his teammates to help get him inside of the site. Electronic may fall, but he gets the 1 kill in return. Still has the ball, but does he know Nafany's behind him? Absolutely not. Nafany just barely got by before Simple checked it.
Yeah, Nathany's a sneaky little player, isn't he? He could have even just turned that corner and gone right at Simple, which would have given a chance for Simple to turn and have a fair fight, but just sneaks into that corner. That's tough. 3 players survived for Gambit, so it's not really the economic damage Navi would have wanted in a loss like that, but they still have plenty of money for another bout. AWP in the hands of Simple, and utility being picked up also. 3 players towards the A bomb site right out of the gate. Simple's going to go for a pick at A ramp. He's hoping somebody's going to be crossing along that wall, and he's going to be smoked off and just give it up immediately.
Perfecto to the underpass. So Gambit with a good response and Navi back on the purchasing. But, as you can see, that scraped electronic sticker on this skin. They'll still have the AKs, and this will be the last round they potentially have them if they're not careful. Hobbit close up, wanted to use that very small radius gap in the smoke at the bottom corner, and he does. Bit goes back into it, and Hobbit reads it perfectly, hears it as well, and falls to Shadow, and I expect they'll anticipate his positioning to be as such, so they'll eventually clear it, not using utility, not spraying through the top, but by Boomich bypassing Shiro and getting to Sandwich, and look how focused Shiro is on that position, but yet still can't spot him. And Boomich gets back out to Tetris. I don't think Shiro's even aware. He's still staring there. He's distracted and occupied.
This is weird, though. The only utility that Navi has is on Perfecto, so they need Simple to open it up, being aggressive with the AWP. There's no smokes, there's no Molotovs, but there's just the op. That is brilliant. Navi gonna find an 11th.
God, you love that. Simple just crawling back in, knowing that Shiro's got to be back there somewhere, and Boomich was already in that position. It looked tentative, but man, oh man, that right eye of Simple.
I was so worried when I looked around, and there's no smokes for any cross. There's no Molotov. There's no flashbangs to even make a desperate leap for the cross. It had to be Simple stepping up with the AWP, or else they were in trouble. And of course, he delivers for him. Navi gonna get up to 11. And more importantly, they might get an easier round next against Gambit, who's going to be a little bit busted in terms of what they can actually bring to bear to fight back.
Bomb explodes. Navi takes the round. Inters keeps his gun, but we now have a 2-round buffer for Navi. That one gun saved. It's got to be Deagle's, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to bring something to fight with, right? It can't be rifles. Deagle and armor on Exile. The M4 that Inter saved. Shiro Deagle no armor because he wants the AWP. And a CZ without armor on Hobbit as well. $11-9.
Shots toward the sights. Saw, I think, both players that are pushed up, so he gets the first, has to reload. Thankfully, Exile not able to peek on the back of that. Electronic keeps him in place with a flashbang, and now Bit will get the shot. Goes down to 15, but finds 2 kills, and the other kill in the round was by Perfecto at mid.
Yeah, he burned someone out in the window. Couldn't get out of the flames, Matt.
It's tragic, actually, when you phrase it like that.
It's a terrifying way to go.
What is the difference between mid and meat? Do you remember that one with Pasha and Shroud playing together?
I do not. My brain has selectively chosen to delete that from my memory.
Okay, well, he thought mid and meat, as in like meet the food or meet the person, were all the same word, just based on his accent. It was kind of at the same time.
That's
but
nice.
It's okay, gentlemen's for Navi this round, as they'll go 12-9.
Here we go. Gambit get a chance to fight back. 5-1 in this second half in the favor of Navi. Again, really, really good start in the half. Can they complete it? Same story on Dust 2. Good start. Rough finishes. Navi need a complete picture in this half to take this series and head into the finals with a 1-map advantage.
So pressure on Gambit as Exile holds on Catwalk. Smoke will fade away. Hobbit the only one directly inside of the A site at this point because there's so much pressure on mid. And Nafi needs to get a call quickly. But Exile's gone off this. They're both actually watching underpass. This is a problem. That run boost, that had to be a miscommunication. Exile left them wide open. No one was actually looking at boxes. Everyone staring with their backs exposed, and the run boost was perfect because Nafi couldn't do anything about it. He heard it coming late and turned and went down immediately. Inters, meanwhile, over toward the B apartments is going to try and push back and make something work in their favor because they've already gone down that man. Electronic is the one heading that direction. Bomb as well is also over here, so he peeks out. If he actually gets the kill fast enough, I was going to say he might spot both of them as well as the bomb, but instead he falls back. We just barely saw him being spotted out as he did so, but meanwhile, it's over toward A, where Bit is progressing forward and further into the site where Exile waits, but he only gets the one. There's two there. He doesn't know there's two there. Hobbit, he's aware that he's gotten around behind him and sneaks out for Firebox. They'll try and set the crossfire. Perfecto will eventually go down. Bomb, meanwhile, though, is coming back through Connector, and Bit is trying to do what he can to hold it. Shiro. AWP can't do anything through default, even tries to spam the edge of it. That gives Hobbit a chance to try and shoot as well. Shiro's got Boomich at least. There has to be a third man in this, but where's Inters? He's taken so long to get in position, but now he will. And surely Bit's found by it, drops him immediately, and they have to deal with Simple, who's out toward middle. He's got the first already, and it's an op versus op. Shiro, the hero, versus Simple, the absolute slasher, and he's going to try and come back around through as he baits out the barrel, trying to get Shiro closer to his position, trying to just buy time. And Shiro, he's gone for it, but won't commit to it. And he's still trying to get Simple to peek. He can't, he won't, he gives it up. It's a battle of wits, and Simple comes out on top.
Oh, and Simple even goes hunting for it at the end. Of course he does, but what a masterfully played one-on-one with another really talented opper. Shiro, unfortunately, getting outplayed there in the time of the bomb. An opponent as well. I don't know if that was a miscommunication in mid. It very well might have been. This could also be Nafi listening for a flashbang and using that as his cue to turn around. Obviously extremely risky, and obviously it doesn't pay off here. I'll tell you what, though. I'm starting to like Bit more and more. He had a really chaotic and hectic role to play in that A bomb site. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place for so long, not knowing where the next engagement was going to come from. But his positioning was so important. And the fact that he doesn't panic and push into an ill-advised fight is huge. He holds on so well. 18 kills for Bit, leading the way for Navi, and they've got a 4-round lead.
Four-round lead, and Navi might get redemption for the last 3 series these two teams have played. I'm loving this rivalry. I want it on land, Jason.
Yeah, I think everyone does.
I want it on land, somewhere in the CIS region with a live audience.
Ooh, that'd be spicy. I wonder. I have to imagine Gambit as an organization has the fan base to back that up too against Navi.
Yeah, that's the thing, because Navi is obviously the larger brand between the two, given their Dota team's success, the start of
Old school League of Legends.
the international runs. Yep, League of Legends, and then obviously in Counter-Strike they've been around forever. But I think Gambit's growing on a lot of people, and I think there's enough. I don't want to say anti-fans, but like people that don't want Navi to win. You know what I mean? People are fans of other teams that would probably rally behind Gambit.
Here we go. Pop flash through the smoke. Set pieces in. First kill goes to Exile, and he gets another one onto it. The multi-kill is there, but only for 2. Exile now stuck into Palace, and Nafi shows up at just the perfect moment. It's all on Boomich, and he's got the bomb. He can sneak away. He's only got Inters to deal with at this B bomb site. Lurking in market, and a good timing is going to be found, and Boomich not going to be able to get this plant. He's going to die instead. 13-10, Gambit is still alive.
Still alive and into double digits. So Navi not out of the woods just yet. They'll slow things down. Their purchase should be pretty strong. Simple's got 8750. Yeah, Boomich has 72, so they'll be fine in that regard. Second tactical timeout used by them, though, as we see Boomich talking about what might work better for him.
I like that they're using one now as well. Like if you're Navi, I feel like you can burn these as much as you want as long as you get the victory in the end. And they
That
want to
is
make sure.
risky from Simple, having that drink that close to his keyboard. Carry on.
I didn't notice. How close was it? Inches?
Close enough, Jason.
Yeah, that's fair.
I noticed he was smartly using a straw, though, right? So he doesn't have to, like, smoke it and send it flying. But look, better him than me as I reach over for my drink that's right beside my keyboard. Okay, I'll stop talking.
Already had a tech pause for one spilled drink today. We don't need two. Simple with the op again. Gonna go take that peek up a ramp. And not gonna see anything. No one's running along the wall, along the bench, and he's smoked off. Top cat smoke and con smoke. As Axile and Nafany get aggressive in catwalk and connector and see that mid is clear for the moment.
Execution to come in as Electronic wants to bounce the Molotov down. Smoke jungle, smoke CT, smoke on stairs. Hobbit goes forward with his smoke to try and hold off as we glance toward the apartment position. Meanwhile, Perfecto lurking out from middle is going to try and get inside of connector and clear for Navi. Has to be aware of Shiro's position on the capital. Watch out, Hobbit. Not checked. Able to get one. Sees the second one up close. He'll make that call as Nafany's able to take out Electronic. It's Axile to add to this as Boomich now has to wrap around. He might. They know he's there, but Perfecto got the kill to give him the space to do it. And we still, despite being down a man, have a chance to pull back into this bomb. Not with Shiro on the case. He's got the bomb well in his sights, and Boomich falls to his AWP as well. It's all on Perfecto. I'm not sure he's going to be aware that Shiro switched over to the rifle and wants to get aggressive. He'll drop down. That'll make noise. You thought that AK lineup was there, but Shiro gets the shot instead, and we're 2 rounds apart.
What a pounce from Gambit. A passive defense outside of Hobbit's position was the most aggressive, and Gambit just lets Navi get into the bomb site all the way towards the plant spot, and they all come through the smoke, and they all fight. Hobbit peeks out. Nafany gets to the top of the stairs. Meanwhile, the Palace players who are supposed to be covering that peak are looking towards the bomb site as well. A little bit of mistake in the coverage there for Navi's attack. And Gambit pull another one away, and that forces Navi onto just pistols. No plant, no bonus money, and now Gambit have strung 2 together. And surely not, Matt. Surely this isn't it. Navi on Dust 2. Excuse me, Navi on Inferno. Good starts and couldn't finish. Again here in the second half, 6-1 run. And now Gambit's fighting back, and they might just be able to take control away again.
Hobbit gets Simple down. You're right. It might just be so close and yet so far for Navi. In this game, a lot more back and forth than the other two. We heard them say it on the desk. It was just streaking rounds together. Very different situation now. Bits. Try and put that Deagle to work. Sneaking up, I think he's going to be spotted. Yep, he is. No shot, though, that lands. Hobbit finally will tap with the AK. That'll do. Perfecto going to try and go the same position and sneak up and maybe go undetected or get the shot instead, but Hobbit's already jumped down and he's moving out. He'll check it right now. Good read by Perfecto to know that he was going to peek from that angle, but still it won't matter. Hobbit has the kill. And here we go. 1-round game.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't have it any other way on this third map. Well, Nafany started, he's what, 21-17 now, so still leading the way, but the rest of his team is catching up. As we said, it would likely do in the second half. Everyone on Gambit in double digits now as they've closed the gap on that scoreline to their top fragger. Boomich gonna cross the top mid, and Shiro misses a shot that he'll probably hit 9 out of 10 times.
Probably, but not this time around. As the exchange at the bottom middle from Bit starts to work in both directions. Grenade goes down and Bit's scratched by that, and so is Perfecto. They'll actually be pushed out of this corner. Bit's got to run back down into the underpass. Doesn't want to burn, but knowing that that's revealed his position as he has to run, he'll throw a Molotov back up into the window himself and make sure that he's not caught out in exchange. Nice find, though. Axile to get Bit down. Finally, the CTs get the start they need. Gambit back into the advantage and doubling up as Navi will get Boomich. Perfecto. It's a catwalk. Bomb's already in B. Electronics already on the floor. They'll have heard him jump down. They might have problems now as well because the bomb... Okay, it did fall into the position that Electronic can recover it, but he's got bigger issues to worry about in a 1-on-4, and Gambit have tied the game.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Oh, you can almost feel it just slipping out of their grasp. It's 4 straight for Gambit. And Navi didn't even have a step, didn't even have a chance in that round. Only 1 kill on the past 2 rounds for this Navi attack, and another timeout taken. Their 3rd timeout taken as the lead has dwindled. The advantage has dwindled. And this is a round as well. Navi's going to have to drop down. They do have the full losing bonus, but no access to the site. No plant means they can't buy the rifles. So light armor and pistols coming in for the Navi attack.
So we'll see what they can come up with this time. But money's starting to be the issue. The 4 rounds in a row now for Gambit have all come to kills. Bomb plants non-existent now for Navi after starting out 6-1 in this half. And away we go. Straight back into it. And it's Tech9s with 1 P250, and it's aggression. They've kept their money high so that they'll be able to get a full buy in the next round. Simple's got 3350 already, so count on the fact that an AWP will come out, but they might be playing from behind by the time we arrive there.
That's why he's lurking. He's got no armor. It's going to be an execute. It's going to be a set piece on the A bomb site. They're going to try and create some chaos, and any kill that the other 4 can get is huge because that'll pull Nafi and Shiro's attention towards the A bomb site. That might allow Simple to slip in, and he actually might go early. He knows they're all in jungle now.
Simple's waiting for his opportunity to strike. The execution goes in. Boomich. He's got all the way to CT, but Hobbit was aware that he was there, and nearly he had a chance to find potentially 2 if he had kept going forward, but that was their best position so far. Perfecto still forward enough to keep them pushed back, and they get the bomb down. They have at least done that. It'll give them a bit more to work with. But still, they have a chance to try and make this work. Simple, you said it on the lurk, doesn't have the armor. Smoke down, that should mean the end of it. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything as they try to get on the defuse. They go to the safe side of it. They even body block the position so that they can hold it all the way through, and they'll do exactly that to get both kills. And Gambit do have the lead indeed.
Yeah, a good call from Gambit. Again, you have 4 rounds in a row. You know the loss bonus is at its highest, and you know that it's not going to matter if they get the plan or not. Next round's going to be a buy no matter what. Gambit falls away so far from all the danger. They fall away so deep at the bottom of the stairs in CT spawn, so deep away from window and jungle. So no chance for Simple and Electronic to really get anything going that's going to help them turn the round in their favor. 14-13. Similar setup to start. 4 players at the A bomb site. Perfecto, excuse me, outside the A bomb site. Perfecto's over at B, setting up smokes to apply some pressure to the B bomb site. Not a fake, just keeping a player there for the moment. This is all going to be on the Halls prop. Oh, and the Molotov splits them. Electronic's the only player out. He's gone down for free. Hobbit's in an engagement. Eventually traded off, and Boomich has made his way all the way in.
Difference this time going all the way in is that he has a gun to go with, and they have CT possession in theirs as bomb goes down again. Exile, that's a collateral as he takes out Simple and finds Boomich immediately after, and the Molotov's going to be thrown by Bit because now they suddenly have to hold on, and Exile tagged up by that Molotov will fall down to 29. The round looks so good until the multi-master finds one more. Perfecto through the smoke. Knows Nafi's up close, saw the trajectory of that smoke, but hasn't actually committed to walking all the way through because they could still fall back. Bit, meanwhile, is going to work, and he'll find 2. That's the exact cue that Perfecto needed. Tie game yet again.
That's phenomenal stuff. I want to see Bit's perspective. They must have lined up for him in such a nice way. Man, Navi's so lucky to get that plant down. Imagine that. Simple is spammed to 1 HP while he's planting. If he goes down, completely different situation, completely different round.
And I called collateral. We're going to see bits. Okay, they lined up perfectly for him. That's foolish. I called collateral from CT. I think he actually may have snapped over because the wall bang came in first, not second on the kill feed. But still, that's as close as you like.
It might have been a wall bang through a body. Hold the thought, aggression at Halls. I don't think Electronic has had to deal with this yet, and Shiro's going to scope in and maybe just give it up. Electronic going to crouch right into it.
That's a pretty solid kill to get, but unfortunately it's not for free as Navi was lost in connector. That's going to give a bit more control of mid to Navi. The overtime point on the line. And either team doesn't have a ton of cash residually left over. You might argue if Navi gets a plant, they're in the better position even if they lose than Gambit would be if they lose this round. So keep an eye on that bomb as it's going to head its way back over toward the A site. Perfecto to smoke in.
I want to know what Boomich's role is. I think he's just ready and waiting. This is going to be a fake at the A bomb site. Navi has prioritized it the last 2 rounds. Exile could spot Simple, though. Could ruin everything. Oh, no. Oh, they both hear each other. Oh, this is so awkward. And that's the bomb. Simple's got to be so careful. It's all down to this engagement, it feels. 28 seconds of the clock as well. Boomich has dropped down, trying to come middle to help Simple. But Hobbit was still in the bomb site. Navi is stuck in no man's land.
Simple even checks it because he heard him. But down he goes, and Exile gets bit as well, who was called over to try and support it. You're right, that got awkward in a hurry, and Exile finds the kill that might just find this game because the plant never occurs. 6,900 on Bit, 5450 for Simple. They'll force in with everything they have.
Oh, that's wild. I kind of liked the idea from Navi, but Gambit was aggressive in middle. They wanted information. They wanted to know what was coming. And an awkward timing for Exile and Simple means they can hear each other, but not actually engage each other. And way too risky for each one of them to commit and overextend for that fight. And because Simple had the bomb, that means Navi was just frozen. They couldn't go anywhere. There's no good solution to that kind of a problem. Now round 30. Gambit's got one chance and one chance only to close it out.
I mean, I guess the tension between the two, if you're Simple and you know time's against you, maybe you just run it and try and bait him into peeking you, but it's
such a long way at that point.
You're damned if you don't. Yeah.
It's a long route to run, which means the rest of Gambit has a chance to get there in time. Brutal. We'll see what they have in store here. Boomich towards middle. 4 players. Navi have really consolidated themselves tactically. Way more grouped up in these last 4 or 5 rounds of the match.
Smoke down in window as Nafi tries to spray back through and hit the boxes, but Boomich is going to sneak past those smokes and actually get onto Catwalk. Didn't spot the player at the top side of connector because there was a smoke down, and he's already in. He's already in indeed and finds Exile. He can't get to this time, but they are still a man up on the Navi side. Not for long. Oh, take it back. Hello to the Krieg is Simple. Cleanly takes Nafi's head off of the shoulders, and Shiro and Hobbit to pull this back to try and close this game. Otherwise, we've got more rounds, and what a map between these two teams. I would happily accept more rounds as Simple looks like he's going to deliver those to us all on Shiro. AWP bomb still ticking, and he'll go for it, but it's going to have to be something amazing. It's going to have to be something more than memorable to win this game, and they're not going to peek. They're not going to make this easy for him. He's got to give up the gig as he gets so much noise, and 15-15, we are not done.
That's a great fight from Navi to stay in this. That's great for them to come back in this game. Impressive stuff from Navi, who seemed at the end like they were just knocked out and lost. They didn't seem to have an idea. They didn't have to burn all their timeouts to get to overtime, though, using all 4 down the stretch. But money issues no longer there for either side. There's been a back and forth. There's been some rounds with some weaker weaponry. And oh, that team kill with the nade. Unfortunate. Just barely missed the window frame.
So started off, worth noting, it's 10K MR3, not 16K. So there is economic impact on Nafi. Nearly had a clean shot and got flashed. Didn't know what else was around the corner, so didn't commit to it. Now he'll back off on middle because he has to.
Oh!
It's been revealed, but not only that, it's a fast play from Navi. They want to go toward A, and Boomich somehow despite taking a bullet in the face, is able to lock his aim directly back onto Hobbit, as Exile will get him down at least with a nade. The damage significant enough to allow the utility to finish.
They forgot the bomb, Matt. The bomb's in T-spawn.
I was about to say, that's not anywhere near the fast play.
Oh, boy. And if we've seen anything out of these two teams, or definitely out of Gambit, oh, wow, he actually jumped up on the box for that fight. I was going to say, they like to chill just in case there's a fake or just in case there's a reposition to the other bomb site. But Gambit right now being real duel heavy as they flash themselves back in. Exile's got 3 on the round, and Perfecto is all alone to fall last. 16-15 for Gambit.
Gambit again in the leads. Oh, that's unfortunate. Bombs there. They might be able to get a plant. As soon as it falls into a 3-on-3, they have the time, and you can see it right now. Finally, they get it in position, but Exile still alive back towards CT, and Gambit with the advantage again on the CT side. T-round's going to be the all-decisive round for Navi. No pistol round to get momentum for either team, as we've seen that be a factor throughout this series. Conversions have certainly been happening, but Boomich is going to throw a smoke. Nafi knows he's there. It's just a question of whether or not he wants to peek out and try and get the kill, because now he knows there's 2. Bit makes some noise. He can't commit to it. So frustrating, so antagonizingly close. But nothing can be done of it, and he has to concede and fall away as the smoke goes down at his feet. Look at that X-ray position. 3 players waiting to come in from Palace, so this is a 3-2 split on A, and they're just going to walk in. They've got the call that there's a player distracted and busy. Simple's got Nafny down. That's the opening from Connector, but they need to be aware that Inters is still at jungle, and he's able to get 1, but Boomich finally emerges from the window. Is it too little too late? Simple was taken back as well, and Hobbit had 2 kills that had a lot to do with that as Boomich gets taken out. Shiro smartly falls back outside towards CT spawn, and the second AWP is going to give a second round in overtime to Gambit.
Man, Navi really wanted to force that connector or window player to fall back into Simple's crosshair. He was posted up from Palace for a long time, waiting for somebody to just wander in, maybe forget the element of danger from that angle due to the Molotovs and nades coming at him, but it never happened. That left him with the hulls bust, and it gets shut down, even with good support from Simple. Navi on the verge of going 0-3 in this first overtime, or Gambit on the verge of going 3-0, whichever way you want to look at it. Nafany gonna Molotov the top mid boxes, make sure nobody can hide their safely. Run boost is abandoned by Simple and Boomich, and now they're gonna head back into it. Here we go, there's the jump across.
Nade to the boxes, knowing that they're likely there. Boomich will take the damage from it. Shiro even peeked quickly to see if there was a chance he could spot anyone, but he's even considering the underpass. And rightfully so, as Bit is in that position. We said it, that 10K, it's so damning in overtime. 1 overtime on map 3 to determine who will go through to the upper bracket final, bypass the lower bracket best of 3 before a best of 5, and also have a map in hand. There's a lot to play for. Hobbit's going to get Boomich down. Perfecto at least getting one open up from Navi. Shiro's going to follow up Simple again. Despite that he's won the duel so many times between the two of them, is losing it now that we are into the extra innings. Exile finds Electronic as well. There's no access from Palace. Bombs at the top of Connector. Hobbit has that down, and Perfecto left on 28. It's a clean sweep of the first half of overtime by Gambit, and now 3 map points.
Yeah, they had 1 chance in regulation. Now to give him 3 is a really dangerous prospect. Navi's gonna have to buckle in. Here we go. This is tough. These are really good fights. Navi couldn't make any progress. Everywhere they went, every move they made, someone from Gambit was there to meet them, there to challenge them for the space. Exile's really climbed up this scoreboard with the quickness. So is Hobbit. Actually, it's Shiro. This Gambit team all came alive. Where at halftime we were saying it felt a lot like a one-man show. Nafany was like 9 kills above his closest teammate. Everyone else has joined him. The fragging power of Gambit has arrived, and that does not bode well.
It's not like Navi has a discrepancy either, though. Everyone's contributing on that side, but you're right. Nafany did so much to hold Gambit in this game, and now everyone is here as well. Cavalry's arrives and Simple waiting toward B. Looking for his 20th kill in the game. Time to go off, Simple. Between the two of them, needs to be careful. Double Molotov down. Damage can stack from those flames, but the smoke goes down on top of them instead. He'll fall away and try and get toward the van, but Nafny and Exile have already opened it up. Simple Well Blind gets one, but only one. Exile gets in behind. Man, oh man, this kid's good when he looks for the entries on the double kills, as Electronic will take back Shiro. At least some salvation, but it is all on Boomich. Oh my, the map on the man's shoulders. Kits to play with, but he's got to be so quick. He denies the bomb plant. That's something. Smoking himself off, but not enough time. Exile fittingly closes it out, and Gambit will go through to the upper bracket final.
Yeah, quad kill for Exile in that round, and he was able to come in and get a lot of entries, and Simple's got to be wondering where his teammates went. They had a perfect setup in the final round. Simple with the op on platform. Bit and Perfecto towards Catwalk to help defend and keep some space. It all collapses. What a great game from Gambit. They looked a little bit flustered at times, but every time Navi gained a lead, they came roaring back. That was fantastic stuff out of Gambit.
Very good game. Very, very good game. And that's the most goosebumps I've had watching a CS match in a while. I want them on LAN, but we are going to get closer to LANs. That's what this is about. RMRs, this is about a major, let alone just LANs, but you're right. As things are also getting underway over at ESL or IEM Cologne, those LANs are getting closer. With that said, if we have a LAN, Duncan, I want to kiss you on the mouth.
Oh boy.
All right. How'd you feel that one, Duncan? How'd you feel about that?
I'd be following Henry. So, you know, I would make some sort of other joke about the esports industry, but I won't.
We'll keep it PG, you know. We get to the end of the day on this mad, wild ride. And I think what we got to come back to on this Mirage game is the fact that, again, you look at a game where Navi have it in their hands. We question what on earth these last few buys were. They hinder themselves a little bit, and they find themselves limping through. They're damn lucky they even got to overtime, if I'm honest, Duncan.
I feel as though all those times, and you can just think back in a little like Rolodex in your mind, all the times Navi does win these ludicrous buys where it's like 1 AK, or sometimes they just save an open and force around it. And like when they do this, because they do so many times, like inexplicably win the round, it's like they think it's an actual strategy you can just go to. Like you can just go, right, well, we need an extra round win, because they've done it 2 maps in a row now. If someone didn't watch the second map, it was the same story. When they were in a winning position and they just needed either to win this round or be a bit conservative with their own economy, they not only didn't win the round, which put the Gambit guys onto good money, but then they literally just did half and low buys, which basically just crushed them. And then even worse, just like this, you end the whole map with a round where it's like you don't even feel like you're in the round that you lose. There's no worse way to lose. It's one thing to get beaten, but that's like you basically just gave the other guy a chance. You had one arm behind your back or something.
Yeah, it's giving them a fighting chance when it's almost unnecessary. Now, we're going to jump into the interview with Hobbit straight away because it's getting rather late, so we'll get this one through as quickly as possible. Hobbit, how you feeling, man?
Feeling good. Thank you. Hello, guys.
Now, I want to come on to you guys with the vetoes when you go up against Navi, right? We see you pick into Dust 2 this time. Obviously, didn't go that well for you guys, but like, how is the decision made on what map you're going to play these guys on when you come into these series? Because you're facing each other so much at the moment.
Yes, to be honest, it's all about mind games. We just picked Dust 2 because we were confident. It's maybe mind game for the future. I don't know. It's coach and analyze did some work, and they said that said us we need to play this map. So that's it. Nothing special, to be honest.
And what was it in